Do you know what we're here for? Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
No, be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Consequences.
Come on!
China. I have to have my China.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Your name, please?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man.
Yeah!
So hot right now.
I'm staying in the race.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Put your drum up.
What now?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Right now.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Immediately, if not sooner.
cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
I don't want reality.
That's hot.
It's science.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Illegal. Zuckerbuck.
Follow the rich way.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Do you know what we're here for? A fucking bitch. How rude.
Cal? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
What now?
It's a great day for being sad.
Are you not entertained?
And now you see just how I won that championship.
I see that you know your judo well.
It's science.
China. I have to have my China.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Full of Pepe.
Don't think I don't see you there. That's right. Can't hide from me. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other. But yet there's an incredible amount of stuff for us to talk about somehow. Better get right to it, I suppose, folks. No tarrying about. Buckle those seatbelts. Safety first. Prepare for a journey through the unknown. Okay. Good to see you, folks. Phone up, Aaron W., Charlie Jinmir, 123, YouTube chat, Jerry McLean, so close. Look, Bovine, BB, Bob Carmody. Who else is in here? Nightbot's in here. Mozzie. That might be it. Good to see you all. Good to see you. Lot to do. So little time. My God. That's right, we got a lot of stuff to talk about here. CEOs fear the Luigi effect. Amazon gives worker money to Trump. UFOs over the United States. Syrian transition and so much more. Which means it's imperative that we get started. And as usual, well, we're gonna start in the United States, of course. That's right. Familiar place, filled with no problems at all. Wait, I mean all the problems, sorry. Already misspeaking. Alright. Let's talk about this system real quick in a very, I guess you might call it, specific way. One thing to start this off with.
A New Rochelle police lieutenant was accused of planting drugs to try to justify an arrest, but we have learned late this afternoon that he will not be indicted by a grand jury now that the man that he arrested wants the Department of Justice to take a look at the body camera video. He shared that video with CBS News New York, and now investigative reporter Tim McNicholas shows it to us for the first time.
New Rochelle Police Lieutenant Sean Kane's body camera shows him reach behind a tire on a blue SUV May 29th, then return to his car and tell his colleagues he'd found drugs.
You said you found the drugs up at lot 361, man?
Affirmative. You then see Kane holding a baggie with a white substance. But minutes earlier, before the lieutenant approached the blue SUV, he was already holding a similar-looking bag. Ivan Harper says Kane planted the drugs to justify police arresting him.
Wow. I was devastated. It ruined my career. It shattered everything.
Ivan, come here. Come here.
It all happened as other officers searched for Harper, who says he saw Kane earlier and ran due to past negative interactions with him. Harper says he'd never seen these drugs, and the charges against him were later dropped. He was hoping Kane would be charged, but now a grand jury has reached a no true bill decision, meaning they don't feel there is enough evidence to indict Kane.
It was disappointing, and it drained me for a second hearing it, because expecting it is one thing from actually hearing it.
Harper, a fitness trainer and actor, says he's now moved to Denver to avoid Kane and other New Rochelle cops. He says he is suing Kane and the city of New Rochelle.
I would like the DOJ to take a peek at this because I have no confidence in the investigation.
Hold on, is the stream lagging right now? I think it is, isn't it? Hold on. See if I can fix this. Switching this down. Switch this one down too. Why is this at this setting? Who did this? Who's in charge of this? So, yeah. I mean, it's incredible that this guy is not going to be, not the guy I'm looking at, but the officer who planted drugs is not going to be facing any criminal charges for doing that. But there's more. I mean, the fact, and I'm sorry, beyond that, though, this guy got distracted by the lag. Oh, it is still lagging a little bit. Fucking hell. Why is it doing this? What am I running right now? Yeah. Hold on. Okay, it is looking better, I think. Hopefully it stays that way. What time is it in space? Which part of space? Okay. Or the old-timey music that totally doesn't slap? Are you talking about this one? Does this make you feel better? Does this make you feel things inside? Does it give you that old non-slappy feeling? Alright, let's get back to trying to take this seriously. Talking about this guy planting drugs on somebody, forcing a man to upend his entire life over it. Even though the body cam clearly showed him doing something wrong, he was somehow not indicted on crimes.
No, because
Take two.
Expecting it is one thing from actually hearing it.
Harper, a fitness trainer and actor, says he's now moved to Denver to avoid Kane and other New Rochelle cops. He says he is suing Kane and the city of New Rochelle.
I would like the DOJ to take a peek at this because I have no confidence in the investigation that took place.
Just minutes ago, Kane's attorney sent us a statement saying the grand jury reviewed all relevant evidence and concluded that Kane did nothing wrong. He says they're grateful to the grand jury and Kane's actions have been mischaracterized on social media, Christine.
Tim, what is Kane's status with the department?
Well, he was suspended with pay after Harper's arrest.
How great.
He reached out to
Got suspended with pay. Of course, gotta pay the guy while he's being tried for crimes. That's great. That's awesome. How great. Now let's go to this story, which is going to lead us into the next story. Big time. This is in Florida. Happened just, I think, yesterday. CBS News is covering this. This is from 6 hours ago, where a Florida woman was arrested for having made an apparent threat to her insurance company.
Our video monitors on CBS News 24/7 now take us back to the state of Florida, where a Florida woman faces charges for threatening an insurance company, allegedly using the same words carved into the bullet casings in the fatal shooting of that United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. CBS News correspondent Manuel Bojorquez joins us now from Miami with more on this story. So walk us through how this played out. Apparently it was over the phone, and how were officials able, because of that, able to track her down?
Well, Reed, you know, when you call customer service for a big company, there's that message that the call may be recorded. That appears to be what happened in this case, and the employee on the other end of the line thought it was serious enough to report to superiors. They reported it to the FBI. The FBI calls the Lakeland Police Department in Florida. They determine who she is, 42-year-old Brianna Boston. They show up to her house and arrest her. Now, in her defense, according to the police affidavit, she said that she was sorry for using the words that she had heard him on the news. The words, of course, being delay, deny, depose. You people are next, is what police said. She said on that phone call, and they considered that a threat. But she said she doesn't own a gun, and
she doesn't even own a gun. The woman doesn't even own a gun. And that isn't really a specific threat, right? She wasn't involved at all in the previous shooting. In fact, that's just really a personal opinion. You know? Unless she said, you're on my list now, or something like that, I don't see how this is a crime. I don't see how this is a crime. You know? This is ridiculous.
She apologized, as I said, and does not consider herself to be a danger to anyone, but they didn't really buy that.
By the way, she's a mother of three. She has 3 children, and for her expressing her discontent with her healthcare and her healthcare company, she's being arrested and tried for what is it? What is it? The crimes?
Threats to conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism.
Threats to conduct terrorism.
So the charge really speaks to the intent voiced in that call, if the allegations are true.
This is fascinating because, you know what? Luigi Mangione isn't even being tried with terrorism. So this is fascinating. She literally didn't. I mean, this is why. This is really interesting.
Rather than the capability.
What a strange decision.
So, Manny, what now happens with the case now that she has been charged?
Yeah, really, it's going to be up to the prosecution at this point to determine whether they have enough to go for that charge. It's unclear at this point whether she has a private attorney or a public defender, and if she doesn't have a criminal history, whether they may try to do some sort of plea agreement to say, look, she just was speaking out of rage and she's not really a threat, but that all remains to be seen.
Manuel Bojorquez.
Yeah, $100,000 bail for a mother of 3, keeping a woman who has, you know, literally parental responsibilities from doing her her job, both of her jobs, I assume, not just being a mother, but I assume she also works. And this is insane. This is fucking insane. For saying, what, 6 words? That amounts to terrorism and a $100,000 bail for a mother of 3. Okay. Who doesn't even have a gun. She doesn't even seem like a threat to anybody. But okay. It's fascinating. The sort of response that's coming from the powers that be, that being, you know, insurance companies and police. We saw just how much police power and resources were used to search for this United Healthcare CEO's murderer, and for, you know, like, you know, in lieu of all of the other things that happen, and the lack of effort of police on those things. It's just a fascinating dichotomy. And then this woman gets a little upset on the phone and quotes something from the news. All right, now let's talk about the grand jury proceedings that will be happening around Luigi Mangione.
New details are emerging about the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and prosecutors have begun presenting evidence from the case to a New York grand jury. CBS News correspondent Lily Luciano is joining me now to talk more about this. She's been covering the story from the very beginning, and you're one of the rare times you're here in the studio to talk about a story that you've been on the road for. So let's talk about this grand jury evidence that they're looking at, that his lawyers have no clue as to what they might actually be seeing.
Neither do we, but what we do know from NYPD sources is that the NYPD has, according to them, forensic evidence placing the suspect, Luigi Mangione, at the scene of the crime. That is fingerprint evidence, not just from a water bottle and a Kind Bar wrapper that was found near the crime scene, but also from a cell phone that was found in the same vicinity in an alleyway. They also matched the shell casings, the ones that you remember said delay and possibly depose. Those 3 were matched to the ghost gun that the suspect was found carrying with him. So at least you have that kind of direct evidence that places him there. There's also the notebook that sources tell CBS News.
It's not that direct. Finding shell casings that match a gun is not definitive evidence, actually. They always try to purport that that is the case, but it's just not. You know, they're manufactured by not that many people, and many guns use the same caliber ammo, and it's very hard to actually say that a particular round was in a particular gun at a particular time or ever.
Had a to-do list, had a thought about whether to make an attack with a bomb or a gun, and choosing a gun over a bomb because that would spare other lives, innocent lives. There's all kinds of, there's the 3-page document. There's all kinds of evidence that at least the NYPD, or that we're learning from our sources at the NYPD at CBS News, that a grand jury would have plenty of to indict him. And as you know, I mean, as any legal expert and non-expert knows, the bar is very low. His attorney does not have access, as a defense attorney in Pennsylvania, does not have access to that information. What I'm learning is that once there is an indictment, it is possible for his defense to get that evidence. So it's not disclosure. It's a little bit more complicated than that. There has to be an extradition, but they could start working on that defense after the indictment.
What I thought was interesting in your reporting last night and this morning on...
Okay, let's move on to this. This is ABC News, where apparently police are saying that Luigi Mangione is not a member of UHC.
The suspect in CEO Brian Thompson's murder is not a member of the health insurer. The news comes as prosecutors present new evidence hoping to secure an indictment against him. We're also learning new details about the suspect's time behind bars.
What I love is how they're doing everything they can possibly to try and like discredit this guy's actual like ideology in the media right now. They're like, he wasn't even he didn't even have health care, so he didn't even have health care with these people, so why was he so mad? I don't get it.
News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky has the latest on all of that. So, Aaron, a lot happening with this investigation, but you're also learning more about his extradition fight.
Well, he's got an extradition hearing scheduled now in Pennsylvania on December 30th. So, in theory, Diane, he could be back here in New York by the new year. Meanwhile, police are closing in on a possible motive. The young man charged with murdering Brian Thompson was never a client of United Healthcare, but this morning police say they're investigating whether Luigi Mangione targeted the company because of its size. The company tells ABC News Brian Thompson's killer was not a member of United Healthcare. The NYPD telling NBC New York Mangione did, however, mention it's the 5th largest corporation in America.
We anticipate that before...
Yeah. Yeah, that's just good research is what it is.
In America.
We anticipate that before very long, he'll be brought back to New York where he needs to be facing the consequences of that horrific, audacious attack on the streets of New York City.
Kathy Hochul literally never comments on simple, gun crimes in the in New York that happen. Like, literally never. Like, this is like maybe the first one she's commented in her entire term. It's fascinating. Because there's been many more shootings in New York that she's completely ignored. But this one is horrific. Absolutely horrific. Apparently, in comparison to all the other ones we've talked about. If you've been watching this channel to know long enough that we have talked about plenty of murders that have happened in New York State, in New York City. But Kathy's really had nothing to say about any of those. This one, though, horrible, horrifying, horrific. I'm glad she could take the time. All right, now let's go here to the Humanist Report.
This is occurring because people are frustrated with the appeal process in all health insurance. And so what the executives have to do with United Health and, frankly, the whole industry is appeal to reality and say, look, it's on us now. We understand you're unhappy. I mean, this murder, this assassination is horrific. There's nothing good to be said about that, and there's lots of problems with it. But
I mean, I've heard some people come up with the good things. I'm not going to say any of the potential good things there might be, but if you don't know who this guy is, this is Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank investor, multi-millionaire, almost a billionaire. I think he's got like $500 million. And he's sort of the epitome of the oligarchic system that we live in, where we have to go to billionaires and, the extremely wealthy for, help in our endeavors, right? Without them, there's no way to get ahead in the system. That's what the whole Shark Tank thing is about, right? It's like, oh, you got a business, but you can't get it off the ground. Can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Let me help.
horrific. There's nothing good to be said about that, and there's lots of problems with it. But at the end of the day, what it's leading to is the frustration of the users of healthcare. And everybody's affected by healthcare. They should be coming out now saying, look, we get it. We have families too. We're people. We have children. We care about what you think about, and we're going to automate this process and make it better or do whatever they have to. That when you appeal a case, it's not a delay situation. And if you have a valid claim, you get paid out. That's what insurance is supposed to do. But putting a fence around headquarters, hiring more security guards, that's all bad imagery, Wolf. It's all bad, and it's not the right answer. So if you're an executive, in management, United Healthcare, or any other health.
That's hilarious to hear him say that. People trying to get more security, it's actually the wrong answer. Fascinating. That is fascinating. Fascinating to hear him say that. Nobody says allegedly anymore. Nah, honestly, no. They don't do it enough, really, in this supposedly innocent until proven guilty system of ours. I'm not sure what the sort of removal of that word from our dialogue says about us, but it really has. It used to be something used, I feel like, in discussion of these sorts of things in the media, but they've kind of, I feel like they've really shied away from that. They only talk about cases that they have a personal opinion on. So they don't really, I honestly don't feel like they talk about it objectively, ever.
Answer. So if you're an executive, in interim management, United Healthcare, or any other health company, you got to read the room, Wolf. You got to read the room and realize right now that the public is turning against you. They are your customers, and they don't like it. Now, this poor man lost.
Although now that I think about it, I feel like there have been instances where I hear them use the word allegedly, and the more I think about it, I think it's only used when they're trying to cover their asses, when they're concerned about legal action. When they think the person they're talking about has enough money or influence or power or access to lawyers to be able to litigate some sort of a lawsuit against them. And then they'll be like, oh, allegedly, we should point out.
Horrific. But if anything good is going to come of this, it's going to be policy change, because you've basically got people lighting up their torches just like in the Frankenstein story, and going to the castle, and they're going to burn it down. And you gotta hear that. So if you're an executive saying, get me more security guards, wrong answer. That's just wrong.
Oh, wait, I missed that one part. Hold on. There's a spot he says in here. Fuck, where does he say it? It's like, is there
man lost his life. Horrific. But if anything good is going to come of this, it's going to be policy change, because you've basically got people.
I can't remember where he says it, but at some point he's like, oh, what we need to do is automate. Where the fuck is it? He says it in here somewhere. He's like, oh, we need to automate. I've been talking too much and trying to respond to people.
Fence around headquarters, hiring more security guards. That's all bad imagery, Wolf. It's all bad, and it's not the right answer. So if you're an executive, in interim management, United Healthcare, or any other health company, you got to read the room, Wolf. You got to read the room. And realize right now that the public is turning against you. They are your customers, and they don't like it. Now, this poor man lost his life. Horrific. But if anything good is going to come of this, it's going to be policy change, because you've basically got people lighting up their torches, just like in the Frankenstein story, and going to the castle.
I clearly missed the part where he said it.
You got to hear that. So if you're an executive saying, get me more security guards, wrong answer. That's just wrong.
God damn it. There was a point I wanted to make, and for whatever reason I keep missing the spot where he said we need to automate to make the system better. But that's literally what UHC is being accused of doing. And it's fascinating, and I'm kind of pissed. I might force you all to listen to this whole thing again, because at this point I need to hear him say it.
Frustrated with the appeal process in all health insurance. And so what the executives have to do with United Health, and frankly the whole industry, is appeal to reality and say, look, it's on us now. We understand you're unhappy. I mean, this murder, this assassination is horrific. There's nothing good to be said about that. And there's lots of problems with it. But at the end of the day, what it's leading to is the frustration of the users of healthcare. And everybody's affected by healthcare. They should be coming out now saying, look, we get it. We have families too. We're people. We have children. We care about what you think about, and we're going to automate this process and make it better.
We're going to automate this process and make it better. Or whatever they have to do. Automate this process or whatever they have to do. That is literally what they were already doing. That is what they're accused of doing. We talked about it yesterday in great depth as to what exactly they've been doing. And it's it is hilarious that Kevin is so far removed from what's actually going on that he's actually touting one of the very systems that's causing at least a portion of this problem. Not the whole thing. Certainly not the whole thing. But the fact is that he thinks one of the solutions is one of the problems.
You just heard from Kevin O'Leary, who is a Shark Tank investor who had a surprisingly reasonable reaction to the celebratory response to Luigi Mangioni's deed. That's what we'll call it. Now, when I saw that clip, it finally occurred to me for the first time ever, oh my God, these elites might actually be scared. And I say that because the response there from him felt like he was telling fellow elites, hey, play it cool, because if you overdo it with the security shit, the peasants are going to smell fear.
Follow the rich way, man.
You know, that was my read on it. But on one hand, I'm a little bit stunned to see a man worth $400 million strike the correct tone here. But on the other hand, you have to acknowledge that him being more self-aware doesn't make him an ally. And I think that it's important to say that because you are going to see more savvy elites like him that are going to try to tap into the rage that we're all feeling and co-opt it. So that way we feel listened to, but their ultimate goal at the end of the day is to maintain the status quo. And I don't think that that's uncharitable because in that interview, did you hear him call for single-payer healthcare? No. He essentially made the case for self-regulation when he knows that that's going to amount to nothing more than window dressing. So I want you all to get into the habit of being skeptical whenever a millionaire or a billionaire says something that's a little bit too good to be true because their wealth has completely distorted their perception of reality. And while they might pay lip service to our concerns in order to placate us, never forget the fact that their interests are fundamentally at odds with ours, especially an investor like Kevin O'Leary. Now, another thing that O'Leary fails to understand is that healthcare is just the tip of the iceberg. Americans are also sick and tired of their landlords and their bosses and their senator and every other elite who is depriving them of the life they deserve. And O'Leary is part of the problem because he was outraged by right to disconnect laws that stopped bosses from nagging employees after hours. And in response, O'Leary said that he would fire workers who put their phones on silent. So in his mind, he is entitled to your labor at all hours.
What a great guy.
The idea of rest or spending time with your family is offensive to people like him because he doesn't see you as human. He sees you as a cog in the machine whose only purpose in life is to make people like him richer. And elites like him have been openly contemptuous of the working class for a very long time, and for the first time ever, they're finally realizing that their exploitation and subjugation of the rest of society has fostered this environment where working people are so fired up, they're ready for a straight-up revolution if things don't change. And make no mistake about it, elites can now sense that rage. Hence why they're shitting themselves. As CNN's Matt Egan explains, quote, corporations are scrambling to protect their senior executives as police warn of an elevated near-term threat against business leaders. Boards are reassessing security budgets and CEOs are being told to delete their digital footprints. Phones are ringing off the hook at top-dollar security firms to keep the captains of industry safe. Corporate America is nervous. People
we must save the captains of industry.
Wojcicki, global head of intelligence at Kroll, told CNN in a phone interview. Companies want to elevate their security posture. Healthcare is the target now, but who's next? One executive at a major bank told CNN that the United Healthcare CEO killing made plain the risk facing senior leaders in corporate America. The big learning is that if you want to kill someone, you can kill them. It's really scary but true, said the executive who spoke on the condition of anonymity. It seems crazy that we're just figuring this out. It is crazy that you're now just figuring this out because corporations have been doing this to Americans for decades. You guys have been killing people, so yeah, you can just kill people, and you all are the main culprits who do this the most. Now, aside from...
Seriously, though, and I think that most of them actually do see the hypocrisy, right? But they also see how that hypocrisy suits them. And so it's very inconvenient for them, this whole situation. Very awkward.
Additional security expenses that insurance companies in particular are paying for, they also remove the names of top executives from their websites because they think that a copycat might do to them what Luigi Mangione did to Brian Thompson. And their fear isn't necessarily unfounded because all of a sudden wanted posters with names of CEOs have been popping up across New York City. And here's some more details.
They're just now afraid. You know what? That's the thing. I don't think they're just now afraid. I think there's a lot of evidence to show that they've always been afraid. But now that fear is much more front of mind than it's ever been. The danger is much more present than it's ever been for them, I think, right? Because, of course, the existence of security for CEOs and all these people, that's in itself proof that they're concerned about their safety. They're scared of the people. But I mean, like, you know, the whole trend of, you know, CEOs buying bunkers and all these other sorts of things to sort of separate themselves from the rest of society. And if we could go down a list of all sorts of things they're doing to try and avoid ever having to see any of us ever again. And, you know, it's just like, this just makes it all more, just the much more present of mind than it ever has been, I think.
CEO wanted posters have been seen around the city as fears grow that copycats could target other corporate executives.
Well, Jim, there is a real sense of nervousness and even fear in C-suites really across the country. They're
God, not the C-suites.
Number of security personnel and the amount of technology in offices and even in the residences of executives. They're urging executives to
I do love that. They've interviewed essentially nobody on their actual problems with healthcare, but they are getting all of the CEOs to come on and talk about how scared they are for their lives. Whatever the 30 CEOs, of course there's more than 30 CEOs in the United States, but you get what I'm saying. The tiny handful of people, they found them, but there's millions of people who they could find that would come on and just rail against their insurance companies, but they don't know. That would be very inconvenient for this moment. Who owns CNN again? Not Rupert. It's not Rupert Murdoch, right? Who owns it? God damn, I can't think of it.
Digital footprints, including stuff like the floor plans of their homes and any information that's out there about where their kids may go to school. And they're also enhancing mail screening.
And to be clear, the wanted posters and the fear of copycats, that's not the only thing that scares them. I think the popular sentiment, that is what really shakes them to the core, as well as the lessons that they see regular people taking from this. I mean, for years,
it's David
we've been
Zaslav.
told that if we
I
want to
think
affect
he's one of
change,
the
we've
main
gotta vote.
owners.
Well, if we voted and things continue,
Because technically they're owned by Warner Bros. Discovery.
get worse, we're told by politicians to just vote harder. But we keep voting and things keep getting worse, to the point where a third of the country doesn't even bother to show up because they don't expect their votes to make a difference. Now, after the shooting happened, people see how CEOs have been more terrified of a revolt from the peasants than they've ever been of any politician. People are making a mental note of that fact and implicitly associating violence with progress now, which should worry elites. For example, health insurance companies like Blue Cross Blue Shield reversed the evil decision that they made.
No, Rupert Murdoch doesn't own CNN. He owns like the Sun. He owns Fox News, of course. I think he owns Sky News and a number of other outlets that are sort of less well known.
The day of the assassination of Brian Thompson, by the way, to limit anesthesia coverage to customers.
Technically,
not
like if you break it down on Warner Bros. Discovery, it's really owned by like private capital, right? Which, you know, is basically just owned by the oligarchy, right? Like a huge portion of the shares are owned by people like BlackRock and things like that. You know, it's that's who they serve. Those are their bosses.
Of some regulatory threat from politicians, but because the executives were worried of a different Luigi Mangione who would come for them next, or perhaps a Mario or Luigi Mangione's Waluigi. The point is, people are making a mental note of all of these things. They're realizing, oh, voting didn't affect change, but that did.
When you think about that, like the fact that CNN is part of a corporate entity that's owned like publicly like on the stock market, it kind of makes sense that they can get a hold of so many CEOs, and that's basically the only narrative they want to talk about. Because if they are owned outright by the CEOs of the world, of course they're going to push the narrative of the CEOs. It's insane. You know, Berkshire Hathaway, I'm sure, owns a good chunk. Maybe a lot of these like private equities are. I don't know. I'd have to like really go down the list on this thing, but.
So the failure of politicians and institutions has created a climate where Americans are celebrating vigilante violence because they're beginning to think it's the only way to affect change. Not a good predicament to be in if you're a country. And politicians, They can denounce it all they want, but their failures got us here, right? If they actually represented Americans and not their corporate donors, things would never have gotten this bad. If we had Medicare for all, if Democrats did not sabotage the one candidate in 2016 and 2020 that was pushing for it, and we got Medicare for all, this wouldn't have happened in the first place.
It's very true. It's very true. Our government could have dealt with the healthcare problem multiple times, and the Democrat Party has chosen to sort of push out anybody interested in doing a whole lot about that. All right, now let's go to this. This was happening outside of the prison where Luigi Mangione is being held. And apparently News Nation was hanging out outside of the prison.
So it's an interesting interaction.
This is a really funny thing that happened, by the way.
Had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
All right, so earlier today I was reporting outside these prison walls when all of a sudden I heard my name, and I couldn't tell if they were, catcalling me or heckling me or even saying my name whatsoever. And so I started reporting on Luigi Mangione's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, "The conditions suck." And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching News Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today. Ashley, they're going nuts in there right now watching this video on playback. This was just...
Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta hear that again.
Recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Free Luigi!
They're going nuts in there right now watching this video on playback. This was just from a few
Oh
hours
my
ago.
god.
Here they are, 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just...
It's hilarious because I feel like, didn't we hear a bunch of right-wing pundits talking about how they hope this guy gets what's coming to him in prison? It seems like, it kind of seems like he's got a lot of support in prison. Honestly, it's so good. We're hearing, I want to hear it again. It's just so good. Just so funny. Where is it? Go back.
Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today. Ashley, they're going nuts in there right now watching this video on playback. This was just from a
That
few
one
hours
guy
ago,
saying free Luigi
10
is
o'clock
killing
as
me.
promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way, as confirmed by the Department of Corrections earlier today.
Can I ask you a favor? Can I just ask the guys, if they can hear me right now, to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
He turns to the prison. Jesus Christ.
No.
Unreal. They said no, right? Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay, but they're getting they're getting the questions and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have.
This is so dystopian, dude. I mean, I'm sure the imprisoned in this situation, I mean, they feel probably somewhat happy.
The fuck is Hassan eating?
Humanity
Is it a
being
pita?
recognized because they are able to communicate. But it is crazy. Like when you just like pull yourself out of the situation for a moment, it is so dystopian, dude. Having said that, however, I am reminded of what Jesse Waters was fantasizing about the other day, saying, "Oh, if Luigi doesn't get the death penalty, I'm sure they'll handle him in prison." How out of touch?
Yeah, I think I literally talked about that.
You
earlier.
can't even comprehend that, like, this dude is not going to be treated as a bad guy in prison. He's not going to get the chomo treatment. He's not going to get the child predator treatment.
No, not even close.
They killed him. I suspect that the broad majority of people in prison come from very dire financial circumstances, which means that they most likely have immediate family members who have been f***ed over by the same healthcare providers.
Investigations say the ghost gun.
Seriously, though. Seriously. Hassan is always eating. You know, that's kind of true. I was just trying to determine what it was he was eating this time. Honestly, it's just... I mean, have you seen some of the random stuff he pulls out, like while streaming? Like, one day it's sushi, like next day he's like, you know, just like an entire, like, whatever. The dude is just wild. I had to know. I'm pretty sure it was a pita of some sort. Some sort of flatbread.
Was arrested matches the shell casings found at the shooting scene. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky is here with more. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you, Michael. The evidence really does seem to be falling into place now against Luigi Mangione, and the problem for authorities at the moment may not be the case, but how the suspect is being perceived. Police say the case against suspected killer Luigi Mangione is getting stronger.
We were able to match that gun.
Oh boy, this is very unusual for them. They have no idea what to do. They really don't. They really don't. It's kind of amazing and just truly fascinating to watch. Just like them struggle through all of this. They're like, okay, we've got all of the evidence, but people seem to not want him to be in prison.
How the suspect is being perceived. This morning, police say the case against suspected killer Luigi Mangione is getting stronger.
We were able to match that gun to the 3 shell casings that we found in Midtown at the scene of the homicide.
Investigators also say they've matched Mangione's fingerprints to prints lifted from a water bottle and granola bar wrapper found near where United Healthcare Chief Brian Thompson was gunned down. The 26-year-old remains locked up in Pennsylvania, challenging his extradition to New York. Prosecutors...
I gotta say, that's when you know the NYPD is actually taking their job seriously. Like, that is crazy. The NYPD is going through the trash. They're going through the trash to do an investigation. Wow. Interesting. They really wanted this guy.
Are undeterred. You confident you have the right guy in the shooting of Brian Thompson?
Well, I'll start by saying, obviously, this is a profoundly disturbing.
Is it?
As we've alleged, murder.
I should have never saved District Attorney Alvin Bragg in Walking Dead. At the time, I thought he's going to put Trump behind bars. You know, boy, was that a mistake. AJ.
And yeah, I mean, we would not charge the person if we didn't think it was the person. And
I don't know the Hassan Lord to know what the fuck that's about. I assume something, but it's wow. Okay.
Interviewing relatives, hoping to understand how a high school valedictorian and Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland family became an accused killer. His grandfather was a self-made millionaire real estate developer. The family owns a resort, country clubs, radio stations, and donates to healthcare companies in Baltimore. The Mangione Aquatic Center at Loyola University is named for the family.
I knew it. I knew this thing was like full on. We talked about this aquatic center earlier. I was like, if you have aquatic center donation money, I mean, that's a whole level. That's a stratospheric kind of wealth right there, you know? I mean, because initially they were talking about how he went to a private school, and it's like, you know, just going to a private school doesn't necessarily mean that you're, you know, just stratospherically wealthy. But if you can donate a building like this, a multi-million-dollar building, I don't know what it would cost to build something like this, but you got to assume it's quite a lot. An Olympic-sized swimming pool. Come on.
Aquatic Center at Loyola University is named for the family.
They had a lot of clout.
Like, I've been saying it for a while. I love this guy's character arc. He really is like, he's almost like, not exactly Batman, but let's be real. There's some parallels.
Clout to this day.
Thompson's murder prompting backlash against the healthcare and insurance industries. The NYPD is alarmed the alleged killer is seen by some as a martyr, inspiring these wanted posters outside the New York Stock Exchange with the names of other corporate executives. A new law enforcement bulletin obtained by ABC News includes...
Yeah, they're going to arrest people that even post those posters, by the way, for sure. Because there's so much of it out there, I don't know if they can go after every single person online, but they'll try to pick some people and make an example out of them that, no, you can't be saying shit like that. Now, what's really interesting about this is putting out like terroristic threats against trans people or whatever. That doesn't put you directly in the ire of federal law enforcement or law enforcement at all.
Nope.
As long as you are directing your anger at those who have less than you, you're good. If you're Tom Cotton, you can openly call for Black Lives Matter protesters to be gunned down.
Signed
Tom
the
Cotton,
U.S. government.
You can call directly for climate change protesters to be ran over or to be tossed off the side of a bridge if they are pro-Palestinian protesters or blocking traffic. No censuring there, no nothing. No repercussions whatsoever. God forbid you put a poster up of publicly available information. You can be libs of TikTok and encourage actual bomb threats over and over again.
Seriously. Oh my God. Multiple bomb threats occurred because of Chaya.
Way because libs of TikTok is
a great
a
callback.
teacher is bad.
Well done, Hassan.
That's not unacceptable at all. As a matter of fact, that's very acceptable and good. You should do more of that. But God forbid you post a photo of a
or I don't know, mention something you heard on the news about healthcare companies to your healthcare company. That'll get you in jail. I mean, it's insane.
Available. A photo of a CEO. Oh, you can't do that. Please, for the love of God, don't turn the crosshairs up at people at the tippy top of society. Don't. What are you doing? Keep
Not
fighting
fair.
Amongst yourselves. Also, manufacturing consent machine going brrrr. We're going to look at these incredible articles real quick. The way that mainstream media is now also trying to, reel back on how excited the broad majority of Americans were on this, or at least how little they cared about a healthcare CEO dying because of their immediate family members. Many of the employees I've talked to share the public.
It's true, and we've been watching this thing since the beginning. And if you remember back to the first time we started talking about this, they weren't even considering the possibility of this reaction. They were talking very solemnly about this healthcare CEO for at least a good, I think, like 24 hours until they really caught on to just how much people really weren't feeling it. And then they started being like, you're trying to like scold us for it. And then they started like, I mean, at this point, I mean, they haven't fully 180'd yet, but they're like in this weird transitional period, this sort of awkward limbo, this sort of purgatory of not knowing what the fuck to do.
Which New York Times might realize if they bothered to talk to anyone outside of management. Yeah. Health insurance workers fearful amid public anger after slaying of CEO. If you're actually a health insurance worker at a lower level, if you're a pencil pusher, if you're a paper filer, you probably get f***ed over by your healthcare company too. You probably have family members that have been f***ed over by your healthcare company. So you probably understand. I wouldn't assume that you have a real interest in like defending your upper management, let alone your bosses. But of course, New York Times has to make it seem like this is a universal problem for all working class, the sympathetic figures. They understand that there is not a lot.
Yeah, hold on. I think we're going to listen to a little bit more Hassan here. But I just want to skip ahead. Oh, Hassan, why do you have to put the text down here at the bottom? You're always fucking me up.
Whether it be like the endless, senseless slaughter.
Okay, actually, you know what? I take it back. We're good. We're good on this. We got more to talk about, actually. I forgot. Well, this was my last video on the healthcare stuff. We actually have a bunch of things to talk about with that. And that's part of my transition into government talk, kinda. All right, yeah, let's go here. CBS News. This was from 5 hours ago. Evidence. Grand jury is seeing on the case against Luigi Mangione. More evidence? What? What now?
Police say they do not believe Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York last week, was ever a client of the health insurance company.
We already talked about this.
You have the spiral notebook in which he wrote about why he would carry out a targeted attack using a gun instead of a bomb, for example. He also, in his handwritten notes, named United Healthcare as the 5th largest company in America. And so that speaks directly to motive and...
Okay, so yeah, they really don't have more evidence. It's just the spiral notebook and the water bottle and the gun and the wrapper and the shell casings. And some other stuff, but whatever. We also have evidence of other things that have been going on as well. Let's talk a little bit about a medical company that's been literally killing Americans. More Perfect Union.
Oftentimes, the most audacious scandal.
Johnson & Johnson's baby powder and other talc products cause cancer.
Involves the most routine paperwork. In August 2024, Johnson & Johnson created a subsidiary in Texas. They called it Red River Talc. The managers, all based at J&J headquarters in...
I'm going to say this right because I forgot about this. Pay attention. This gets a little bit in the weeds. But I promise, once you understand what's actually going on here, you will be incredibly appalled.
They called it Red River Talc. The managers, all based at J&J headquarters in New Jersey. In Texas, no employees, no products, no real business at all. Just paperwork. Red River is registered here. We found the phone number, but when we called...
You're speaking to CT Corporation, so we're not Johnson & Johnson, we're CT Corporation. And that's really all I'm going to say.
A month later, it all made sense.
Now, I don't know if you're able to hear that, but what she was saying is they are not Johnson & Johnson. Even though it's a subsidiary created by Johnson & Johnson, underneath the Johnson & Johnson umbrella, it's technically a separate company, a shell company. And what they're using the shell company for is just, oh God, it's disgusting.
Subsidiary filing for bankruptcy protection for the 3rd time.
Bankruptcy. Johnson & Johnson is one of the most profitable companies in America. It's worth more than $350 billion. Why would one of the most profitable companies in the world create a subsidiary only to declare it bankrupt? Not once, but 3 times since 2021. So I started to dig into it. The allegations, the documents hidden from the public, and the legal maneuvering. Something bigger emerged. Legal experts believe it's the endgame of a decades-long strategy that could help J&J escape responsibility for thousands of cancer cases, while thousands of women are left fighting battles on 2 fronts, against a disease and against a justice system that is failing them. The question is, will J&J's strategy work?
If a company can get by with these types of tactics, then the American people are in serious danger.
Most likely, my mother used the powder. That was the big thing back then in the 40s and 50s.
What's that stuff? Johnson's baby powder.
I have 2 girls, and I also used it on them. And then in turn, they used it on their sons, their children, too.
Women like Marianne trusted Johnson & Johnson's baby powder for generations. It wasn't just a product, it was a ritual passed down from mother to child. The marketing worked so well that by the late 1960s, an internal memo crowned baby powder the cornerstone of Johnson & Johnson's entire baby business.
Yeesh.
The product itself was simple, talc, a mineral mined from the earth. But in 1966, academics published a troubling discovery. Talc had no medicinal value. Worse, it was linked to 3 deaths. The warning made its way through Johnson & Johnson's executive offices.
There was a concern starting in the 1970s about asbestos being in talc because of testing done by the FDA.
That's Jessica Dean. She's a plaintiff's attorney. For over a decade, she's been fighting Johnson & Johnson in court over the deadly discovery of asbestos in talc, the mineral.
Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing, so let me try. Line this up. But yeah, she has been attempting to sue Johnson & Johnson for a long time. Like he said. Where is it? Where do we need to get in here? Fuck. Yeah, I probably need this too.
5 members of J&J went, along with some other industry groups. And this is where the paper trail picks up. According to the meeting summary, an industry lobbyist pushed to keep the FDA study secret, saying it could cause great economic hardship for the companies.
Oh,
J&J
no.
said that the government's positive asbestos tests were faulty, and that their own tests came back negative.
Oh.
That's more or less the company's position on testing to this day.
They will
Right.
boast.
So J&J essentially, sorry, let me go back here. Disagreed with the government and said that they did their own tests. They investigated themselves, and they were actually doing fine, and the regulating them would somehow be bad for them. That would be bad. And no, we wouldn't want that because it's a big business.
Back negative. That's more or less the company's position on testing to this day.
They will boast. Look at how many tests we've done that don't show asbestos. And they use tests that were underpowered. A simple example I can think of is if you are trying to weigh a feather, you don't use a bathroom scale. It's not going to show up. You need to have something that is more sensitive.
Coming out of that meeting, the government agreed to let companies self-test, and Johnson & Johnson promised to share their own records, swearing they found nothing concerning.
It's a massive game of playing dumb. That is what they're doing, right? They're using technology they know doesn't measure the thing that's intended to measure. And then when it returns the expected results, they say, look, it's actually fine.
When they made that promise, they had already done testing revealing asbestos in the actual samples from Dr. Lewin at the FDA. In fact, 1/3 of the fibers in baby powder were tremolite asbestos. There were over 400 samples evidencing asbestos in talc that J&J knew about after they promised our government will give you everything, and we now know they didn't give them any of it.
Jessica isn't the only one alleging this.
Yeah. A lot of people, because so many people used that baby powder. And the fact is not even everybody is aware of it, you know? And it was something that was passed down from generation to generation, from woman to woman, to their you know, basically from you know, mother to daughter. And, you know, because they were told that it was the thing to do. And this is, you know, this started before the advent of the internet, right? And so being able to, you know, get information around easily was actually pretty difficult back then on some of these things. So yeah, word of mouth is super important. Now, when it comes down to what it is J&J is doing to avoid liability on all this, is when it really genuinely becomes just, it's beyond illegal, right? It's like it's morally objectionable because they know that that's, you know, they've been doing all this stuff to obfuscate it, so they're clearly aware of it, and they're refusing to take responsibility, and now they're doing everything they can
But once you know
to avoid.
concretely 60 years ago that there is an impurity in that powder you're crushing and putting in a bottle to be put on babies, and that impurity has been known to kill people, this becomes horrific. And they built this as the backbone of a company that we all rely on.
For decades, the whole thing went like clockwork. Concerns about talc would surface, and J&J would perfect the art of making them disappear.
They would hire experts that they believed they could control. And that's the word they used in their own documents. They would go after anyone who tried to show the truth and say, let's compromise them. Again, that is the word they used over and over and over again.
But by the late 2010s, the strategy fell apart. Cancer victims started winning lawsuits against Johnson & Johnson. And then, in 2018, the dam broke.
A St. Louis jury yesterday awarded $4.1 billion in punitive damages and $550 million in compensatory damages to 22 women and their families who claimed that asbestos in the product had caused their ovarian cancer.
But that lawsuit was just the start. Right now, 50,000 women are suing Johnson & Johnson over ovarian cancer from their baby powder. The potential liability, tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. It could be existential, even for a giant like J&J. Which is why Johnson & Johnson is desperately trying to build an escape route through that Texas company, Red River Talc.
It's frightening. If Johnson & Johnson succeeds with this, then this will become the strategy of every company that is facing major liability.
This is Andy Birchfield. He's helping lead the major class
Oh
action
shit, is it
lawsuit
lagging?
against Johnson & Johnson on behalf of ovarian cancer victims.
Oh, okay, it stopped.
Including Marianne. What is Red River Talc?
I mean, it's just a made-for-bankruptcy subsidiary.
The subsidiary at the start is part of something called...
This should be illegal.
Here, a super rich and profitable company like J&J creates a subsidiary. They take that subsidiary and they register it in Texas. The subsidiary holds everything related to the baby powder. The good stuff, the sales and profits, and the bad, the lawsuits. Then, using a quirk in Texas law, they split it in two.
And instead of calling it a division, they call that a merger. It's called a divisive merger.
This is
One
so
company
stupid.
gets all the money and assets.
This should
Let's
be
call it
completely
good
illegal.
company. The other gets the lawsuits. Let's call that bad company. And then they take that good company and move it back to New Jersey. And the bad company, that's Red River Talc. That number in Texas I called, they basically received their mail. And Johnson & Johnson takes that bad company and declares bankruptcy. And
Basically what they're doing is, you know, it's like what companies do to offshore profits in like the Cayman Islands or other tax havens. Instead, they're insuring liability, and the government is facilitating it so that they don't have to actually have to face the full repercussions of their actions.
That's what's at stake here.
But the actual result of it is that people wind up not getting what they deserve in terms of compensation for this stuff from this company and from other companies that are doing stuff like this. There's a word for it. It's called the Texas two-step. It's not just J&J who's done this. It's just happens to be the company we're talking about right now.
Bankruptcy proved to be an escape hatch for corporate misconduct.
bankruptcy doesn't mean failure. It's a timeout. Everything pauses while you fix what's broken. The catch? Courts watch your every move. Real companies move fast in bankruptcy. They don't want a court telling them how to run their business. But Red River Talc, it's just paper. There's no factories, there's no business to watch over. But when it declares bankruptcy, those cancer lawsuits freeze. And that's exactly what J&J wants.
So instead of having to, as the law states, stop all of their business essentially and have the federal government come and investigate at all the Johnson & Johnson facilities and headquarters and wherever else, they get to keep doing business as normal, while their subsidiary deals with all of their legal problems. They deal with zero repercussions, while everyone else is dealing with the repercussions, trying to get liability from this company, and they can't. And that practice needs to be made illegal. All right, now let's talk about a different healthcare related issue. That being the fact that RFK Jr. is going to be the next, what is it? It's not the head of the DHS or the HHS, is it? I can't even remember now. Isn't that Dr. Oz's new position? God, I can't even remember now. Oh, it is the HHS. Dr. Oz got some other position. But yeah, let's talk about how his views on medicine might affect the future.
More than 75 Nobel laureates this week signed a letter asking the U.S. Senate not to confirm Health and Human Services Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr., citing his opposition to vaccines among their concerns. As we delve deeper into a range of issues connected to the incoming Trump administration, William Brangham is back with another explainer. This time, a look at Kennedy's record on vaccines and what impact he could have leading the nation's health agencies.
Shots of the new vaccine stimulate production by the body of billions of protective antibodies, which build a wall.
Vaccines are easily one of modern medicine's most successful interventions. Over the past 2 centuries, they've virtually eradicated diseases like smallpox, polio, measles, and many others that once regularly disfigured, disabled, and killed hundreds of millions of people around the world, many of them children. Dr. Michael Osterholm directs the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota.
But the bottom line is, for every 2 days we've lived in the last century, we've gained a day of life expectancy. That's incredible. And it's because of these tools, notably vaccines, that's happened.
That's not to say there are no risks to them, including occasional allergic reactions, injuries, and in rare cases, deaths. And public health experts like Osterholm say it is important to examine and continually monitor any adverse effects. But on balance, those risks are far lower than those of the diseases they're protecting against.
If today I were in an automobile accident and I had my seatbelt on, but somehow the seatbelt jammed and I was unfortunately trapped in the car and the car caught on fire, this would be a horrible tragedy. Would anybody say we got to eliminate seatbelts now? No, because in fact there have been many, many, many more lives saved because of seatbelts as opposed to not.
Yet, over the past couple of decades, there has been a small but growing vocal minority pushing back against vaccines because of perceived harms, including the debunked claim that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine causes autism. That linkage was put forward in a late 1990s paper in the British medical journal The Lancet. It was later retracted and has since been repeatedly disproven. The doctor behind that study, Andrew Wakefield, was stripped of his medical license. But over that period, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who trained as an environmental lawyer, has become a principal player in this movement, along with Wakefield.
He is a voice machine that continues to put out dis and misinformation in such a way that it sounds believable to the public.
In 2005, Kennedy wrote an article for Rolling Stone magazine and Salon that asserted a connection between autism and a mercury-containing vaccine additive called thimerosal. Thimerosal was removed from childhood vaccines in 2001, and it was never used in the MMR vaccine. After that piece ran, the 2 publications discovered multiple errors in his work, and they retracted it. A decade later, Kennedy joined a group called the World Mercury Project, which a few years later became the Children's Health Defense, which is a nonprofit that has been a principal promoter of misinformation about vaccines.
That's when it seems that he really got embedded in the anti-vax world.
Derek Barris has long tracked Kennedy's influence for his podcast Conspirituality, which is about the intersection of the wellness industry and online conspiracies.
You have Robert Kennedy, you have Del Bigtree, you have a number of people who have been doing that work for a long time, but COVID gave them the opportunity to have an even larger platform than they ever had.
Months before the COVID pandemic began, Kennedy met with anti-vaccine advocates on the island nation of Samoa, which had seen a huge drop in its vaccine rates after a medical mistake killed 2 children. In late 2019, there was a measles outbreak there. 83 people died, many of them young children. Kennedy later called the outbreak, quote, mild, and
wow,
denied playing any role.
Wow. And denied.
When
Okay, so that's where I wanted to stop it, because that one fact right there truly says it all about what a future RFK Jr. at the head of the HHS may have in store for the rest of the United States. Because if you if you proportionally transmit that, right? Like if you transpose those figures from Samoa onto the United States population, and just with measles, you have a huge fucking problem. Huge. 40. It doesn't sound like a lot. 43. But Samoa only has 41,000 children. Okay, so think about that. That's basically 1 in every 1,000 children died because of this, right? When you transpose that onto the United States population of children, which is 72 million children. I'm sorry, it was 83. Sorry, it was 83. Sorry, I misspoke. When you transpose that onto 72 million children, you're talking about over nearly 150,000 children, just on a proportional basis. If this were to have happened in the United States instead of Samoa, right? If RFK had the same effect that he did in Samoa that he had, in here that he had there, and and that's just measles, right? What if we get another COVID? What if we get another whatever, right? What if COVID, what I mean? Like, what if COVID comes back in a stronger way? I mean, it's kind of not likely. It's kind of, I mean, the flu, generally speaking, although I think there was a really bad research. Actually, I take that back. Point is that, like, say another pandemic happens in the next 4 years with that guy at the head of, I mean, the ramifications could be utterly horrifying. Because I can't remember exactly how many children died during, whatever, like 2020, 2021 time period. But Jesus Christ. Oh boy. How much worse would it be? That's the question I'm really asking right now. Don't take medical advice from a lawyer. It's probably a good idea. Now let's talk about a different medical situation that's going on. Specifically, Texas AG, what's his name? Oh, I cannot think of this asshole's name. Whatever. Texas is suing a doctor from New York who prescribed abortion pills. Just want to let that sink in for a second. Because remember, Donald Trump just got done saying that he wasn't planning on it, but he couldn't say for sure whether or not he would federally ban the abortion pill, right? But this is happening across state lines right now between Texas and New York, which has federal implications, I would point out. Let's go here. This is from 2 hours ago, CBS New York.
Texas has filed a blockbuster lawsuit against a doctor in New York for prescribing abortion pills. It's believed to be the first challenge in the U.S. to shield a law intended to protect doctors in states from being punished by other states with abortion bans. The lawsuit was filed against Dr. Margaret Daly Carpenter. In it, the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton claims Dr. Carpenter violated Texas law by providing abortion-inducing drugs to Texans through telehealth. Texas is seeking up to $250,000. That state bans abortion at all stages of pregnancy. Criminal charges are not a part of the case.
Well,
it's really interesting because
please hold, ladies. Please hold.
Talk about the attention that she has received.
God damn it! Quit fucking with my flow. But there we go. So that's sort of a. It's not even a preview. Well, it's kind of a preview of what we may have in store for us for the next 4 years, Probably a bunch of more of that stuff being empowered by the federal government, right? I mean, Donald Trump says he wants to leave it up to the states, right? And so I guess it'll be up to the states to fight between themselves. It'll be like what do you call it? It'll be like, each state will be like its own sort of fiefdom, with different sort of laws and rulers. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time, and we won't have a federal government anymore, aside from specifically just the Trump administration. And they'll execute whatever Donald Trump and his allies want done, I guess. It should be really interesting the next 4 years. All right, now while we're talking about women and issues women face, such as trying to get access to abortion, I figured we'd talk about a different actually a couple different issues on couple of different sort of women in the limelight. Let's start with this one, CNN, talking about Caitlin Clark and a recent post that she liked. Oh no, she liked a post on Twitter. I guess that means that right-wingers are about to have an explosion. Let's see how this goes.
It's really interesting because since she came into the league, we have to talk about the attention that she has received. She's a phenomenal player. I've never seen anybody shoot the ball the way she shoots the ball in the WNBA. I'm just being honest. She, early on in her collegiate career, reminded me of Steph Curry, and that's where all this attention came from. But before she entered a league that started in 1997, there were the Lisa Leslies and the Dawn Staleys and the Cheryl Swoops of it all who really built this league, and they weren't getting the attention because, let's face it, the league was built in a way in which it wasn't mainstream. And all she's simply saying is that I want to respect those who come before me. Now, conservatives do one of two things.
Yeah, and what is wrong with that? Seriously. The conservatives love the past. They love the past, but they hate when people recognize a certain parts of the past. You know, it's fascinating. You know, it really is. It's, you know, I feel like over the years it's become more and more evident exactly what's going on there with their selective love of history. Certain parts they just love, and then they hate it when people talk about any of the other sort of inconvenient counterparts of history.
Now it's time to do both. They're bullying her when she decides to just like a post.
It's incredibly rude.
Post about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. They
endorsing
unfollow her.
voting.
How dare she?
Like saying go vote. And then they unfollow her in droves. And then she says, you know what? I am so grateful for all this money I make. I'm making more money than most of these women will ever see in their lifetime because I am a great player, but I'm also...
He really doesn't know what to say about this. He really doesn't know what to say. They're upset. He knows he's upset about it. And Republicans are clearly upset. As like she said, they're unfollowing Caitlin Clark in droves now. She was their hero. Their first woman hero ever. And now she has crushed them. She's crushed their love of women's sports in one go by liking one post.
One that they are using as their message person, that they are using me as a conduit to get their message out. And she says, no, I don't want any of that. I'm grateful. And hopefully I can shine some attention on Bakari because no one's paying attention to Bakari. And so I'm going to give Bakari some attention because you know what? Thank you for keeping this league alive, Bakari. Everything that you've done has really got to the point where I can be here and benefit in this moment. And Megyn Kelly saying she's on a knee apologizing because she's white. She's acknowledging the reverse DEI that no one wants to talk about. She has a privilege. She has been in this league for a year, and she makes more money than the people who built this league, and she understands there's a reason. Not because she shoots the ball well. Yes, that also helps. But there's another reason, Scott. There's a reason that says I'm white, and it's a privilege, and people love me, and I'm okay with that, but I want to also acknowledge everyone else. Why is she being bullied?
Why is that wrong?
Why is she being bullied for acknowledging something that's smart, truth, and factual?
Well, a couple things. Number one, whether you're an athlete or anyone else, if I hear you use the phrase "my truth," I immediately then discount everything else you say because there isn't my truth or your truth. There's just the truth. And when you start using phrases like that, it tells me
that's not true.
Wow, dude. Wow. It's not possible for people to experience things different. Scott Jennings prefers homogeny. How dare you suggest that there's some sort of other truth than the truth that I recognize? That's not right.
That's too much, man!
There's just the truth. And when you start using phrases like that, it tells me that
not true.
Your brain has been captured by something that I don't really respect.
The brain capture.
Number two, the attention the league got this year was amazing, and it was all because of her. She is an amazing player. The arenas were full when she played in them. The TV ratings were up when she was on television. That's undeniable. But you know, the league still lost like $40 million this year. And it's never made money. And to me, when you're talking about having
what's his point?
People who built something, what did they build? A league that loses money?
Wow. So his point is that WNBA just sucks. It just sucks. That's what he's saying. And it doesn't make money. And why does it exist, I guess? He seems really really upset about this. Because I think that earlier, I think I heard him talk about this at one point. I can't remember when. But during all of this sort of Caitlin Clark talk, I think I heard him talk about just how much she was, how great she was.
She has the capacity.
What do you mean?
to
What do they build? What do you mean? What do they build?
What kind of a
Oh, that's what it
business
is.
do they build?
They've had a
Doesn't make
business
money.
model that has allowed.
So they can't have. So WNBA is not good without a star white woman. That's basically what he's saying. That's what Scott's saying, or whatever this fucking idiot's saying. Scott, yeah. Scott.
What do you mean? What do they build? What do you mean? What do they build?
What kind of a business did they build?
They've had a
Doesn't make
business
money.
model that has allowed women who have never had a professional sport here in America, in the United States of America, to play. They've kept it alive as opposed to sending them overseas. That's what she's built. That's what they've.
Yeah, Scott's saying, why does it need to exist if it doesn't make money? Come on. What's the point of anything existing if it's not making that cheddar?
This is the problem with the conversation about race in this country that we've never tackled. Because there are two things fundamentally wrong with what Scott said. The first is when you say things like my truth, right? And you just tune that out. My truth is just vastly different than yours. It's not just the truth.
I can't understand. What does that mean? What does that mean? My truth is different than yours. I've never heard something crazier. I can't understand that.
It's not just the truth.
Couldn't possibly
In fact,
put
one of the
myself in
things I would
somebody
like to
else's
just help you
shoes.
understand is that the definition of white supremacy, do you know what the definition of white supremacy is? It's when you feel like equality is oppression. And for some reason, it gets so entangled because people just simply want equality, and you feel like that's taking away something from you. I'm not dare saying that anybody at this table is a white supremacist, but what I am trying to do is at least educate you on what the truth is. And so we both come from different, we want the same America for our children, but we come from different places. We don't necessarily want equality. Some of us just want equity, right? And all I'm saying about Caitlin Clark
That's a different statement.
All I'm saying about
Jesus
it's not a
Christ.
different statement. All I'm saying about
Shut
Caitlin
the
Clark,
fuck up,
all I'm saying
Scott.
about Caitlin Clark is this. I have a bias against Caitlin Clark.
Yes,
just
you have
innately.
said it, yes.
And I want to be extremely clear because I'm a South Carolina Gamecock fan, and she took away one championship from us.
Oh.
Caitlin Clark knows something that this is the second point. The first point was my truth. The second point is, Scott, you cannot denigrate. You cannot simply say that Dawn Staley and Lisa Leslie and Cheryl Swoops and all these women who do something insanely better than all of us at this table did not build anything that you can't respect. Yet the league wasn't built in a way that would make money. That's not what it is.
That's not what it was for.
But these ladies gave their all. The Sue Birds of the world. I mean, we don't even talk about the.
You go down a list.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a long list.
But I
hoping that you're able to understand that.
But Scott, you're saying, but Scott, but Scott, it's disrespectful for you to say what have they built. There are little children right now, little girls at home hoping that they can play in what they call the WNBA. And the reason why it's still up and still running, whether it's losing money or not, is because of these black women who are in this.
Isn't it because of the investors?
No, Scott, stop it. You stop it now.
What a fucking turd.
Who pays for it?
I was in Dickey's Arena. Let me just tell you. I was in Dickey's Arena. I was in Dickey's Arena on Sunday because I travel, follow my Gamecocks basketball. Something fascinating happened. Dickey's Arena, TCU, right? Haley Van Lith. They averaged 2,000-3,000 people a game.
Yeah.
The Gamecocks came to town with Dawn Staley. You had 9,000 people in Dickey's Arena. You know who benefits from that? The concession workers, the city, etc. After the game, hundreds of people around there just to shake Dawn Staley's hand. What you have to understand, and we have to get out of this, is there's a level of empathy that we have to have and understanding that we have to have, and we have to just stop being so abrasive, caught in these social media moments when we're talking about issues of race.
This is exactly what I was about to say, which is that, listen, Jeff and Scott, my dear colleagues, you don't have to defend this.
You don't.
Okay?
You could just say
it doesn't have to be. Defend what? You know, the idea that Caitlin Clark should be denigrated for simply saying that she entered a league that other players who came before her were black, helped build. There's nothing controversial about that, and it doesn't need to be.
It feels so bland.
Yeah, she
it's
doesn't
like
need to
bland
be.
and gracious.
Why are people attacking her for that? I don't understand.
I don't know. I feel like it says more about the people who are getting offended by it than her.
I think they're just disappointed that she appears to have been captured by the woke mob.
Oh, there it is. Oh, captured. She's been captured by the woke mob, the people who recognize anything but white history.
Follow the rich white man.
Have been captured by the woke mob.
You don't like the word
and here's the disappointment.
It's the white privilege. Let him articulate this because I want to learn something.
I feel a little bad for her because she's going to learn that it will never be enough, no matter how much of the phrasing, no matter how much of the groveling.
I'm sorry.
It will never be enough for the people in that league.
Wow. Wow.
You assume
they hate her guts.
Wow. Her respecting people is the same as groveling, right? Respect. That's disgusting, right? That's pure. That's some pure racist talk right there. It makes me sick to my stomach hearing people say stuff like that, right? Because what he's essentially saying is that respecting black players is the same thing as lowering yourself, right? He's saying that is shameful for you to respect black players who helped build a league that you're playing in, right?
Why do you assume that she is trying to pander? Isn't it also...
Because I hear the language.
Scott,
it's the language of the
pandering.
pandering.
It's the language of the
pandering. For
pandering.
1 second, everybody, right?
My
this is not
God,
a conversation about wokeness, about my truth, about all that stuff, okay? I know that these are buzzwords on the internet. This is a young woman who's working in a league where she has colleagues. She said something about her place in that league. Why do you think automatically that it can't possibly be genuine?
It's the equivalent of me saying, you know why I wanted to be a journalist? Because I saw Barbara Walters on television. Because I saw someone that I really...
He just first thought of this. Oh my God. Did you see that? Look, hold on. Let me watch that again. Look what happens to his face when she says that. He's like, yeah, I never thought of that. I never thought of that. A black person could be inspired by a white person in history? And it could also be vice versa. And they're like the same thing? So weird.
It's the equivalent of me.
Never thought of it before.
I wanted to be a journalist because I saw Barbara Walters on television. Because I saw someone that I really admired, and I liked the way she stood
Just
up
broke
for
him
herself.
inside.
It's the equivalent of me saying, you know who else I like, and go down a list of women who don't look like me, who do exactly what I do now, who gave me the dream, who gave me the opportunity. No one's offended by that statement because I am talking about the work ethic, I'm talking about the quality of what they do, and I'm talking about the ability to see the dream, and it is possible. She grew up watching Maya Moore, who happens to be black. And she said, when I saw Maya Moore, and my dad would drive me an hour away to see Maya Moore play, I was like, is this a real thing? Can I live in this world? It's no different.
All right, let me let you get the very last word.
Well, it's a good question. When I hear the phrase white privilege, sports is the one place where nobody on the field has any privilege at all.
Bullshit.
He doesn't get extra points.
Bullshit. That is bullshit. Okay? There is literally a ton of evidence showing that the amount of time and effort and money and resources the parents have to put into a kid's athletic career are incredibly important to their outcome in those sorts of things. I mean, first off, it's an incredibly competitive place, right? You have to, I mean, sure, of course, there are some things that may be inherent to a person, but the point is there's absolutely people with privilege like on the field, the privilege that got them there. You know, I mean, my God. What if your parents didn't have time to take you to football practice or basketball practice, right? Or whatever else, you know, because they were working, they were both working or whatever, you know, it's like, of course there's privilege. How can he not see that? It's fascinating. Okay, now let's talk about another woman. A woman who I believe has been criticizing Caitlin Clark. This isn't about her criticism of that person. But in fact, this is a discussion of her leaving a famous media organization. That's right. Brett Cooper. Ben Shapiro's clone. Who wound up being a woman. Who they got in the Daily Wire to get some of that extra content in there. It's one of the, you know, fascinating examples of scientific breakthroughs, really. Okay, I'm obviously kidding. I'm sure she's not actually Ben Shapiro's clone, but we all know that she wore a yarmulke and did a Ben Shapiro impression. Ben could basically be completely hands-off over there at the Daily Wire. But unfortunately for them, that trajectory that no longer exists, it would seem, as she has left the Daily Wire. What? Suddenly. Let's talk about it.
Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community, and telling stories and sharing the truth.
Yes, I feel your pain, Hassan. This is tough.
Braver, more articulate, more thoughtful,
We're being,
more hopeful than I could have ever imagined.
We're losing a hero.
Together. And I'm grateful that
a great woman of valor.
Platform to grow this community.
Where's Weeby? Weeby, are you okay? Weeby, are you all right? I know you haven't been around in a while because you were probably spending all of that spare time moderating the Brett Cooper subreddit. Wait, where's she going? Do we know? Why did she leave? TYT, shut the up, Chad. She's not going to TYT. No, I doubt it.
Could be. Hey, I don't know. It's a possibility.
I'm not gonna lie. I did feel like she was.
They have been doing a bit of a shift.
The franchise a little bit, especially as of late. I don't know how well she was doing recently, but last time I checked in with the comment section with what do you call it, Brett Cooper? Like, look at that. This has 81,000 views in an hour. Like 4.5 million views. Her videos outperform Ben Shapiro's videos by pretty substantial margins. Today's kids are shockingly out of control. 900,000 views. Did Trump make a mistake? 306,000 views. Like, she outperforms me. She gaps me. She gaps Ben. I think she's probably going solo dolo. She has been destroying most other commentators on her own network too. Ryan hired her to be a combat reporter for DropSite. Yeah, she's going to DropSite. She's going to Zateo. She's going to do a partnership with DropSite and Zateo.
And Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, welcome to the fold.
Her channel has been doing numbers. And I think a big part of that obviously is because it's like mass, serialized, well-produced content overall. I don't agree with the sentiment she expresses.
Yeah, I'm not that far away from her. I'm a B-.
You know, with a lot of money, the right does have a better job
so of course
of elevating talent. Who do you think our audience is? Front selfie dads? I just can't figure out who this is for besides Weeby. I mean, there is clearly an audience for this content, and I think it's probably like horny millennial and older dads.
Yeah, definitely.
Like right wing. I mean, look, let's look at one of their like banner videos and see who's
people,
watching in the comments.
Honestly,
today's kids are shockingly out of control.
I'll take it one step further. Okay, I think what follow me here. I think what Brett Cooper gives the groups that he just mentioned, conservative, divorced dads and millennials, is, I think what it presents is actually to a seemingly a very large audience, because she's, like he said, she's getting a ton of views. I think it's she allows closeted Republican men who have strong sexual urges about Ben Shapiro to feel okay about those urges while watching this other person. I mean, once, like I said, she was basically just a clone of Ben. So, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Maybe they like her commentary and her brain and words and thoughts. But I think it's that.
And see who was watching in the comments. Today's kids are shockingly out of control. Send the bill for all damaged goods to her parents' guardians. Not disciplining your children is a form of neglect or abuse. Do you think these are Zoomers that are watching? Little girl was throwing glass, which is a danger to herself and others. Meanwhile, parents are getting arrested for letting 11-year-olds walk by the corner store by themselves. Is pure insanity. Discipline your children. Like, no, they're older people. I have a few family members, Zoomer and late millennial, who are very into her show, both men. She's a much more pleasant face to all of the madness that Ben Shapiro and all of the hatred that Ben Shapiro represents. And I think she also does a decent job of covering not immediately political subject matter, but with a very obvious, sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle right-wing tilt. And I think that goes a long way. That's what it is. The right has more will to pump money in that talent. The left has a belief that it must happen organically. Rare third post. What do you think? Yes, the right understands the value of propaganda. They are very effective at it. They put a lot of money into it because they recognize the value that propaganda has, because they know that their positions are oftentimes not great. This last week of coverage over the healthcare CEO shooter is a glaringly obvious indication of such things, because when people in a rare moment of clarity recognize who's actually harmed.
Okay, all right. Anyway, we will find out later where it is Brett is going. I considered watching Candace Owens' take on this. Unfortunately, it was incredibly boring and cringy. And so we're just gonna skip past that. Yeah, Brett, gone forever. I keep forgetting your emotional support characters. I am sorry. 10, 10, 8. You will get them shortly, very shortly. But we will keep an eye on where it is Brett goes, what she does with her future podcastering career. Now let's talk about some of the nominees that Donald Trump has been putting forward and what their path looks like in getting those nominations secured by the Senate, as well as what Americans may or may not think about this, about some of these nominations. Start this off with AP on all of this here. What Americans think.
Several of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks are facing scrutiny, and a new AP Norc poll finds that some Americans need convincing on his choices, too. About half of Americans are not at all confident that Trump will appoint well-qualified people for his cabinet and other positions. And Americans are still developing opinions about several of his nominees, including his pick to lead the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and his choice for intelligence chief, Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I'm rolling a D20, just multiple times. Did you not know that? That's an integral part of our emotional support character thing. It's the universe that decides, not me, what emotional support characters that we get. That's why we use chance for these decisions. It only made sense. So that's why we have 20 emotional support characters waiting for us over here. You see them? They're just waiting, watching the news right along with us, you know, maybe having a drink, cocktail, snack, a light lunch, perhaps. You know, as you can see, they have the news portal directly behind the booths back there, so they can come assist us at any time when we need them. All right, we have a literal universe of support. All right, back to approval ratings on these people.
10 Americans strongly
21% approval.
Appointing Gabbard and Hegseth to his administration.
It's not great.
While about 1/3
17% approval for Pete.
And the rest don't have an opinion.
So bad.
Approval is a bit higher for Marco Rubio, Trump's choice for Secretary of State.
How much higher?
About 3 in 10 Americans.
31%. Ooh, big numbers for Marco.
Disapprove, and the rest don't have an opinion. Views of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's been nominated to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, are a little more settled and a little more negative. Okay. About 3 in 10 Americans approve of his appointment.
He's got the biggest disapproval numbers, though. I would point that out. Go back. You'll see he's got the biggest of the disapproval. He might have, you know, contention level approval numbers, at least as it relates to the Trump nominees. But he's also maybe number 1 in disapproval, I think. Because so many people know of and are just utterly confused, shocked, whatever. Pick an adjective on this guy. Let's go on to talk about this a little bit more depth. But more, let's talk about what sort of what is it that, you know, Republicans are willing to spend on these nominees, one way or another, whether it's approving them or disapproving of them. I think they're all going to kind of take hits for some of these approvals for different reasons, but we will see what all goes on with that. Let's go to Mark Wayne Mullins, who, you know,
I don't want reality.
Doesn't want reality, but let's see how he sees reality right now. Go web go.
President-elect Trump has such an ambitious agenda and so much that he's asking from the U.S. Senate. I think Senator Cornyn earlier today talked about how you guys are going to have to balance that with some of these nominations that could take some time. And he's sort of asked, you know, Trump has to decide how much political capital he wants to put on some of these nominees that could be a struggle, could have really, really tough hearings. I mean, are you thinking about that? Like, some of them, these hearings could go on, the FBI investigations could go on and on and on. How much political capital do you want to spend on some of these folks?
I don't think the FBI investigation will go on very long. They're going to do the background check and report back to us. Then we can go through the process pretty quick. As far as the political capital, the only one I was concerned about the president spending political capital on was Matt Gaetz. He's no longer in the picture, right? So Pam's going to go through just fine. Cash is going to go through just fine. Tulsi, I mean, all these individuals got to come up here and earn the vote and keep the nose off the board. Pete has done a phenomenal job getting up here and taking the fight straight to the senator's office. It's not, you know, his nomination, as he said and we've said, it isn't decided in the media. It's decided in those one-on-one meetings that he's having.
So yeah, Margo Mullins, like he said, he thinks that these nominations, like Kash Patel, which are utterly insane, are going to go through just breezingly. Republican, he knows that they're going to have a majority in the Senate next year, and he foresees no problems. And he thinks all these guys, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, they're all perfectly great, and it's got nothing to do with their qualifications. It's whether or not they're willing to come up and get their noses off the board by shoving them directly up Markwayne Mullins's and other Republican senators' asses. That's how you get your nose off the board. You gotta lodge it up the asses of the senators, and then you can get those sweet, sweet nominations approved.
Feel the difference between this week versus next week with Pete. Pete has done a phenomenal job on earning that vote every time he's gone into a meeting, and there's not one single Republican that's opposed any of these nominations that are out there right now.
Well, you said that earlier. You said it's not about getting yeses right now. It's about trying to keep the nose.
Yeah, keeping the nose off the board.
Keep the nose off the board. That's right. Up my butt.
What have you heard from rank and file FBI agents in terms of Mr. Patel, as opposed to, say, leadership over at the FBI? Do you see sort of a dichotomy as far as Mr. Patel is concerned, as far as those two factions are concerned?
Not really.
Not really. Not really. Not really. Not a big deal.
I don't want reality.
Not a big deal. Whatever. All right. Thanks, Mark. Not a big deal that Kash Patel wants to come in and persecute just basically just the whole government for having disobeyed Donald Trump, I guess. Oh, boy. Fascinating. Now, there is a different thing going. Actually, wait a second. This is in the wrong order. Why are these in this order? This is wrong. Everything about this is wrong. All right, let's go here. See what Senate Republicans had to say about some things recently. It's from, I think, 3 days ago.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. As most of you know, last week we held an issues conference with Republican senators where we talked about the path forward. We talked about confirming President Trump's nominees so they can hit the ground running and begin to implement his agenda. And we talked about our legislative agenda.
I hate Joni. Hate her face.
Ground running and begin to implement his agenda. And we talked about our legislative agenda for next year as well. And the one thing I can tell you coming out of that conference is Republicans united around making sure that President Trump's nominees are put in place and ready to roll up their sleeves and go to work, and that we also are prepared to take care of the people's business in this country.
So yeah, as he says, he believes that they're taking care of the people's business. They're gonna do everything Donald Trump wants, get his nominees through. Whatever they gotta do to prove their loyalty, to make sure they don't make that Kash Patel list, they're gonna do. Because that's the interesting thing about this, because once Kash Patel is in there, Republicans are, in a way, kind of, some of them are in some hot water. If you recall, that list that we went through, it's got some Republican names on there. Some former Trump appointees who didn't do Trump's bidding quite well enough. AG Bill Barr. I mean, a bunch of it was fascinating. Remember going through that list, everyone? I do. I still haven't made a fucking clip vid of it. That's my fault. I've been a little depressed, a little sad. I'm trying to figure out with YouTube paying me later than I thought they're going to. Kind of making Christmas time difficult. Trying to figure out how to get my fucking bills paid here coming up. By the way, you could help if you have the financial means by supporting the Galactic News Network in many of the ways we have available to you. Not a big deal. Everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Let's keep talking about stuff that's happening in Congress. One member of Congress, a number of members of Congress are very upset as recent threats against their life have occurred. And they are, boy are they are upset. And they don't know why Democrats aren't taking it more serious. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We have had threats against my district staff, and that's something that's never okay with me. I accept that people are going to be upset with me sometimes, particularly if we're not politically aligned, but threatening my staff is something that's a hard red line.
Yeah, they're very real. They're so real that an innocent woman in my hometown was killed this past weekend when officers were responding to a pipe bomb threat at my house.
Wow.
You know,
I actually missed that piece of news, but apparently Marjorie's life was genuinely in danger earlier this week. That's what she said, right? Earlier this week. Let's listen to that again. But Marjorie Taylor Greene just said that a police officer just died going to defuse a bomb at her house. I need to hear that again.
Is something that's a hard red line.
Yeah, they're very real. They're so real that an innocent woman in my hometown was killed this past weekend when officers were responding to a pipe bomb threat at my house.
That is incredibly serious. My gosh. Oh, God. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene has always taken acts of violence or threats of violence against other senators and representatives. She's not a senator, of course, but other government representatives very seriously, right? Right? Wait, hold on. Let me just check real quick. I'm sure there's some footage of her being very concerned about, I don't know, say Nancy Pelosi and her husband being attacked by a hammer. Oh, nope. Weird. Couldn't find any her being concerned about any of her Democratic colleagues receiving threats or actually having them being attacked physically. But I'm sure that now that it's happened to her, she will apply this kind of stuff across the board. These sorts of concerns.
You know, political violence is unacceptable, and I think we have serious issues with it.
Look, I mean, there's just an increasing level of violence, and I guess the one thing that does frustrate me is Republicans will always speak up when that violence is aimed at Republicans, okay? You know, and
yes, exactly. Should be interesting. Should be interesting. We'll keep our eye out for that. Now, you know, we've talked in the past on a number of occasions how it's probably bad for the future to have the majority of our government be run by elderly people, right? And that it should probably be a much more diverse set of ages and should in fact represent the, you know, broader public and perhaps a more forward-looking picture. Well, one thing happens when you get old, you know, not everybody. You know, if you stay physically fit, may not happen to you as much. But, you know, if you're stressed out a lot, if you're not eating right, if you're not, you know, taking care of yourself, you're not exercising, you know, taking your doctor's advice and stuff like that, well, it can lead to, you know, and even with that said, old age will also take its toll, regardless, right? And the body the body deteriorates over time. And, well, a number of senators in the recent days have been having some issues. Start with Mitch McConnell.
Anti-Semitogen.
Yes, anti-Semitogen, Mitch.
Bit of breaking news to bring to you right now. We've gotten word that Republican leader Mitch McConnell has taken a fall. It happened during the Senate Republican lunch today. 2 medical responders were seen briefly entering the office. Afterward, they have now left. Our Jay O'Brien is on the Hill. Jay, what more do we know?
Yeah, Kira, we know essentially what you know, which is that Mitch McConnell had that fall during the weekly Senate Republican lunch. Obviously, it was in the view of the Senate Republican Conference and his colleagues. He is currently in his office. Last we were aware, he was visited briefly by 2 medical responders who went into his office, briefly visited with McConnell, and then left. John Thune, who's the
I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's just I'm getting a little old. I've been very busy trying to prevent the government from doing its job. Very difficult. Okay, I need a nap. Okay,
All right, now, it's not just Mitch who's actually having trouble here. You might have picked up on that by my use of plural verbiage. Another senator, actually, just yesterday. This story was from a couple of days ago. I'm sorry, not yesterday. This happened today. Ah, boy, another senator took another fall. Someone who I'm sure many in this chat and around the world, especially in the United States, I'm sure their hearts go out to this person. I'm sure they're very upset. That's right. None other than Nancy Ice Cream Pelosi fell on an official trip to Luxembourg. She's now been hospitalized over this fall. Let's hear what AP's got on this.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been hospitalized after she sustained an injury during an official engagement in Luxembourg, according to a spokesperson. Pelosi, who is 84, was in Europe to mark the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge in World War II. Her spokesman said in a statement that she is currently receiving excellent treatment with doctors and medical professionals and is unable to attend the remainder of events on her trip. He did not describe the nature of the injury, but a person familiar with the incident said that Pelosi tripped and fell while at an event with other members of Congress. Pelosi, who was first elected in 1987 and served as Speaker twice,
1987.
has remained active since she left the top job.
40 years she's been in government.
In public and in private. Last summer, she was instrumental in her party's behind.
40 years she's been in government, and for 40 years, people's healthcare has gotten worse. People's wages have gone down relative to productivity. What else has happened during those 4 years? My God. Ah, boy. Wow, Nancy. Well, I hope she's fine. I hope she's doing okay. But at least for now, we don't know what's going on with her. And she's in the hospital trying to get better, apparently. Yeah, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, Nancy. All right, let's go to a different lawmaker, Jamie Raskin, who was at a... what was this? God, I can't remember. This meeting, this hearing was on. I can't remember if this was just on the post office or not, but he was speaking to Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, and he had some real, I guess you might call them criticisms for the way that Postmaster DeJoy has been running the post office and the sort of track record that it's had ever since he got in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. DeJoy and Ms. Hull, for joining us here today to discuss the state of the U.S. Postal Service. When the Continental Congress established it, it was more than just a horseback-driven system for sending personal letters. The post office created the communications network that made the committees of correspondence possible, that integrated the strategies of military commanders with public servants, and that established the National Postal Roads Transportation Network. The post office also promoted the free press by ensuring the very low-cost distribution of news to the public at special rates. A luminary no less striking than Benjamin Franklin, the inventor of the electric lightning rod, the lending library, the volunteer fire department, and the bifocals, became the first postmaster general to improve delivery routes and to speed up service to connect the new nation. 249 years later, the Postal Service is still an essential institution for Americans. Its mission is set forth in the Constitution. It's laid out in specifics in federal code, which charges the Postal Service with providing prompt, reliable, and efficient services to patrons in all areas, and shall render postal service to all communities. During COVID, the Postal Service was ranked America's most essential institution. People rely on the Postal Service to transact critical business, including bank statements and legal notices, life-saving prescription medicines, and notifications of data breaches. The Postal Service can reach every address in America, 167 million residences, businesses, and P.O. boxes. Its value is essential to the economy and the society, especially to people who live in the most hard-to-reach rural places. Efficiency, reliability, and stability are critical to meeting the needs of the public and require...
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Hold on. Let me get ahead of this. I forgot that he goes on about the important parts of the post office, which, of course, I think most people know just how important the post office is here. So I think I'll go a little ahead here to where he starts going in on Lewis.
Disastrous decline in on-time delivery in many regions of the country.
Oops, sorry. Let me go back. 30 seconds here.
From vulnerable to waste, fraud, and abuse, and getting off that list is indeed hard to accomplish. Despite all these bipartisan efforts, it seems that Postmaster DeJoy has failed to use all of this new discretion and resources effectively. His changes to the delivery network have resulted in a disastrous decline in on-time delivery in many regions of the country. And we members of Congress hear about it all the time from our constituents. The lost paychecks, the bills that go unpaid because they're never delivered, the business chaos, the personal disruptions. Bipartisan concerns now about DeJoy's plan changes prompted a delay in the activation of mail processing and delivery hubs through the end of the election and holiday season. The Postmaster General anticipated that these delays would be temporary and all in service of getting the Postal Service to break even financially. 3 years into his plan, however, the financial condition of the Postal Service is astoundingly bad and much worse than all of his initial projections. Postmaster DeJoy projected in his original Delivering for America plan that the Postal Service would reach break even by 2023 or 2024. Instead, the Postal Service's net loss of $950 million from operations in FY 2022 increased to a whopping $9.5 billion net loss
what?
in FY 2024.
Jesus Christ! I thought Louis DeJoy was supposed to make the post office a business. I thought it was supposed to be making money as losing billions of dollars a year. Come on, Louis. What the fuck is the problem? Can't even deliver. It would maybe make more sense if they were delivering packages and letters, but they weren't even doing that well. So what in the fuck is going on, Louis? Remember, of course, Louis DeJoy was a Trump appointee. Donald Trump thought that Louis DeJoy and his business experience would be able to solve all of the problems at the post office and the very important jobs that it serves. But, of course, it has gone exactly not according to plan. Or unless the plan was to ruin it, which I think many of us would probably argue may very well have been the plan from the beginning. Now, yesterday we talked about how the House of Representatives passed the $900 billion military budget for year 2025, I believe. It has now, of course, as bills do, gone from the House to the Senate. And one particular senator had some words to say about that. Let's see who it is.
Mr. President, as the holiday season approaches, it is an appropriate time to talk about our national priorities, where we are as a nation, and where we should be going into the future. Right now, tonight, as we assemble here in Washington, D.C., there are thousands of people in this city and in the surrounding areas who are sleeping out on the streets. And that is not just Washington, D.C., it is almost every major city in the country. And when we talk about the housing crisis, it's not just homelessness, it is a reality that millions of people in Vermont and throughout this country are paying 40, 50, 60% of their limited incomes for housing. We have a major housing crisis. We need to invest in low-income and affordable housing. Mr. President, today in the United States, in the richest country in the history of the world, which today has more income and wealth inequality than it has ever had, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, and millions of workers are earning starvation wages, barely enough to stay alive. The time is long overdue when we talk about our national priorities, that this Congress pass a livable minimum wage, raise that minimum wage to a livable level so that no worker in this country who works 40 hours a week lives in poverty. Not a radical idea. Mr. President, in the United States today, we have a broken and dysfunctional healthcare system whose major function is not to provide quality, affordable care to our people, but to make billions in profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. And the truth is that while 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, while 60,000 die each year because they don't get to a doctor on time, the insurance companies and the drug companies make tens of billions of dollars a year in profit. Mr. President, the time is long overdue for the United States to do what every other major country on earth does, and that is to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. And in my view, the most efficient way to do that is to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Mr. President, unbelievably, in this wealthy nation, in which 3 people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any developed country on earth. And on top of that, millions of parents, working class parents, cannot find affordable or quality child care.
Well, there you go. That's what Bernie basically had to say. I mean, he had a lot more to say. Went on for 23 minutes. And, at some point he gets onto the fact that he's not voting for this bill. But I think it's more important to talk about the things that we're not doing because we're spending all of that money, to be honest. all of the things that people are going without because we have to spend $1 trillion every year on our military budget. Stuff like healthcare, childcare, all these things that he was talking about. And that should be the focus of the federal government, not, just, maintaining the largest military force on the planet year in, year out. We're going to have to combine the business stories with the environmental story half today. I mean, because, we got to take a little break here. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And while you're doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways to contribute. We got YouTube, we got Twitch, we got Cash App, we got PayPal, and we got Patreon, of course. Patreon, you can get the most space benefits available to you for the money. $3 a month will get you an avatar on the stream, a shout out, and much, much more. What else? Oh yeah, YouTube, we got all the cool stuff. Well, not all the cool stuff yet. Of course, we don't have the memberships still, somehow. I don't understand why. We got the super chats, we got the super stickers, and something called gifts. I don't know what that means. I haven't seen one yet. But, yeah, we got that all going on. If you don't want benefits, you don't want cool stuff, you can just give me money directly on Cash App or PayPal. Alright, chat, enjoy this space intermission. I'll be right back.
Wealthy campaign contributors and the top 1%. Defense Authorization Act, which provides some $900 billion for the Department of Defense, less than $895.2 billion in spending on nuclear weapons and emergency defense funding is included. The United States spent this year close to $1 trillion on the military. Capitol Hill, somehow or enough, there is more than enough money for Congress to provide them with virtually everything that they need. The military-industrial complex speaks, and Congress responds. Mr. President, of that nearly $1 trillion that will be voted on in the next few days, about half will go to a handful of hugely profitable defense contractors. The Pentagon accounts for about 2/3 of all federal contracting, obligating more money every year than all civilian federal agencies combined. Yet the Pentagon remains the only major federal agency that cannot pass an independent audit. The Department of Defense still cannot accurately account for their finances more than 30 years after Congress made it a requirement under federal law. In the most recent failed audit attempt, the Department of Defense still could not fully account for huge portions of its more than $4 trillion in assets. The GAO, the Government Accountability Office, reports that the Defense Department cannot accurately post transactions to the correct accounts. Each year, auditors find billions of dollars the Pentagon didn't even know it had. In fiscal year 2022, Navy auditors found $4.4 billion in untracked inventory. They just lost it. Hey, what's $4 billion among friends when you got $1 trillion to play with? Mr. President, I don't often agree with Elon Musk.
Honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our compatriots along with us. Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our compatriots along with us. They're going to do a beautiful job for you for the next 4 years. And it's really been something very special. And I have to say, Time Magazine getting this honor for the second time. I think I like it better this time, actually. But we did a good job. We had a great first term, despite a lot of turmoil caused unnecessarily. But the media's tamed down a little bit. They're liking us much better now, I think. If they don't, we'll have to just take them on again, and we don't want to do that. But I do want to thank Time Magazine. I've been on the cover many times. I don't know who has the record, but I can only probably talk well about 25% of the covers. 25% are great. The others I just sort of hide. But it's been an honor, and every time it's an honor, I will tell you. And thank you very much for doing it.
I forgot I was muted. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. I'm here. I am here. You're not losing your mind. So yeah, Donald Trump was named Person of the Year by Time Magazine. Does anybody read Time Magazine anymore? Is it just for the yearly award now? I'm a little confused about what they are as a publication. All right. Let's go here. Let's go to Canada. Well, technically, this is sort of a Canada-US story. But a federal judge has blocked a merger between grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons. Let's talk about that one real quick. Wait, that's not the right one.
Let's keep this conversation going.
That's the wrong one. There we are. Okay. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Charlie. That lemon is very cute. Thank you for the positive citrus fruit.
We're following breaking news. A federal judge has blocked the merger of grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons after a 3-week hearing, at least for now. The FTC sued over the $25 billion deal in February, asking that it be put on hold to allow more time for an FTC administrative judge to look into the impacts the merger could have. It claims allowing Kroger and Albertsons to come together would lead to less competition in the grocery industry and higher prices. Kroger and Albertsons employ mostly unionized workers. They argued they wanted to be more competitive against non-union giants such as Walmart, Amazon, and Costco. The FTC released a statement saying, quote, today's win protects competition in the grocery market, which will prevent prices from rising even more. The statement win makes it clear that strong, reality-based antitrust enforcement delivers real results for consumers, workers, and small business.
Yeah, I think this is actually a good thing. And what that's interesting is that I believe Albertsons is alleging that Kroger is actually, during the process of the merger, that they committed some sort of negligence, or not negligence, like intentional acts that caused the merger not to happen. So they're suing. I believe it's a very rare thing for this to happen, but they are suing Kroger, I believe, for billions of dollars in damages. All right, now let's go on to another Canadian story before we move on to this discussion of Amazon and Jeff Bezos and all of that. If you haven't heard, I'd be shocked because we've definitely talked about it in the past, but there is still a postal worker strike and a sort of ongoing labor dispute between the union and the what's it called, the Post in Canada, and there's been some stuff going on about that. Figured we'd watch this to clear up perhaps some
What
things.
we heard from the labor minister earlier when he was making the announcement is that what he's been told is that the two sides, your union and Canada Post, were actually moving farther and farther apart as the 4 weeks went on. Is that an accurate description of where you all were?
No, it was not an accurate description. We actually lowered our wage request, and we're also working with Canada Post to give them the weekend delivery model, which they already have, but to help them get to the weekend delivery model that they were looking at.
So what's next? What are you hoping to do come Monday?
Well, for us, we're going to follow the process that was put in place. We're not happy with it whatsoever because this is an attack on all labor across this country. We have seen this minister and this government use this process too many times to take away workers' rights because the entire time we've been telling the media that this is what Canada Post was waiting for. They were sitting back waiting for government intervention because they knew at the bargaining table, as well as arbitration, they could not got our collective agreements the way they wanted to. They were getting paid their full salary throughout this entire time and possibly get their Christmas bonuses. When I hear you talk about how the Canadian public has been suffering, we have empathy for the Canadian public, but also 55,000 postal workers have stood on picket lines across this country to ensure that retirees, current postal workers, and the next generation of postal workers could have good jobs within communities because taxpayers do not pay our wages, but we are taxpayers within the communities which we live and we work.
Yep. And the company and the media has not been portraying the right message. They are claiming that the workers' union was somehow not being very what's the word? The conciliatory, like they were unwilling to work with them at the bargaining table, but in fact they were doing the opposite of that. They were making concessions on their demands to hopefully push the deal forward. And yet it was really just the Canada Post that was, moving further and further away and sort of stopping this deal from happening, keeping Canadians from getting their mail. All right, now let's talk about this. Let's talk about how Jeff Bezos stealing Christmas and is giving some of the proceeds of that stolen Christmas to Donald Trump. Start here at More of a Perfect Union.
Shop great deals now on Amazon.
Woo! Every package we deliver with pain and suffering.
This is my third holiday I'm giving to Amazon. I haven't been around for Thanksgiving or Christmas.
It's constant speed up for the holidays.
It's like twice as dangerous, I would say, because everyone's moving twice as fast and there's twice as much work.
Every horror story you read about Amazon is true, but worse. And that is why I voted yes for the strike.
Workers at the only unionized Amazon warehouse are going on strike during the company's busiest season.
Ultimately, Amazon only speaks one language, and that's money. We're going to hit them where it hurts until they decide it's time to come to the table.
Workers with the ALU plan to strike the JFK 8 facility on Staten Island later in December.
We can't wait anymore.
We're not joking around here.
Right now, it is peak season at Amazon. It's Amazon's most profitable time of year.
Well, it's pretty typical of Amazon to call mandatory overtime every holiday season.
They've been asking for us to work 11.5-hour days, 5 days a week.
With the mandatory overtime. Mandatory. Forced. It's another word for forced labor.
Mandatory overtime every holiday season.
They've been asking for us to work 11.5-hour days, 5 days a week.
With the lunch break, it's a 12-hour and 30-minute shift, so you're there majority of the day, majority of the week.
They have no right to demand that of their workers when they could fulfill those same roles with voluntary extra time and surge pay for the workers that want to take it on.
Oh yeah, like
exacerbates,
like a voluntary thing, like a capitalist bargain, if you will, like a market of labor.
And surge pay for the workers that want to take it on.
Workers say peak season exacerbates existing safety issues.
It's extremely chaotic, especially at that time. Management is really looking to push numbers. That means cutting a lot of corners, bending the rules, pushing conditions that are unsafe.
I mean, a lot of times the conveyor belts get backed up, so you're packing boxes, but you can't even put them on the conveyor belt. You're forced to build up stacks of boxes around you. There's no room on the floor to walk. Yeah, just safety hazards everywhere.
Despite employing only 36% of warehouse workers in 2022, Amazon was responsible for 53% of all injuries in the warehouse industry.
Amazon is fine to let people die in the wake of tornadoes and any kind of natural disaster for their profits. And we, as Amazon workers, know what we deserve. And we're not going to take it anymore.
Workers at the JFK 8 Amazon warehouse on Staten Island voted to unionize in 2022, but they still don't have a contract.
Amazon is pretending like it never happened.
Their stance is we don't exist.
And they ignore everything from the NLRB.
And right now they're in federal court arguing that unions are unconstitutional.
Amazon is one of the wealthiest companies in the world. They can keep us in court for the rest of time. The only thing that will get them to negotiate a union contract with us is impacting their bottom line.
We've pledged several hundred workers so far to participate, and we're still working and organizing and building up our structure in JFK.
So yeah, these workers, the boroughs here are trying to all go on a strike during Christmas because they're not being not being treated fairly. They're being treated like fucking slaves. Forced overtime on holidays? Come on. Alright, now let's talk about what Jeff Bezos has been doing with some of this extra money he's been getting during the holidays. Well, workers are forced to struggle. Well, he's taking a little trip, as it turns out.
Right, at this stage, we're just 38 days away from President-elect Donald Trump's return to the White House. This morning, he's back in Florida after ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange and being honored as Time's Person of the Year. All of that happening yesterday. He's expected to host several high-profile meetings at his Mar-a-Lago estate in the coming days, including one with this man, Amazon founder and Washington Post owner Jeff Bezos. CBS News political reporter Libby Cathy joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. Libby, this is interesting. Bezos also donating money to Trump's inauguration. What can you tell us about their relationship and how typical this type of thing is?
Yeah, good morning, Errol. Learning last night that Amazon donating $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund and giving another $1 million as an in-kind contribution via way of streaming the inauguration on Amazon Prime. Now, as you kind of note, Jeff Bezos and Trump have had a rocky relationship through the years. But this donation coming on the heels of Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Meta, also visiting Mar-a-Lago over the last month, having dinner with President-elect Trump. And out of that meeting, also donating a $1 million donation, kind of seeing these tech companies really...
It's so great for them, right? They can just take what is essentially the yearly salary of 28 of their workers and just hand it over to the next leader of the country so that they can get preferential treatment that, of course, their workers could never get. Truly disgusting.
For lack of a better phrase, get in line with President.
Because I did the math on it, right? $1 million equals 27.7, right? 7 repeating. Worker salaries, because the average Amazon worker gets about $36,000 before taxes for an entire year.
Out of some fear of retribution when you have some of Trump's picks like Kash Patel, who have said on podcasts that they plan to go after companies like Amazon and Meta. So that overnight, Jeff Bezos, obviously the owner of Amazon, also the owner of the Washington Post. That's one of the reasons Trump and him have had tiffs throughout the years. Trump has criticized that cover.
I'm sure he'll bring up the fact that he forced his workers at the Washington Post not to do what they'd done for decades, which was to endorse a particular political candidate for the presidential election. They did not do that in the 2024 election because specifically Jeff Bezos told a journalistic outlet what to do.
Follow the rich white man.
Jeff Bezos has joked before that he will send Trump to space with his company Blue Origin. I should also note Blue Origin has a lot of contracts with the government, has contracts with
Elon
NASA,
tells me a
so
lot of great stuff about space. I'd love to go sometime.
another interest that Jeff Bezos may be keeping in mind when his company Amazon is making this donation. But generally, companies do donate to inaugural funds. This has happened before. I will say Biden,
It is gross, is what it is. It's disgusting. And it's not the companies giving money, right? It's Jeff Bezos. It's Mark Zuckerberg giving money, right? They're the ones who really make these decisions, right? And yeah, it was their choices to do such a thing. Let's talk more about how Amazon workers live while Jeff Bezos spends the holidays chortling with Trump.
If I had the opportunity to talk to Jeff Bezos face to face, I would really want to ask him, have he ever worked in a warehouse before? Have he sweated for 10 to 12 hours a day and not being able to go to the restroom when he needed to go?
The issue of working conditions, I'm very proud of our working conditions.
So
They got
proud.
cameras, they watching us all the time.
It's a lot of walking, it's a lot of fast pace, it's a lot of climbing upstairs. It's just a lot for the human body.
It's tiring, it's consistent, it's fast speed, it's unsafe because you consistently working fast pace 10 hours, only 2 breaks. They're getting treated like robots and it's not fair because even robots break down sometimes. I have issues when ladies are talking about
And you know
TOT.
what's incredible about that statement, that even robots break down sometime, and this comparison he's making between himself and his other employee, like his other workers, in comparison to robots, is that Amazon, I'm sure, pays for the healthcare of their robots. The robot breaks down, they fix it. But workers, they see as being more expendable. Right? Because workers don't get healthcare. Most Amazon workers don't get benefits, right? They do everything they can not to provide benefits to their employees. But the robots get better healthcare than they do.
Time off task when they have to go use the restroom. When they saying that the restroom could be on the other side of the building, that they have to take their walk so far and they're timing them. And when they run out of time, people are calling me emotional like, Michael, I'm on last chance. They said it's extremely hot in there. They said they have had people to pass out because of the extreme hotness in there.
Who get doctored or get TOT time for going to the bathroom? Who get doctored for going to get water if you need water, if you have to leave off your station? Come on now.
I work on the line, I work in decant, and I actually open packages and store them in the bin, but it's a lot of standing all day. And my day-to-day there is working so many hours without having the breaks that we need. It's really strenuous on the body. I've been to the doctor several times with issues with my own body, with my legs.
It's unsafe because you consistently working fast-paced 10 hours, only 2 breaks.
Amazon will change their schedule in the middle of the night while they're sleeping. They don't even know their schedule's been changed. They wake up thinking that they got an off day and they supposed to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus Christ. Double the industry rate of injuries. Safety issues only gotten worse since the pandemic.
We've been having confirmed cases every week. It's unsafe to me because we don't know who have it. We don't know who we've been around, who have it.
I have people with issues about COVID-19. They haven't received their COVID pay. They've been on for weeks. Some people are back to work and still haven't received COVID pay. Man, this is heartbreaking. A lot of people need their money. They don't have a way to pay their bills, and they're looking for a pay that's supposed to come to them but haven't received it yet.
Okay, so yeah, for a brief time, Amazon gave their workers benefits, like extra pay during the pandemic because of how much fucking money they were making, and they were the only ones delivering packages, and they had this hugely beneficial opportunity for them, so they thought it was, you know, we will incentivize workers. But now that things are back to normal to some degree, they've decided, well, we're going to go back to normal. We're going to go back to treating workers like complete garbage, completely disregarding the holidays, their health, and everything else. And it's actually just gotten worse since before, somehow. Because it was already bad before the pandemic, let's be real. It was really bad at Amazon leading up to all of that as well. Alright, let's go here. Quickly talk about the other person who decided to donate recently to Donald Trump's fund. That's Mark Zuckerberg.
Meta has donated $1 million to President-elect Donald Trump's inaugural fund, the company confirmed to various news outlets on Wednesday, a move that comes just weeks after its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, met with Trump at his Mar-a-Lago residence in an apparent bid to mend years of strained ties. According to the Wall Street Journal, which first reported the donation, Mark Zuckerberg's team had informed Trump's inaugural team of Meta's plans to contribute to the fund before his dinner with the president-elect at Mar-a-Lago last month. Meta confirmed to the Journal it had made the donation, but did not provide any additional details about why it chose to do so. Citing public records, the report added that Meta had not made any contribution to Trump's 2017 or Biden's 2021 inaugural funds. The New York Times previously reported that Trump's inaugural committee was offering special access to donors.
That's weird, because wasn't somebody just telling us it's super normal for companies to donate to inaugural funds, but Meta, a multi-billion-dollar company, didn't donate to the previous two inaugurations? That's strange. Seems like these CEOs are trying to send a specific message. They want government jobs, just like Elon. They don't know how much it costs, but they're willing to, you know, use their company's funds to you know, gain government access and favors potentially. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Our government's for sale. You know what proves that the most? Well, some aspects of this story right here.
An unprecedented number of billionaires will be making up President-elect Donald Trump's incoming administration once he takes office next month. According to Axios and the nonprofit organization Americans for Tax Fairness, the president-elect's projected cabinet is worth at least $10 billion.
times.
That figure is more than 84 times the estimated
Whatever,
worth of
100
President
times. We're calling it
Biden's
100.
cabinet when he
Fuck your 84. That's 100 times.
took office, which was $118 million, according to Forbes. Sophia Kai joins us now. She's a national politics reporter at Axios. Sophia, thanks for being here. Trump has long promised to drain the swamp, get rid of corruption and bureaucracy. Many view his appointments as change.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I just realized what these numbers are. Why does it say greater than or equal to $10 billion? What is that? Where are they getting these figures from? Elon Musk is worth $300+ billion. It's way more than 184 times, way more than 100 times. That's 3,000 times, at least as much as the previous administration, the exiting Biden administration. My God, if you thought
which was 118.
If you thought the Biden administration had a little too much money, well, get ready. This number is hilarious. Why would they even put this down with Elon Musk on this list?
According to Forbes. Sophia Kai joins us now. She's a national politics reporter at Axios. Sophia, thanks for being here. Trump has long promised to drain the swamp, get rid of corruption and bureaucracy. Many view his appointments as change agents to shake up the system.
Hold on. We don't need to hear all of their fucking rhetoric. I just want to go here. This kind of just shows you what we're talking about here, right? She said $10 billion, but look at this. It's way more than $10 billion. $10 billion doesn't even scratch the surface. Look, if you just combined everyone but Elon Musk, these 5 people, and don't forget, RFK is super rich. He's got millions of dollars. His family is, I mean, incredibly wealthy. But look at that. I mean, Trump, if you just combine Trump, Warren's, and Lutnick, that's more than $10 billion right there. Combine the 5 of them without Elon Musk, that's like $15 billion. More than that. And then Elon Musk, that comes up to over 300 billion fucking dollars. This is insane. And these are not the only people who are super rich in this administration, right? They're ignoring the fact that Kash Patel is super rich. They're ignoring the fact that J.D. Vance is super rich. They're ignoring the fact that most of the people they have put forward are either multimillionaires or billionaires. Linda McMahon is a billionaire. Oh, she's right here. Sorry. But you get what I'm saying. Like, there's just so many of them. There's just so many fucking people in this administration that are going to be, I mean, so many tech-involved people, CEOs. All these people are insanely rich. Okay, and what's fascinating about Linda McMahon is she literally has no experience and education. I don't think she even went to college. Okay, no, she did. She went to East Carolina. All right. I take it back. She went to college. She just doesn't seem like the sort of person that went to college. I don't know if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary on the McMahon family. And the fact is I wasn't planning on watching it because I'm not a wrestling person. I never really enjoyed any of that. It just wasn't a form of entertainment that really vibed with me, you know. I don't know what it is. It just never clicked. And so, you know, I saw the Vince McMahon documentary come out on Netflix and just sort of walked right past it. You know what I mean? Just swiped right past it and said, that's not for me. But with Linda McMahon becoming a Trump nom, I was like, okay, I guess I have to watch this. So I did. And if you haven't yet, I would recommend you watch it. I think it will sort of give you an insight into who Linda is. And I'm still struggling to actually understand who she is, to be perfectly honest, even after having watched this documentary. But I do feel like I have a slightly better understanding of who she is, and what I understand about her gives me shivers. All right, let's go on here and talk about some of Donald Trump's future economic policies here, which, you know, are going to include mass deportations, mass tariffs, and massive tax cuts on the wealthy and big businesses. Start off with the deportations.
Welcome back to America Decides. A recent report from the American Immigration Council found that mass deportations, as proposed by the incoming Trump administration, could have massive effects on the federal budget and possible damaging effects to the U.S. economy. This report found that a one-time operation to deport all undocumented immigrants in the United States could cost as much, or at least, $315 billion. Nevertheless, President-elect Trump believes the country, in his words, doesn't have a choice.
Is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it, and it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally.
The executive director for the American Immigration Council, Jeremy Robbins, joins us now from Studio 57 in New York. Jeremy, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Break down that $315 billion number. Where did it come from? What are those costs?
Yeah, thank you, Major. Thank you for having me. The costs of this are staggering, and they come in about 4 principal buckets. First, we have to find the people who we're going to deport. We then have to go into communities to arrest them. We have to detain them while we figure out, are they people who should be deported? And then we have to send them home. Because let's be very honest, we right now are deporting
$315 billion
and we're
to do
doing
it?
that by focusing.
That number's insane. This one-time deportation would cost $315 billion? Holy fuck.
Right now are deporting hundreds of thousands of people, and we're doing that by focusing on violent criminals. So when you're talking about mass deportations, we're not talking about deporting violent criminals. You're talking about deporting people, the majority of whom have been here more than 15 years. The vast majority, almost all of whom are working or in school. And so we're going to have to go into communities and find people.
Right, and that's only one part of the cost, right? To the economy, right? To the government, to the U.S., like, just at large, right? Is the actual cost of enforcing this, right? And of facilitating these mass deportations. Each person has to be physically picked up by somebody who's getting paid hourly, who's, you know, has to have a bunch of equipment and whatever else, right? And are going to have to go detain them and then take them to another place where we're going to have to pay to keep the lights on there and to keep these people there, keep them fed and alive until they're actually out of the country, because they don't just take them from the street and immediately drive them to the border, right? They put them in a, they're going to put them in a facility, the facilities that we've talked about, the deportation centers that exist along the border. And so that's going to cost billions of dollars on its own. But there's plenty of other unseen costs that maybe people may not be considering.
Your report talks about detention, facilities, costs, person power. Explain that.
So right now we have about as much detention capacity to detain about 50,000 undocumented immigrants while they're being sent to waiting their decisions to be deported or to be let in. If you're talking about deporting 13 million people, just think about what that scale is. If you look at every inmate in prison or jail in this country, you're talking about 1.9 million people. Now you're talking about 13 million people. We need to build new facilities. You need to staff them. It's expensive. Even if you did an open air facility that wasn't, and you think about the concerns of
an
what that
open
could
air
be,
facility.
they're hugely expensive. And so this report was actually
An open air facility. Those words should send shivers through everybody's spine. Open air facility? That is some dystopian shit we're talking about here, people. That's an internment camp.
quite conservative because we use the costs that we have to detain people now. But when you think about how expensive and difficult it is to build something of that magnitude that quickly, it's going to be enormous. The numbers we're talking about to deport all undocumented immigrants, if you took all that we spend in the entire world on cancer research, this is 18 times that. This is 79 years of funding Head Start, and again, not to deport violent criminals.
Wow, this is insane. This is insane.
We are already targeting for deportation.
So there's another cost. There's more cost, right? Aside from these sort of obvious, not obvious, but maybe obvious, I think, more obvious than not, the costs, right? The actual paying of people to do all this stuff, the camps themselves and the running of them and all of that shit. And like the legal aspect of it, right? Judges and lawyers and whatever else. It all costs money. Beyond all that, there's another cost that people I just don't think are thinking about when it comes to the deportations. Very much. Because I don't think I think most people just go on thinking that that all their food is picked by white people or something named Brett and Kevin, but it's not. And the fact is, if you deport 11 million people, right? many of which are currently working on, say, farms, for instance, right? You have a problem with egg prices now. You have a problem with how much it costs for, a steak or for a loaf of bread or whatever else it is, butter, well, strap up, strap in, because think about it. Like, I did the math earlier and I didn't write it down because I did this a while ago. This story is from a few days ago and now I can't remember the exact figures. But essentially 70% of farm workers in the United States are essentially either illegal immigrants or immigrants on visas. And fact is they've talked about not even leaving people with visas here and getting rid of them too, or getting rid of entire families because one person's illegal and the rest of them are not. But think about what that's going to do to your prices at the grocery store. And I'm not saying that I endorse the fact that we have a literal system of near slave labor, essentially, that we're just utilizing the essentially the currency arbitrage, not arbitrage, but the difference between Mexico and United States currency, essentially, to enlist an entire workforce of millions to lower the prices of goods in this country for all of us, right? I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that is what it currently exists. It is all propped up by millions of seasonal workers who may not be citizens of the United States, but not having to pay people minimum wage is what to some degree is keeping these things down, these prices down. Aside from U.S. government subsidies for all this too. I mean, of course, but you understand what I'm saying here? We're talking about the implications of this being huge. Because how do you propose completely replacing that system of labor, right? How do you get a bunch of Americans to go back out into the fields and start working the land for sub minimum wage? I don't know how you do that. I'm not even proposing we do that because that's a terrible plan. It's against everything I believe in. But my point is that you don't. That doesn't happen because first off, it's illegal, right? I'm just trying to kind of point out the clear hypocrisy and problem with all of this, because many of the people who are doing this are also complaining about the cost of groceries. That's one of the reasons why Donald Trump won, supposedly, is that he won on the economic issues. He talked about how he was going to lower grocery prices. Although in that recent Time interview with the magazine, he actually said that he's not sure that he's going to be able to lower grocery prices, actually.
I don't want reality.
Oh my God. All right, let's talk about this. This is a downstream effect of the current administration's policy and will certainly be really something we'll see more and more of, I assume, in the coming years in this tariff war that is truly ramping up. This is from last week. CBS News. I've been trying to talk about this for literally a week. We're going to talk about it. God damn it. Because China has decided to ban the export of certain raw materials which come from their country to the United States, which is going to cause a huge problem. And the fact is CBS News doesn't even fully understand this problem, as you'll see here in a second. We're going to talk about that.
China has banned the export of some materials essential to the manufacturing of electronics and some military equipment to the U.S. It comes in response to Washington's chip sanctions on Beijing. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now to help explain all of this to our audience. So, Kelly, I guess the question for a lot of people is, how reliant is the United States on these materials?
Very. Okay, so I mean, you mentioned it. This is a key input in your phones, in defense technology. And I was looking this up. So gallium and germanium, these are two of the materials that China has said we are not going to sell these to the United States anymore. We get over 50% of what we use from China. Now, we do have some
Everyone
of that
does.
in our earth, in the territory here in the United
She doesn't
States,
get it.
but we don't necessarily
She doesn't
have
get
the
it.
infrastructure to tap into that yet.
She's an
so
idiot.
we're very reliant on it. And
She's a fucking idiot. Oh God, I hate these people.
It's like they don't have millions of dollars to do the research. Sure, we have gallium and what was the other one that they're not doing? Germanium. They're no longer sending those two over, which are important in the manufacturing of electronics. Sure, they exist in the ground, but they're byproducts. You don't just mine them, right? You have to mine something else to get them. It's specifically aluminum and zinc, which are the mined metals, which have the byproducts of gallium, right? Like you don't, and people just, it's one of these things. Like, but like how we were talking earlier about baby powder and how talc has a byproduct of its mining being asbestos. Well, it's the same thing when you mine aluminum or zinc, right? And the fact is, the United States doesn't really do much of that kind of mining. They just don't do it, right? It's mostly, we do a tiny little bit of it, right? But it's mostly in China and in Africa. And, also I think Indonesia's been doing a lot of this too recently. But the point is, it's not in the United States. we don't do that. Mostly because mining for these, stuff, a lot of this stuff is not banned, but to go and find new deposits, you have to go just destroy a bunch of the environment, right? To go mine these metals out, right? And the fact is China's already got the infrastructure in place to mine the aluminum, and everyone buys their aluminum from them. So that's why they have all the gallium too. Right, and to talk about it like we have the ability to suddenly set up the infrastructure to do all of this overnight, or even in a one term of one president, is fucking hilarious and ridiculous to talk about it this way. And it's because the CBS is on board with the tariff war to some degree for whatever reason. I don't understand why, but it feels like they are most times.
Reliant on China for this. This is kind of the tit-for-tat trade war we're seeing escalate.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We often use terms here in this country, and perhaps they do as well in China, that paint the Chinese as our adversaries. Not straight up enemies, but adversaries.
You certainly do.
When it comes to the global trade and global economy, we're more tied in together than perhaps
fascinating.
It may sound like when politicians pontificate.
Or when you guys pontificate.
It's a really great point you make, and I think you have seen a lot of countries, not just the U.S., but China, some of these other nations move away from that global perspective and more towards what we like to call a protectionist mindset.
Yeah, it's an incredibly problematic mindset, the protectionist, nationalist sort of policy mindset that we seem to be in, and heading towards an even more ridiculous and bastardized version of economics, if you can, bastardize it any more than we have. We're really fucked right now, right? Because the fact is this seems to be the plan for Donald Trump. We were already fighting this nonsense tariff war that we've been talking about all year that's causing not just the United States, but the EU and all of its citizens to pay more for products than they should be, just because we want our companies to be making more money, even though those companies refuse to stop doing stock buybacks, refuse to stop paying their CEOs so much. Because here's a fact, China's not perfect, and they do have income. They have plenty of income inequality, but they have at least tried to some degree at different times to genuinely address the problem of greed. Now, would I agree with all of their tactics on it? Not necessarily, no. But point is, as a society, we just continue to hurrah people making as much money as possible without any sort of considerations for the downstream effects of it for the rest of society. And then we're like, oh, you know what, society, you're going to have to pay more for stuff because the people who are fucking you right now need to continue doing that. Sorry, my bad. Now let's talk about another industry that may face, or a specific industry that may face some problems amidst all of this. That's the seafood industry.
The incoming administration of President-elect Donald Trump is likely to bring big changes to seafood, one of the oldest sectors of the U.S. economy. Some in the industry believe the returning president will be more responsive to its needs. However, there are also concerns pending trade hostilities with major trading partners Canada and China can make an already pricey kind of protein even more expensive. Canada is the largest seafood market for the U.S. for both imports and exports, and nearly a sixth of the seafood imported by the U.S. is from its northern neighbor, according to federal statistics published in November. In total, about 80% of seafood consumed in the U.S. is imported. The industry has recently suffered major crises.
And most of them are coming, they're coming from overseas. China does a ton of it. I mean, of course, so does Japan and some of the other Pacific nations over there. But yeah, a lot of these people are the people that Donald Trump is proposing we put tariffs on, forcing us to pay more for. So if you like shrimp, if you like that endless shrimp, although I guess, that's not even a threat anymore because you lost it. You lost it because private equity. God damn you, Red Lobster. BlackRock, how dare you. Point is if you like shrimp or whatever seafood, it's going to affect that too. It's going to be, just assume that it's going to affect most things. Most things. And even the things you don't think that are going to happen. You think, oh, well, a lot of our food is made here, right? No. First off, not true. But even that stuff that you know is made here, remember, we're going to deport, or at least they're planning to deport the entire labor force that, make sure that food gets to your table. All right. Fuck. How are we doing on time? Oh, it's not good. I'm doing very bad. How is this possible? I did a stream yesterday. There's way too many things to talk about right now. Although it is the weekend. So there's that. There is that. All right. Fuck. All right. Let's talk about this. Let's talk a little bit about how private equity, just generally speaking, not just private equity, how corporations are just kind of ruining everything. Shittification is reaching far and wide.
In 2021, Jeep launched a new car. It's a classic Jeep model.
With the Jeep Wagoneer, you can do better.
Reimagined for the 21st century. It was supposed to represent the future of this beloved brand. But the Wagoneer didn't exactly live up to the hype.
It took about 5 hours for me to discover the first problem with it.
Jeeps are changing, and customers are starting to notice.
Worst decision of my life, terrible purchase.
This is why you never buy a Wagoneer. Look at this huge water leak.
Bruh,
Jesus Christ.
Don't buy this shit.
What Jeep in the world is worth $115,000?
None?
And they say that's a sale.
You can go in and look in the showroom and say, hey, this is a beautiful car. But I know, hey, we probably sent out a lot of garbage because
I remember when Jeep was basically, it was marketed as a vehicle for the working man, right? For the average person, and now they're selling $100,000 vehicles that fall apart. Wow, they've really, really lost their way.
So how did Jeep go from making iconic American cars to ones with mechanical issues fresh off the lot? The answer is bigger than just one car or even one brand. It's about a multi-billion-dollar company.
The situation at Stellantis is, I think the technical term, a mess.
And a business strategy that's turned out well for shareholders at the expense of almost everyone else. This is Matt, a longtime Jeep customer.
We like being in the Jeep family. We wanted to keep it that way, and the new 2022 Wagoneer came out.
Matt thought the Wagoneer would be an upgrade from his Jeep Grand Cherokee, but almost immediately he found that wasn't the case.
So
We look at the older Grand Cherokee. This car is almost 12 years old, and it's made of steel. It's a steel stamped part. We move over to the newer Wagoneer here. It's made of...
This guy should do like Price is Right or something. Like, I think this guy's got a future career. Maybe what's it called? What's the name of that network that used to sell shit on TV? He's just got that vibe. He's like, let's move on over here to door number 2.
We move over to the newer Wagoneer.
He's even got the arm movement in there.
Plastic,
Perfect.
the whole thing.
Jeep has been building popular American cars since 1941. But in 2021, Jeep became part of a new global automaker.
Big announcement in the auto industry tonight.
The merger of FCA and Peugeot creates the world's 4th largest automaker, Stellantis.
Stellantis is basically 3 semi-non-functioning national automakers combined into one. In North America, you have Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep. In Italy, you have Fiat. And then grafted onto that, we also have the French national automakers of Peugeot, Citroën.
From the outside, the launch of the new Wagoneer looked like that of any other car. But it marked a critical turning point in how Jeep cars would now be made under Stellantis.
What's funny is many of these companies failed because of greed and other things like that. Bad business decisions, and what solved it, and of course, solved it is a very fluid term in this particular case. It's just combining them all together. That'll fix it. That'll fix it.
So I've worked at Chrysler, worn stamping for 31 years. When Stellantis bought us, immediately I saw the difference. There was an immediate slash of funding. Money became the top priority.
Stellantis CEO, Carlos Tavares.
Carlos Tavares is an interesting character in the automotive world. He worked under a very charismatic, famous executive called Carlos Ghosn.
Grafted like an Elden Ring boss. What a reference to pull out. It is. It's like a Frankenstein's monster of a company, really. They sort of sewed together pieces of the most horrible car companies. They're like, here, how's this? You like this? Is this good for you?
For escaping house arrest in Japan.
Do you like that?
Carlos Ghosn has fled house arrest.
How exactly did he arrange to leave Japan?
But before all of that, Ghosn had a different reputation.
Carlos Ghosn was famous for cost cutting.
Tavares worked as Ghosn's second-in-command at the French car company Renault. As Ghosn's protege, Tavares soon earned himself a reputation for being able to turn around struggling brands and deliver profits for shareholders.
Carlos Tavares has been clear from the beginning that his goal in the larger Stellantis organization is to make it efficient and to make it function at almost any cost.
At any cost. How good.
It's not becoming a taboo anymore. We have been working hard on cost reduction for many years.
Whether it means paying workers less, completely replacing them with robots and automation, making just worse cars that fail their customers at every turn. We will do anything to make more money. How great. What a great system we have. I love it. Every day it seems like I'm just presented with more evidence just how good it is and how I should just shut up and stop complaining. Everything's fine.
I don't want reality.
God. All right, let's quickly talk about this. Quickly talk about this. Actually, I'm saving this whole story for tomorrow. I take it back. We're just so deep in. How are we this deep in right now? Who's in charge of the stream? Sorry, people. I had to do it. Gotta do it. We gotta switch over to the environmental half in full. And to start that off, let's talk about how you can reduce some holiday waste with sustainable gift giving this season. By the way, you know what's a sustainable gift that you can give to the Galactic News Network? You can become a Galactic patron for just $3 a month. That's right. And I will see most of that money. 90% of it goes to me, the creator. And Patreon takes a small portion for their maintaining the site and doing the transactions and stuff. But it is definitely one of the best ways to give yours truly, GalacticStreamLord, a gift. You could also just send me some sweet, sweet cash through your Cash App or PayPal. Got links in my bio on both YouTube and on Twitch for you to do those sorts of things. Very, very easy. It's what I do around here. Try to make things easy for you people to some degree. And you can do that. That's a very easy gift. Doesn't create a whole bunch of CO2 emissions. You don't have to put more plastic out there in the world or take advantage of anybody. Just an idea. Just an idea for a gift. You could also, as it turns out, there's a new feature to give gifts on Patreon. You can give a Patreon gift to another person. I know it's crazy. It's revolutionary, but think about it. Okay.
And if you are still looking for the perfect holiday presents for your friends or family, well, maybe you want to try an eco-friendly gift. According to the Center for Biological Diversity, the U.S. creates nearly 6 billion tons more waste in December compared to other months. And here's a statistic that's even more shocking. The nonprofit says about 25% of returned products end up in landfills. Well, for more on all this, I want to bring in Sandra Goldmark. She is a circular economy expert and an associate dean at the Columbia University Climate School. So first of all, let's talk about the idea of sustainable gift giving. What is it and how difficult is it to actually accomplish?
I think sustainable gift giving is actually fairly easy to accomplish. In fact, many people are already moving towards sustainable gift giving if they give local experiences, for example, or a sustainable bottle of wine or chocolates. Those are nice ways to get started. I love giving acts of service as a sustainable gift, fixing something for somebody or childcare. And then I think giving used is one of the most powerful ways, used gifts.
So you actually brought some props on that. You have some examples of sustainable gifts. Talk us through what you've brought for us.
So this is, shout out to my husband, my favorite coffee maker, and I broke the glass part. And he found on a peer-to-peer used site the replacement glass part. So this is actually a used gift and an act of service because he took something off my to-do list.
It's just showing that he's paying attention and being thoughtful. All right, what's
This is from my mother this year, and I think of this as an experience. It's a bulb, you plant it and it blooms, and if you are successful, you can bloom it over and over again. And I think it's a beautiful, sustainable gift.
The gift that keeps on giving.
This is also so nice at this time of year.
They're gorgeous.
These two, well, this is your book, but you have a cool idea about books.
Gotta get the plug in there.
It also can apply to these gloves.
Yeah, the idea here is giving used gifts, which sometimes in the holiday season can feel like a little bit of a hurdle. Am I really going to buy a used item for somebody?
Are you talking about buying a used item or giving a used item? Because I have to tell you, I
Both.
love this idea, but I'm also struggling with it a lot because the idea of reusing, especially given those statistics, makes a lot of sense. But the idea of saying, like, here's something that I read and now I'm done.
Yes, it may be a hurdle mentally to get over, but we do have to start thinking differently in order to live more in harmony with the planet which we live on. So certainly things to consider. Certainly, I think some of them are better ideas than... But you know what? I think they're all technically, so long as you do it right, good ideas. I still think giving a Galactic Patreon membership is a great idea. Maybe even better than those, just because of all the space benefits you get. I don't think any space benefits come with those gifts. If I'm not mistaken, 0 space benefits. But hey, to each their own. Just throwing out ideas here. All right, let's quickly go to California. Talk about the Franklin fire. Still burning. It's, I believe, reached over 4,000 acres. But I believe they are starting to get some containment of this fire at this point, after 4 or so days now of it burning.
All right, video now out of Southern California shows crews tackling the Franklin fire from the sky and on the ground in Malibu. On its fourth day, the fire stands at over 4,000 acres. CAL FIRE says containment is less than 10% right now. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans tells us with winds finally dying down, the thousands of people under evacuation orders hope to return home as early as tomorrow.
Well, this is one of several structures that had burned. This looks like was a little outdoor pavilion here. If you look inside, you can see what's left of a TV on the wall there. This building was just incinerated. The good news is the main home is pretty much unscathed. If you take a look behind me here, they had some good defensible space here, not too much brush, so the fire really didn't make it down here, and that's good news. But I want to give you a broader picture of what this fire has done to the mountains here, and just take a look at how black the mountains are.
Yeah,
there is no brush.
You can definitely see that.
There's no trees left. It is just bare hillside. And that gives you an idea of how intense this fire was. It really just incinerated everything all the way over there, too. You can see this mountain is completely black as well, and it goes miles back that way. But if you look and you look down, you'll notice that most of the homes were saved. So firefighters got in here and were able to save a lot of these homes. Really, only a few burned in the end, which is surprising for how intense this fire was. The good news is the wind has calmed down, so firefighters are probably going to make some good progress today. There are 6,000 people still under evacuation orders, but we expect that to change. Perhaps they could be allowed back as soon as tomorrow.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you, Carl.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Great news. All right. Last story on this was from KCAL News from 12 hours ago. Progress made in Malibu's Franklin firefight.
Well, progress is being made to contain the Franklin fire in Malibu, but firefighters say their work is far from over.
Yeah, the good news, some residents are being allowed to return home. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino, she is live in Malibu with the latest on the Franklin fire. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. Still a lot of work to be done. You can see plenty of fire crews still out here this morning in Malibu. It is now 30% contained, but while we still see a lot of fire crews here, a lot of people are now coming back home. More than 6,000 people were forced to evacuate earlier this week because of the fires. Now, just so you know, that's more than half of the city's entire population, but now many of them are able to come home. The Franklin fire has burned more than just 4,000 acres since the blaze started late Monday night. In the most recent update from city and fire officials, 12 structures, which includes 6 single-family homes, have been destroyed, another 11 damaged. As the fire ravaged through the city and the canyons, thousands of residents were ordered to evacuate. As of last night, the city announcing a transition to recovery efforts, allowing people to come back to their neighborhoods, leaving just more than a third of evacuees waiting still to be allowed back. All right, take a
All right. Well, there we go. It would seem the fire is heading in the other direction where there is less, at least for now, less human structures, things like that. So, you know, it's should hopefully be less dangerous. All right. Now, let's go talk quickly about this while we are in California. Go to NBC Bay Area. They're talking about a way to reduce methane gas.
Now let's turn to our climate in crisis. Did you know that cow flatulence can actually warm our planet? Well, they emit the same methane, which is a harmful gas that stays in our atmosphere and traps heat from the sun. So researchers from UC Davis has studied how changing a cow's diet can reduce the amount of methane emitted. They found that seaweed pellets added to the feed of a herd of beef cattle in Montana ended up cutting about 40% of methane emissions without affecting the cow's health or weight.
So we did this experiment in dairy cattle.
Now, there's been multiple experiments done on this, and the efficacy of this particular process is still technically in contention. It hasn't been scientifically proven the exact percentage that is reduced, but It is scientifically proven that it reduces it by some. It varied sort of wildly between what they somewhere around, I think, 35% all the way up to there was one study that said, I think, 85 to 90% at one point. But my guess is it's somewhere in the middle, maybe the low side, but honestly, I'm not sure. But the fact is we do need to integrate these sorts of things into the system, but also be considering how we stop consuming so much beef and altogether, right? Because we have 50 million plus farm animals that we're feeding food that we could eat so that we can later eat them, while they also create methane. So really causing a bunch of problems all at once. So, certainly something we need to be thinking about. All right, let's go to the Northeast, as a state of emergency has been declared in western New York as snowstorms have moved in, and more is on its way, leaving many completely buried underneath the snow.
Winter is coming.
A major storm at this hour, once again slamming the Great Lakes and headed right into parts of the Northeast. Parts of I-90 paralyzed. Multiple accidents across several states. Look at these images from Kalamazoo, Michigan tonight. An emergency crew at the scene of an accident when a truck slams into a vehicle there. No one hurt, but the driving is treacherous. Ginger Z has the forecast, and Morgan Norwood with the images tonight.
Near blizzard conditions. Tonight, the Great Lakes hammered with their third major whiteout in the past 2 weeks. South of Buffalo, jackknife
that's not going anywhere.
Their wheels, ditches littered with cars, even plow trucks couldn't stay on the road. Not far from there, drivers barely able to see the road on Interstate 90 in Hamburg. Residents in Buffalo opening garage doors to massive snowdrifts. The system coming on the heels of a powerful storm that hammered the Northeast overnight. Drivers plowing through deep waters inside Boston's Ted Williams Tunnel. This latest system, fueled by frigid air flowing over the warm Great Lakes. Just look at the St. Joseph Pier and lighthouse on Lake Michigan, completely encased in ice. And David.
Now, one thing, I'm not sure they even mentioned this, but one thing that causes these storms to be so bad is when the lakes don't freeze up, right? When it's really warm going into the winter, right? Like unseasonably warm. The lakes don't freeze up before the cold storms start coming in. And so they have a ton more fuel for snowmaking, right? Like the amount of snow that comes down is much greater because they can pull moisture off of the exposed water and we'll just dump it right along the lakes.
They're certainly feeling that cold right here in New York City. Tomorrow's wind chill, David, just 15 degrees.
Morgan Norwood with us. Morgan, thank you. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z tracking it all again tonight. Hi, Ginger.
Hey, David, more than 30 inches of snow from lake effect in Orchard Park, New York. Just one of the spots that got slammed in the last 24 hours or so. And now the streamers are still coming in from Petoskey, Michigan, down to Grand Rapids, just north of Buffalo, over to south of Watertown. So those are going to stay, those warnings, at least through tomorrow. An additional 6 to 12 inches on top of what you've already had in some of those places. Now there's also going to be the chill. The frost alerts all the way to southeast Georgia. It's some improvement. Chicago 0, which is better than this morning, which was sub-0. But you see those teens over in the Northeast. And then the big pattern shift for the West Coast. This is going to be a lot of rain for Northern California, but helpful humidity for
Jesus Christ, it's a snow hurricane coming off of the goddamn Pacific.
Fire, David.
Let's hope so. Ginger Z.
Okay. We have more videos of this snowstorm. Some of the footage is insane. It is really coming down out there.
Now, if you live in Erie, Pennsylvania, you know it more than anybody. You are yet again dealing with some intense bursts of snow and wind.
This is awful.
This is a live look,
Wow.
believe it or not, into Erie International Airport in Pennsylvania. Oh, now I know what it is.
Street lights.
Those are lights.
Yeah. Wow.
I didn't know what that was at first. But with visibility that bad, it's no surprise I don't want people
Literally cannot see anything.
Correspondent Brandy Campbell was in Erie for the last snowfall, and she is back there this morning watching some of that fresh snow. A little bit different. Now, actually, Brandy, if you're able to tell me, what is your distance from the airport? Because we were just looking at a live view there, and you could barely see out ahead. A little bit different where you are. Snow is coming down, but it doesn't seem quite as intense, at least.
Okay, so I would say maybe you were about 10 or 15 minutes away from the airport, I would think. But as far as like our distance to the lake, we're about the same when it comes to that. So, but I mean, we are in downtown. The snow is coming down pretty good right now, and at times we have had some really good wind gusts. I mean, at points to where it's shaking the vehicle that we're taking the brakes in to make sure we can be warm in between live hits. But just take a
Yeah. Hold on, we got more.
And you know who's been there for a couple of these events? It is Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. So Robert is back.
Oh my goodness.
He's hard to spot, right? But I promise you, Robert is in that red
Dude is in a
there.
bright red
All
jacket.
Robert,
It
you
is
are
impossible
in Hamburg,
to
New
see.
York. The wind's gusting well over 30 miles per hour. Wind chill of 0, my friend. Talk to me.
Oh my God.
Oh, if this is not a blizzard, I don't know what is, guys. This wind is roaring right now off of Lake Erie, pushing in these areas in Hamburg. You see vehicles making their way down these roads, and the blowing snow. And what's so interesting is I look out over Lake Erie right now, and it's sunny skies and clouds, and yet I look to that way, it's dark clouds, and the wind and the snow beginning to push in. You know, guys, I just tried to make my way up this road here on Highway 5, south of Buffalo, about 12:15.
I love how the microphone is completely coated in a layer of snow. It's fucking hilarious.
Miles south of Buffalo, and when I tell you that you literally could not see 5 feet in front of you, it's not an exaggeration. I'm going to send in some of that video shortly, but we are sitting at about 2 feet of snow at 1.3 to 4 inches of snow per hour.
This fucking guy.
It feels like it's about, I don't know, maybe
Oh
0,
my God.
maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees, hard to tell, as this continues to push in with these heavy winds. Gusts have got to be hitting at some point nearly 50 miles an hour, sustained in the
50-mile-an-hour winds, 0 degrees, wind chill, 2 feet of snow, 0 visibility. My God. Wait, we're not done. I forgot. We have more of these. I almost stopped and then totally remembered that we have more footage of this storm, which will apparently be going on for maybe a couple of days.
Our weather coverage continues now with 2 on Your Side's Nate Benson. He's joining us live from Blaisdell.
Nate, I know you've been out in the snow all day long, posting on social media tonight also. How has it been throughout the evening now?
Scott and Mary Alice, not great.
I love that this guy has an accumulation of snow on him right now. There appears to be about an inch of accumulation on the snow just in the time he's been standing here, apparently. Pretty incredible when you think about it, the amount of snow that must be coming down for this.
I mean, look at it. It's miserable. As Andy said earlier, and I know Jen said, snow's falling here in Blaisdell.
Stands there long enough, he's going to turn into a snowman.
Not great at all. I know there's a travel ban here in Blaisdell, Hamburg, Orchard Park, other areas, and as you can see behind me, there are some vehicles still driving. You know, if you got to go to third shift, I understand, but if you were thinking about going out right now, don't. Crews are trying to work and clear all these roads, and we've been all over today just kind of monitoring some things. You know, we were in Orchard Park earlier. I know we have some video of that. In Orchard Park, you know, crews were working diligently all afternoon, and, you know, North Buffalo Street was down almost to bare pavement at one point, but then that lake effect band shifted back up into Orchard Park and blanketed the entire area. There were several times where the Orchard Park sidewalk plow went by and cleared the sidewalks for folks there. Obviously, Erie County DPW crews were out and about. Orchard Park crews were out and about. We even saw the Orchard Park Police SWAT vehicle driving around doing a variety of things.
U-Haul's not a great vehicle to get around in the snow.
We wandered over to Blaisdell and West Seneca, where
This
again,
footage is
the snow
insane.
was
You
coming
really
down
can't see in front of you.
2 to 4 inches per hour and just really blanketing the whole area. A lot of plows even struggled to get some of that snow off the road. We saw a tandem of 5 plows at one point trying to clear Union Road, and, you know, they were making good effort of that, but you know, one point, there's only so much you can do when snow is falling that heavy. Now, obviously, the ban has kind of lingered in the South Buffalo area, which is why Buffalo schools have rescinded and are now closed tomorrow.
Well, at least the kids are going to have a snow day, a true snow day here. My God. I wonder if the kids even know what to do with this. Do they know how to participate in the snow activities? Because this is a prime opportunity right here. Prime opportunity. Snow forts, igloos, sledding, snowball fights, etc. etc.
We talked about Hamburg, New York, 33 inches of snow this go around. That was Robert Ray, if you can find him. The only thing that helps us out is that he's wearing a bright orange coat.
So smart.
Intense conditions, to say the least, in this third go-around of lake effect snow.
Let's go right to him. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray back in Hamburg this morning. Different scenario out there, although it is still cold.
Damn, that's a lot of ice.
It is still windy out there. Robert, good morning.
This sounds like it's right on the lake.
Yeah, good morning to you guys. As the light is beginning to come up here in Hamburg, Lake Erie right there, right below me, and I'm looking at the icy cold conditions below. Starting to see some pockets, some circular icicles that are just kind of waving back and forth. And look at this, the ice from the splash up yesterday. All these, you can't even break these icicles. They are so...
Now, historically, Lake Erie is one of the lakes, one of the Great Lakes that freezes over entirely, right? Ontario and Michigan do not. They are so deep. They're like the Mariana Trench. I mean, not quite, but they're both literally almost 1,000 feet deep. And so they don't tend to freeze all the way over, although certain parts will freeze near the coast. But Lake Erie, like this one, but as you can hear, isn't frozen over, right? You can hear the waves going, which is part of what's fueling the storm. If it had been frozen over at this point, it wouldn't be the same case. But here we are, mid-December, still not frozen.
So frozen in as all the snow, nearly 3 feet of snow, 33 inches here in Hamburg alone. I mean, think about that. In about 24 hours, they got almost 3 feet of snow, and that's not even the most in this area. Now down in Eden, we've got 3.5 feet. In Orchard Park, where the Buffalo Bills play, and by the way, they're not in town, unfortunately, this Sunday. They got about 37 inches. That's not too far from where I'm standing. But take a look at some of this video from yesterday as the lake effect winds and all the snow precipitation were coming in, creating very dangerous scenarios with visibility on the roads. Myself, my photographer Scott Alexander, were caught up in that, and it was not a fun thing. It was white knuckling the whole way. A very kind of scary situation. Now, first responders were out taking people out of their vehicles that began yesterday morning, and they got in crashes because of the issues on the road. Not good at all. And there was a ban on commuting in these communities, including Hamburg, where I'm at. That's been lifted, thankfully, at 7 a.m. just moments ago. And so now people are on their way to work this morning. The roads are clear, though we do get gusty winds of nearly...
Yeah, still pretty bad. Here's Orchard Park, footage from 12 hours ago out of WKBW.
Jordan Johnson here in Orchard Park, where it has been the epicenter
Still coming
of
down over here.
snow band over the last day, and now schools will be closed on Friday.
Oh, they're brutal. That's the coldest spot in Erie County.
Charles Sontag lives right by Highmark Stadium. He even has his own parking lot for tailgaters. But whenever the snow comes around, he is thankful for his neighbors who help dig him out.
Helps me park, and he plows for me. My neighbors help me. I'm blessed.
Charles is one of the many neighbors in Orchard Park hit hard by Thursday's lake effect ban. And with more coming, the cleanup is just beginning. For 6 and 8-year-olds Reed and Carter Gund, giving their dad a helpful hand is their favorite part of a snow day. What have you guys been doing for the last hour?
We've been helping Dad snowblow.
Yeah.
Great.
Got to get it done one way or another. You live in Buffalo, you're going to get through your fair share of storms, but to be in such close proximity, it's definitely quite an experience.
For our first responders, the snowfall has made it difficult to get to calls. Luckily for the Orchard Park Fire District, they have special vehicles to get around, like this off-roading vehicle that was used on a call for a carbon monoxide
All right, that
leak.
looks fun. That looks
All-terrain
fun.
vehicles, ATVs with tracks, UTV with tracks, a four-wheel drive fire engine, four-wheel drive ambulances.
It's like a.
Pretty prepared up here in,
You know, I just realized what this is. This is a party snowmobile. Okay, that's exactly what this is. You know how they have like party boats, like pontoon boats? That's what this is, except for the snow.
They have special vehicles to get around, like this off-roading vehicle that was used on a call for a carbon monoxide leak.
All-terrain vehicles.
I think it's crazy.
ATVs with tracks,
I've never
UTV
seen
with
one of
tracks, a four-wheel drive fire engine, four-wheel drive ambulances. So we're pretty prepared up here in Orchard Park.
The first responders are reminding drivers to follow driving bans and travel advisories.
Keeps us and the police department from having to waste manpower and resources to go up and check the welfare of all these individuals and vehicles.
And although the snow is heavy, the wintry mix has served as a warm welcome home for college students Colin Wall and Tommy Summers.
It's always a welcome back to Buffalo when there's a lot of snow in town, so I like this welcome back.
I mean, if you're from Colorado, I mean, I would assume, considering he has this, I could be completely wrong. It's not like you left a warm place. Although it's technically warmer than New York, depending on where you are. Okay, is that it? That's it on the snow in New York. Let's quickly go on up a little bit further north to see how people are enjoying the snow in Vermont.
That's great. It's awesome to see some snow in the mountains right now. I know it's early December and usually it's a hit or miss, but everything's covered and trees included. It's not just where they blew snow. And conditions are typically early season, which means to say it's icy and hard, except for the size of a little fluff, which is nice to see this early on.
Yeah, you don't see it like this in Ohio, but it's coming down on us, so we're thankful for that. Yep.
There you go. That is certainly one way to enjoy the snow. Slide around on it. In whatever way you want. Skis, snowboard. You can even do those little, like, fruit boot type thing, whatever, I forget what they're called. Little, short skis. You could sled. I mean, shit, you could do whatever you want. Just be safe out there, people. Alright. Let's go here. Now, down way south of Vermont to wait, I think this is in Peru. I actually forget where this story is. I'm pretty sure the Mayans were in Peru, right? Am I right? God damn it. Indigenous Mayans want their sacred cenotes to have personhood status. What is a cenotes? Well, let's find out together.
It's a
Really should look that up.
Sí existe.
We believe that cenotes have spiritual owners. That is the most sacred and special thing for us. We feel that these places are inhabited by spirits, and we respect the inhabitants of the place. Oh, it's Mexico. Sorry, I fucked up. We're going to start walking down. Preferably, we're always going to walk down slowly. Here, each one of us light up a candle of gratitude to the cenote. I have a lot to thank the cenote for going back to when we were little, because we used to come down here every day to fetch water so that my mother could clean and so that we could bathe. From that moment on, if you start to respect and value what the cenote provides you, you no longer look at its dark hole as a dark hole. You look at it as a blessing instead. as a well that becomes a friend. That's super cool. That's super cool. The Ring of Cenotes is a natural protected area at the state level in the government of Yucatan, but more importantly, it is recognized as a Ramsar site that is a wetland of international importance. However, there is a resistance from the government in general, at the municipal, state, and federal level, to protect this Ring of Cenotes. So we talked with the communities, specifically with the Mayan people of Hamun, and as lawyers, we proposed using this new kind of law to protect nature itself. So, we filed a lawsuit to have the Ring of Cenotes recognized as having rights. What does this mean? That it has to be protected. I do hope that goes well for them. I think they're absolutely beautiful. My dark hole.
Phrasing?
Yeah, I know I misspoke. Okay, I'm not perfect. You know how many stories we do here every day? Come on. No, it's fair. And actually, it's more fun if you rag on me for making these silly mistakes. All right. Let's move along. Across the sea to Deutschland. In Germany, where they have come up with a new, sort of interesting innovation in power production. Let's take a look. See if it floats anyone's boat.
This strange floating device is capable of harnessing river currents to produce electricity. The aim the startup that came up with it says is to harness hydropower wherever it's required without the need for dams or concrete. The energy fish was developed by German startup Energy Miner.
The energy fish. That's a great name. I love it.
But energy.
I fucking love that name. The energy fish. It sounds so badass.
Miner co-founder Richard Eckel explains what's different.
The classic form of hydropower is to use a difference in height in the river, and we are now using the flow velocity to generate electricity. So these are the areas that have not been used in hydropower up till now.
This is an important thing.
In a particularly natural and environmentally friendly way with our...
Yes, I mean, that's a huge important part of it, is the environmentally friendly way, right? Is the not having to block up the rivers, the streams themselves to generate the power, right? And that is hugely important. And it keeps the environment in its more natural state than it would be. But the even more important aspect of this that may be lost is that it also... It feels like an in-between, like an in-between market that doesn't exist right now, right? Because there's the only, or not even an in-between, because there's no bottom of it really. It's just dams, right? It's just hydroelectric dams that are doing this job, and this would make it so that you could leave streams, rivers the way they are, still benefit from them, not have to alter the ecosystem, but also get power from rivers and streams that maybe whatever reason that would just not make sense. Whatever else, too small, not enough power to be generated from it. In this case, you could use something much smaller, and you could be still, getting energy from a water source that previously would not have been tappable in this way so much.
Technology.
According to the company, a single one of these devices can generate electricity for up to 5 homes. The company's goal is to install entire swarms of energy fish, which consist of around 100 devices. The advantage? A decentralized system, says co-founder Georg Walder.
There will no longer be the large individual power plants that supply everything on their own.
but there will be many, many decentralized solutions that can be used for the respective resources that are available.
And that's another good thing about this, because the fact is, when it comes to energy stuff, being decentralized to some degree is really good, because you can make alterations to a different part of the system. If the rest of the system isn't dependent on it, you could make repairs, whatever else. You could have one go down and still have energy going to much of the area. Whereas in the case of a hydroelectric dam, no such luck there. Okay, now let's go on to this, something I meant to talk about sooner, but we've been doing so many things. But this happened, I think this was on Tuesday, in Indonesia, on Java, where in the midst of flash floods, the country was also just sort of, another word to put it, parts of it were buried underneath landslides caused by these the rains that were going on. Let's go here.
Nggak muter ke sini enggak. Kalau motor dia
So yeah, as you can see there, because of the water going through the ground beneath many buildings and other places on hills, subsided, causing a great deal of devastation. All right. Last environmental story of the night. Somehow I've managed to get myself back on track here. I'm kind of impressed with myself. Yes, I know. Hush. Hush. Let me be impressed with myself for a moment. Let's go here. To the Philippines. South China Morning Post from 3 days ago. One of the Philippines' most active volcanoes erupts once again. Good God. That is wild. Look at the size of that explosion. It looks like Mount St. Helens. There's a high alert. There's an alert warning of another eruption's going to happen, potentially within weeks. Okay. About 100 people have already been evacuated to emergency shelters. No casualties have been reported so far amid the latest eruption. Well, that's one way things erupt. Sometimes it's lava flow. Other volcanoes are explosive. My God. All right. Second and final break. Well, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing those things, remember that this content is brought to you by viewers like you. Which means you could be a person helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. So many different ways to contribute. Super stickers, super chats on YouTube, subscriptions and bits, and the new thingies that they've made on Twitch. You got Cash App, you got PayPal, and of course you got Patreon, where you got a whole myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, just waiting. $3 a month. So do consider, as you are our only hope. Alright, chat, Space Intermission, the final one. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. All right, chat. I'm back. You know what that means. It's time for you to get back to your seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss all that galactic content that's about to come in real hot. Back to your seats. All right. Well, we got a lot of space news to talk today. Much more than usual. Last couple of days have been very much space news oriented in a way we haven't really had to do in the past. But with recent news, well, as the Galactic News Network, it's our duty to bring to you a very important discussion on all of the galactic happenings. However, before we get on to the main space story, I figured we'd look at this one. Actually, you know what? I take it back. We'll look at this one on Sunday Funday. This is a Sunday Funday story. We have more pressing news. We need to figure out whether or not there's a goddamn alien mothership hovering over the United States. We need to figure out if we are being invaded by aliens with their own galactic interests. We'll talk fancy space photos later.
Sabrina, can you tell me what the Pentagon is doing to address this issue of drone sightings over New Jersey? It's near sensitive installations. The FBI is involved. What is the Pentagon doing?
Sure. So at this time, aware of those drone sightings that have been reported, at this time we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary. We're going to continue to monitor what is happening, but at no point were our installations threatened when this activity was occurring. These are not U.S. military drones. Again, this is being investigated by local law enforcement.
So it's not military drones.
Our initial assessment here is...
I'm just trying to narrow this down here from this statement from Sabrina.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
But what she's saying sounds like, it's not a foreign entity, which is sort of vague use of language. It's not clear what she means by foreign entity. I assume she means foreign country, and it's not U.S. military drone or whatever sort of tests. What does that leave exactly?
That these are not drones or activities coming from a foreign entity or adversary.
Representative Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican from New Jersey, was just on the air saying that Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains
It's an Iranian
drones.
mothership.
That mothership is off the east coast of the United States. Is there any truth to that?
There is not any truth to that. There is no Iranian ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the United States.
Okay. So it's not Iranian, but what if it is something else?
First on the East Coast, now mysterious objects are being spotted.
Hold off, because here, yeah, thank you. All right, so I don't know. I really don't have any clear evidence that there is a mothership, although we have people claiming that right now. But these sightings started in a localized area, right? New Jersey. That's where we were initially talking about this. It was in northern New Jersey. It was actually near, I believe it was near an army base or a military installation. But that started spreading out. We saw some in, I think, what was it? Pennsylvania recently. But then it had suddenly... the sightings are popping up all over the place, including on the West Coast. Let's go to California.
First on the East Coast, now mysterious objects are being spotted on the West Coast. Temecula, to be specific, leaving residents buzzing.
Christy Fajardo joining us live with the update there. Christy.
Yeah,
Right,
Christine
Temecula's not in
and Susan,
California.
is very much a mystery.
All right, take it back. It's not California. It's Temecula, which is, I believe, was it Arizona? Hold on, let me look that up. I'm pretty sure it's either Arizona or. Oh no, I'm wrong. I was wrong. It's in California. I take it all back. I'm an idiot. I made a huge tiny mistake.
Biden administration has said that multiple agencies, including the FBI, are investigating the sightings, but says it's possible that much of what people are seeing are actually manned aircraft. But people who live here in Temecula say they're used to seeing helicopters and planes from nearby Camp Pendleton, and they say what they saw was quiet, and one had the video to prove it.
I think the public has a right to know what is flying above the skies and what the purpose is.
This is what Brian Dirk saw over his Temecula backyard yesterday evening, but he's not the only one who saw it. There are multiple social media videos just like his from South Riverside County, and listen closely. Witnesses say whatever it was didn't make a sound.
We saw two that came directly overhead our backyard in South Temecula here, and then we've seen a bunch across the horizon.
I looked up because it was coming now right over top of me, and it was quiet. It didn't make any noise.
Melinda Peters saw them last night too in Temecula, which is a mountain range away from Camp Pendleton. The Marine Base sent a written statement that reads in part, "We are aware of the drones that are flying over Temecula. They are not associated and do not impact Camp Pendleton's training and operations." But the base command did not elaborate on who might be flying them.
I don't think that.
Yeah, not a lot of elaboration from the government as of yet. Been hearing a bunch of different statements from officials that sort of lack any real detail on what the fuck is going on, what they're planning to do about all this, or even what they know about that. They'll tell us what they don't know, or that they know it isn't, but they won't tell us what they think it is, or know it is, whatever it may be. All right, now let's go back to New Jersey. And we got more to talk about in the tri-state area, as these things have been popping up in more than New Jersey now. Over here. Now it's New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. Let's go back to New Jersey first, though. Here showing some of the more recent sightings.
So basically what I've seen regarding the drones is more so just when you're driving around at night and you see the blinking lights up in the sky. And when I was driving home from a friend's house, I saw one that looked about the size of a car that was just hovering over Flanders Valley golf course. It was a circular object that had lights all around it, almost like the classic UFO that you would see online.
So I've seen them over my house just about every single night for the past 2.5 weeks. At first, they were more sporadic. I would see 1 to 2, sometimes 3 of them. And now we're seeing anywhere between 6 to 8 in a single sighting. So they're not scary per se. They're not like looking through your window. They're not crashing into your house. But it's still concerning because there are these mystery UFOs, unidentified flying objects flying around that no.
Yep.
What we learned this week was that New Jersey lawmakers had a meeting with Federal Department of Homeland Security officials and the state police. And what one lawmaker told the Associated Press was that they don't have a clue what the origin of these drones is or what's going on with them. But there was some other information that came out this week. Officials said that the drones began November 18th, that they've come out every night since then.
That doesn't look like any drone I've ever seen. I've seen a
They're
few.
usually in the skies over central and northern New Jersey from about 7 p.m. until 11 p.m. They're difficult to detect. The state police have tried to go after them with state helicopters, the Associated Press was told by a lawmaker. And as soon as that happened, as soon as the chopper's lights were on the drone went dark and they were untraceable. We've also learned that these drones are large, relatively speaking. They're not hobbyist drones, the officials said. They're about 6 feet in diameter, so they're large. And today, the Attorney General of New Jersey said that New Jersey needs federal authorities' help to determine what's going on here.
Yeah, let's go to some of those officials. Here's Senator, I think he's a senator, Senator Blumenthal, right? Of New Jersey.
We have no idea where these drones come from, who owns them. We should be doing some very urgent intelligence analysis and take them out of the skies, especially if they're flying over airports or military bases. We should be shot down if necessary.
I'm concerned. I issued a letter to ask for more information, and I think there should be a lot more transparency about them.
Are you hearing from constituents?
Yes, I am. And
the look that Cory Booker gave her when she asked that question. Yes, I am. Sort of leads me to believe that Cory Booker has been fielding 24/7 calls about this shit. People like, hey, Senator Booker, is the UFO invasion starting? And should we do anything about it?
About them.
Are you hearing from constituents?
Yes, I am. And elected leaders. It's allowing a lot of potentially misinformation to spread, or at least fear. We should know what's going on over our skies, and I've asked for a lot more information.
It's a bit embarrassing. I mean, I think the real issue is, let's assume that this is innocuous, but look how vulnerable it presents us. You know, if we're allowing a major population center to have 4 weeks of drones in overflight and dozens of sightings in a given 24-hour period, what if that was occurring in every major city? You know, and what would prevent it? So we've got to get to the bottom.
Yeah, well, it's starting to become that, isn't it? We're going to be talking more about how it is spreading a little bit later on. But let's go here. Another New Jersey lawmaker had some interesting ideas.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, both of you, for allowing me to sit in on this hearing. I've been in Congress 44 years, and I have lost track of the number of times when we seemingly did not adequately assess a threat. I had one of my service members from the Marines in the barracks in Lebanon when that terrible, horrible deed was committed by Iran. Actually, after we got hit in Dar es Salaam and in Nairobi in 1998 by Al-Qaeda, I chaired all the hearings. We had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff come and testify as Admiral Crow. And they kept saying, everyone, no one thought that Al-Qaeda would hit there. Maybe in the Middle East, but not there. I wrote a bill called the Embassy Security Act. It was signed into law. I added it to an appropriations bill, big, thick bill, but it was all about setbacks and Mylar on the windows, a lot of good things. And it did mitigate, I think, some of the concerns there. But we always seem to miss something, and I'm very concerned that we're missing something here. I've raised...
So yeah, he goes on to say that we should, like Senator Blumenthal said, we should be shooting these drones down. That's what he wants them to do. Seems like a lot of people want them to shoot these drones down. I wonder.
With the latest on
No,
the drones,
I'm not saying they are, but if they were in fact from a different planet, I feel like shooting them down would be potentially seen as an act of aggression. But before we start shooting things down, I would love it if they would just tell us what the fuck these things are. Because the fact is, it shouldn't be hard, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, before shooting these down, I mean, why aren't there, like, F-35s and shit, like, being, you know, like, whatever, like, put into the air, helicopters, or whatever else, to look at these things. You would think the news would, for instance, do something, right? These people have helicopters, right? Don't ABC 7 Eyewitness News, pretty sure they have helicopters. I think they could go up, shoot one up in the air, and start, you know, looking themselves.
We're going to begin with the latest on the drones, and officials at Naval Weapons Station Earl Colts Neck in New Jersey are confirming multiple sightings of drones have been spotted entering their airspace over the base.
Meanwhile, several New York lawmakers gathered today on Staten Island to demand federal...
Now, one thing I have noticed is they don't all appear to be different, but many of them appear to be different. That's one thing I definitely noticed, is the shape, the lighting on these different sightings they don't all look the same. And I know they're all shot from different angles, so they may very well appear differently from different angles. It's hard to say what it is we're even looking at, because most of this footage seems to be shot from cell phones.
And local law enforcement agencies do more to learn what is behind these drone sightings. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu live this afternoon at Fort Wadsworth. Janice?
David and Sandra, local lawmakers here on Staten Island, as you mentioned, say there is not enough being done to get to the bottom of this mystery by the federal government and by local officials as well. So they're now calling on the NYPD to step up and start its own investigation to try to figure out what exactly are these drones, where are they coming from, and who is operating them. Borough President Vito Fossella, along with Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis and other lawmakers, demanded answers earlier today, saying this mystery is causing havoc and fear among people who live in the tri-state area. Drones have been sighted over residential neighborhoods, but also over areas like bridges. The White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says there is no evidence at this time that the sightings pose a national security threat or a public safety threat or have a foreign nexus. He says, in fact, it appears the reported sightings are manned aircraft being operated legally. Local lawmakers, though, disagree. They say the lack of transparency from the federal government is only adding to the fear and chaos.
These are not recreational drones. These are not, I don't believe, commercial drones, because if they are violating existing rules and regulations, which say that they need to be under 400 feet and they can't be operating in the middle of the night between sunset and sunrise. So that leaves two options. It's our government, or there's a foreign nexus.
Local lawmakers say the FBI has received over 3,000 reports of drone sightings in New Jersey as well as New York just since late November. So think about.
Okay. Let's go here where an expert weighs in on the recent drone sightings.
How do you know if you're seeing something suspicious or not, if it's a regular plane or not, right? So I spoke to a drone expert recently who explained why what people are seeing above them is so concerning and why they aren't just your run-of-the-mill drones that you see in a park.
It's just something very odd. And for it to be going on this long, it's something we'd love to hear answers. Have the capability of going longer distance, being in the air longer, being able to keep up with the weather conditions. It's something that is not your little Radio Shack drones. I would not shoot them down. I would more try to identify where they are coming from, the size, what they're maybe carrying, but you don't want to shoot these kind of drones down.
And when you have those commercial ones, like the ones you saw in front of him, if it enters a certain restricted airspace, they won't fly, even if you're trying to manipulate it to fly into it.
Exactly.
Almost like an invisible wall in front of you. These drones that...
Yeah, that's a fact. And we were talking about this yesterday when we were talking about this. Is that I have flown drones before, and the fact is that there's software limitations to what you can do with a drone. It's all put in there so that it complies with FAA regulations and airspace, and you know. And it's literally linked up to flight patterns, other flight patterns, right? Like it's basically, you know, like flight controllers are literally looking at drone data, right? And whenever a flight goes off, the flight has to literally, it will essentially force all drones within a certain radius around the airport will all be forced to land, literally. And these things don't appear to be following any of those regulations. And in fact, sort of doing some stuff that really is troubling. Because, like, you know, like they said, these things are huge. If one of these things just randomly crashes, you know, unlike a little, you know, DJI drone crashing, you know, might... you know, break a window in a car, depending on how big it is. But even one of the smaller ones probably couldn't even do that. But one that's a car-sized, not only is that going to possibly cause some property damage, that could certainly kill someone if it landed on them.
can bypass that. So there's a lot of questions behind the security of these things. Also good to know that any drone weighing more than half a pound needs to be registered through the FAA, and many that are registered usually have a transponder so they can be tracked, and you can actually check it out yourself. You know, flightaware.com, you can see any of the registered drones that are hovering above, and if they don't pop up, then it's probably a good idea to report it. You can find
it's easy to bypass. It's illegal to bypass. Maybe it may be easy to manipulate the software, perhaps, but it's incredibly illegal to do so. It's a federal crime. It's not just a regular state crime. You'll go to federal prison for that shit. All right, let's go to this. Police are now investigating a possible drone landing site in Somerset County, New Jersey. CBS New York from 11 hours ago with the story.
To begin with breaking news, an investigation into a possible drone landing in Somerset County, New Jersey. Nick Calloway has been covering this unusual uptick in drone sightings for several weeks.
It doesn't weigh as much as a car? What is it? We can't even identify necessarily what is in the air right now. There's speculations, but there's no clarity on what the fuck they are. So I don't see how we could make the claim that it is or it does or doesn't weigh as much as a car. I'm just saying, you know.
Breaking news, an investigation into a possible drone landing in Somerset County, New Jersey. Nick Calloway has been covering this unusual uptick in drone sightings for several weeks. He joins us live at the scene in Hillsborough Township. Nick?
Well, Cindy, police are not telling us much at the moment, but emergency officials have been here on the scene all morning searching that wooded area just behind me for something. Chopper 2 was over the scene as local firefighters, hazmat crews, and police officers have been on the scene here. They were searching that wooded marsh area near the Lowe's off Route 206 here in Hillsborough. Officials also had a drone up in the air looking for something. That after there were reports of a possible drone landing late last night. Now, there has been an enormous amount of interest in all the drone activity lately here in New Jersey. So when there were reports of a possible drone down, folks who live around here came to take a look and see what they could find out. But police are being extremely tight-lipped, referring all questions to the FBI. FBI officials say they are aware of the situation but would not comment further. A lot of the firefighters and police just left this scene within the last 20 minutes or so. I asked one firefighter right before he left if they found anything in that wooded area behind me. He politely said that he is not at liberty to say. We're live in Hillsborough Township, New Jersey. Nick Calloway, CBS News, New York.
Nick, thank.
It has to be lighter? Just because you're saying that it has to be lighter because it's in the air, right? To be able to maintain flight, you're suggesting that it has to be lighter than a car, right? But we don't actually know the size of the thing. So if it's much bigger than a car, because it's not clear what size they are, because we don't have any like up close pictures of this thing. I struggle to see how we can actually say with certainty that these things don't weigh as much as a car. But I'll also point out, even if they don't weigh as much as a car, if they're car sized and, you know, come down at maximum velocity and land on somebody, I'm not saying they will, but if they were to, even if they don't weigh as much as a car, still kill somebody, that's a guarantee. And you know, the weight of these things really is not even the biggest concern here, right? Anyway, they don't have any imagery of the drone that was supposedly in this spot they were investigating, but apparently police were given some kind of a tip that there was a potential drone landing site. But no, unfortunately, no photographic evidence for it. Let's now go here. A drone expert explains what he thinks is behind drone sightings. Okay. Drone expert. Another drone expert. Let's see.
The mystery widens. Today, people in the New York metro area are reporting a growing number of drone sightings in their communities following a wave of mysterious drone appearances in the skies over New Jersey. This is sparking significant concern among residents and local and state leaders. The White House and the FBI says there is no evidence that the drones pose a national security threat or have a foreign connection, but that's only adding to the confusion. So far, there are no explanations as to what they are, where they're coming from, or who is launching them. For weeks now, the drones have been spotted over homes, critical infrastructure, and sensitive government sites. Today, frustrated lawmakers have gone from asking questions to demanding answers.
New Jersey can't become the Wild West of drone activity. No state can become the Wild West of drone activity. I've made this very clear to the FBI, to Homeland Security, and the FAA, the agencies chiefly responsible for monitoring drone activity. They must immediately disclose more information to the public. It's totally and completely unacceptable that you have all this drone activity going on that people are seeing with their own eyes. The fact that the federal agency...
Hal Sparks showed a video of guys flying a single-person flying drone. Yeah, I mean, I was initially, when we were talking about this, when we first brought up the story, days and days ago, I don't know exactly when the first time we talked about this was, but I thought that that's what it was, right? But I have personally gone back on my certainty of what these were. When it was just one isolated incident in one place, I was like, that's just somebody managed to get a hold of one of these manned drones that are really just, you know, helicopters basically, but just new kinds of them, right? But basically, the fact is, the frequency and also the geography of some of this, as you'll see here, because we were already talking about it's over in California. It's not just in New Jersey anymore. It's in a bunch of other places, and that is part of what's, you know, leading me to be a little bit more skeptical, or at least a little bit more unsure of what it is we're seeing here, right? And the fact is, I've looked at a lot of the manned commercial drones out there for sale. I mean, I find technology stuff pretty interesting. I keep up on it, and like I said, I used to fly drones to some degree. Like, I technically have like a DJI sitting around, and the fact is, like, so I have some slightly more interest in this topic than I think most people, and so for that reason, I've taken a look at a lot of these things, and they certainly could be. But the fact is the number of these things, all of this stuff, is just I don't know. Hold on. Where's this expert? There he is.
It's more likely to be some kind of concerted surveillance effort, an issue of misidentification or copycats?
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we're looking at a few different things. First, I do believe that there are probably some legitimate visual drone sightings by alert residents and law enforcement in New Jersey. Now, what these drones may be doing, if they're nefarious or not, we don't know. Are they or not following FAA rules and regulations? That's up for debate. I think we're probably seeing some copycat drones flying up in the air with all the media attention. So we're seeing a combination of that. And I do also agree with the DOJ or the FBI and DHS assessment that some of these blinking lights in the sky are actually crewed aircraft that are navigating the airspace. During many operations that I was involved with, as well as investigations into suspected drone sightings at critical infrastructure, it was common for things like planets, believe it or not, low Earth orbit satellites and crewed aircraft to sometimes be misidentified. But I think the big point here that we're seeing is that the vulnerability.
It costs $5,000. Now that is wrong. I don't know where you're getting this information. $5,000, bullshit. I think one of the only ones that's even available commercially costs like $100,000. I mean, there are commercial non-manned drones that cost way more than $5,000. That does not sound legitimate. I don't know where you're getting this information from, but I don't know of any manned drones that cost less than a car. I would love to know what specific one, because there's a couple that are in testing, some in beta. There's not that many that are commercially available. So I'd love to know which version you're talking about that supposedly costs $5,000, because that's just not true. Look it up. Jetson 1 is one of the manned vehicles. Just look it up right now. Jetson 1, Jetson, like the cartoon. 1, the word 1. Just look it up. Tell me how much that thing costs. And I point out it's much smaller than a van, too.
Regulations really limit the types of tools and technologies that owners and operators of critical infrastructure can deploy, as well as state and local law enforcement. And so we haven't had any meaningful counter-UAS legislation since 2018. So I think we're well past due for lawmakers in Congress to get to work and to shore up some of those vulnerabilities that we have.
I want you to expand on that, but first I'm curious about how officials can make the determination that there isn't a public safety threat if they don't actually know whether some of these drones may be nefarious or not, or conducting nefarious activity.
Yeah, so you can't look at a drone or a blinking light in the sky and really determine whether it is or is not a threat. I think that some of these suspected sightings...
Exactly, Sasha. It costs like it costs between $100,000 to $500,000 to buy one of these things. I cannot find any that cost $5,000.
When you look at some of the videos, they look like smaller drones, or they potentially look like crewed aircraft that may be landing at nearby airports. I mean, that area and corridor of the East Coast is full of aircraft flying up and down the East Coast to major airports and to Europe and beyond. So, you know, aside from any specific threat information or specific identification of drones or where they may be coming from, I don't think you can really say that they're a threat. So I think there's still a lot of information gathering to be done so we can...
I don't know where Nightbot's getting their information on, but I just went to their website. It's $8,000 for a Jetson 1 just to put the down. It's just the down payment. It's the hold payment, right? I don't know where Nightbot's getting their information from.
Some definitive answers.
Got
So
it.
your
So
down payment
talk to us about these
is
federal
5
laws
times
and
as much as that.
regulations that are currently in place that make it more difficult, that hamper efforts to figure out what this is. What specifically do you think needs to change?
Well, there's a couple big things that need to change. There's a Senate bill that came out a couple years ago, Senate Bill 1631, and it was very promising. It was based on the Biden National Action Plan for Canada-U.S., or largely based on that. There's two big things that I think can really impact this. One is that owners and operators of critical infrastructure, as well as public safety agencies, should be able to start to use a wide variety of drone detection technologies, including some RF detection technologies that would otherwise be illegal for them to use, so that they can gather relevant information from those signals to determine where the pilot is, where the drone is, drone telemetry information, things like that. That's extremely important. The other piece that needs to happen is right now, state and local law enforcement don't have any authorities when appropriate and, to use.
I don't see how that's possible. That doesn't at all sound right to me. It doesn't compute. I'm pretty sure they do have the authority, and it's just not making any sense what this man's saying to me right now. Oh my God. Okay. Let's go here. CBS New York. 9 hours ago. Mysterious drones reported in New York, Pennsylvania, and Maryland.
Welcome in on a Friday, everybody. I'm Reed Cowan. So you see the map there. Let's talk about this. Sightings of drones in the sky, the size of cars, now dominating headlines in New Jersey. Now also sightings reported in New York, Pennsylvania, and in Maryland. The question of what they are now in 4 states and in the minds of multiple lawmakers and even the White House. In fact, listen to National Security Spokesman John Kirby addressing the concerns.
While there is no known malicious activity occurring, the reported sightings there do, however, highlight a gap in authorities. And so we urge Congress to pass important legislation that will extend and expand existing counter-drone authorities so that we are better prepared to identify and mitigate any potential threats to airports or other critical infrastructure, and so that state and local authorities are provided all the tools that they need to respond to such threats as well.
Our CBS News national investigative correspondent Tom Hansen met with a drone unit expert. Tom, a wingspan of 8 feet, and then you just hear him use the term potential threats. What do you make of all of this?
Yeah, well, Reed, that's exactly right. These are huge devices that are hovering out in the sky, and we don't still know
that looks bigger than 8 feet to me.
Where they are coming from, what they're doing here. But what I can tell you is that obviously the size of these devices is a huge concern because a lot of people are asking
way
out
bigger
there,
than
why
8
not
feet to
just
me.
shoot them down? And you know,
I like I've said before, some of these sightings, the vehicles look different, and this one in particular does not look at all like it's 8 feet. I mean, look at that picture in comparison. Like, just, you know, like if it's however many hundreds of feet up in the air, right? That right there is way more than 8 feet.
a lot of people are asking out there, why not just shoot them down? And, you know, even the sheriff that we met up with this past night.
Was this a ploy to give the U.S. military more authority? Interesting. Interesting. I hadn't considered that too much, but it certainly could be. It could be. I don't know. Well, let's look at some of the some more of this footage that's been popping up in New York now.
Welcome in on a Friday, everybody. I'm Reed Cowan. So you see the map there. Let's talk about this. Sightings of drones in the sky.
How did that go to the same story?
Welcome in on a Friday.
Jesus
everybody.
Christ.
I'm Reed Cowan. So you see the map.
What is
Let's
happening?
Talk about this. Sightings of drones in the sky, the size of cars, now dominating headlines in New Jersey. Now also sightings reported in New York, Pennsylvania, and in Maryland. The question of what they are now in 4 states and in the minds of multiple lawmakers and even the White House. In fact, listen to National Security Spokesman.
We just listened to National Security Spokesman. All right, whatever. Let's go to this. As a New Jersey mayor, sorry, believes
a deepening mystery unfolding in
he knows where these drones are coming from.
Tri-state area today. People in the New York metropolitan area are now reporting a growing number of drone sightings in their communities. This follows a wave of mysterious appearances in the skies over New Jersey, sparking major concern among residents as well as among local and state leaders. The White House and FBI say there is no evidence to this point that the drones pose a national security threat or have any kind of foreign connection. But that's only adding to the confusion, because so far there are no explanations as to what they even are, where they're coming from, or who might be launching them. For weeks now, the drones have been spotted over homes, critical infrastructure, and sensitive government sites. Today, some frustrated lawmakers have gone from asking questions to demanding answers.
New Jersey can't become the Wild West of drone activity. No state.
Sorry, this is we already heard drone activity. I already heard this guy. Where's the mayor? Where's the mayor? I know he's in here. Hold on. Some of this stuff we've already seen, but I do want to get the pieces we didn't see.
I should say. So we did some digging into what that actually looks like and how that can actually happen. I had an opportunity to speak to a representative of
what do I think they are?
Private airspace security.
It's a good question. I've been oscillating between a whole bunch of theories. You know, I mean, me personally, I tend to usually think that these things are faked. And then thousands and thousands of people started reporting sightings of these simultaneously across the country. And actually we have more to talk about because it's not just across the country. But point is, like I said, I've been oscillating between a number of theories, between them being fake, between them being manned drones, between those two things, and then just finally the arrival has happened. I don't know. I genuinely am still puzzled. I'm trying to figure it out just as much as you are.
Company that basically helps their clients prevent and detect any unauthorized drone flights. That representative telling me that there are at least 4 ways that you can actually detect some of these flights. The first, using radio frequency. You can actually pick up some of that chatter, some of the signals that are sent and dispatched between the drone and the remote control on the ground. There's certainly cameras. A simple surveillance camera often does the trick, though with more advanced cases, more advanced technology is needed. Radar, we all know how that works. And then
one thing I have, one theory that I have been sort of considering, it could be, very well could be some sort of a beta test on humanity from some sort of corporation, right? Like just being like, we got millions of dollars. Let's just throw a bunch of giant drones in the sky. You know, maybe they're testing it for some sort of product launch. I don't know. It could be all sorts of fucking things, right? Like it's just like, I don't know. But the fact that there's so many of them being seen and all together, not just one at a time, but in some cases they're seeing, you know, like some people said they saw like 10 at a time. You saw some videos of it. And it's like, it really makes you have to consider all the options, I feel like, in this one. And since we don't have anything but a bunch of blurry cell phone footage and statements from people that we tend not to trust too much, it is a real tough uphill battle in trying to actually land on an actual opinion for me right now.
Acoustics. You can quite literally use equipment to listen for some of these drones, though that representative told me that that is becoming less reliable since drone technology has evolved. And oftentimes these drones are much quieter. But overall, these are the kinds of resources that authorities on the ground in New Jersey at the state and local level are asking the federal government to provide. In fact, on Friday, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy sending a letter to President Biden. And in it, not only does he express growing concern about these drone sightings, but also is asking for more federal resources to be sent to New Jersey to help them try to get to the bottom of this. The governor also adding that the residents in his state deserve more information, that it's not enough to simply be told that this is not a matter of any sort of public security or public safety. They want to find out what's behind these drone sightings. And finally, the governor saying, expressing concern about conspiracy theories that we have seen and heard for the last several days. It was just a few days ago that there was an official that was publicly speaking out about this, saying that it was his theory that it was likely an Iranian mothership off the East Coast that was sending these drones in. Of course, the Pentagon quickly denying that claim.
I think that's the most unlikely of all the
right, Polo
possibilities.
Sandoval, thanks for the report. And joining us now to talk more about these mysterious drones is Michael Mellum. He is the mayor of Belleville, New Jersey, which is one of the communities where numerous drones have been spotted. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. We do have some video that you and
Exactly, Palsier. That's one of my theories, is that it's a corporation testing new flying cars without any sort of permission from the government. Certainly, it's on my list of possibilities.
Belleville Police Department obtained that I want to show our viewers. And if we can go ahead and put that up. Here it is. So just tell us about what we're seeing here, where this is, where you've been seeing drones.
Thank you for having me. So that video that you're seeing was actually shot by one of our Belleville police officers, who actually is a licensed drone pilot. So he's got some familiarity with how these things move. He shot that, and what you're looking at right now is in very close proximity. Belleville borders the city of Newark, and Newark, as we probably all know, Newark International Airport is right there, right in the middle of air traffic control. So that's really running up and down Route 21 here in Belleville, which is a direct conduit right to Newark International Airport. That's why it's gravely concerning to see so many drones in the air night after night. That video was shot on December 8th, but the last 2 days has been a hotbed. We have been swarmed with drones over the last 2 evenings.
So a statement put out by federal investigators says they haven't corroborated any of the sightings with electronic detection. And they actually believe that many of the reported sightings are manned aircraft that are operating lawfully. Do you think that some of these reports have simply misidentified or mischaracterized drones? And you know, specifically in that video, what is it that the drone operator said, no, this is the behavior that tells me this is a drone?
Certainly, I mean, now that you have almost widespread hysteria because we have a lack of transparency going on here, everybody's looking up in New Jersey. So clearly there's going to be some misidentification going on. But I could tell you from my own visuals, things that I've seen out my bedroom window and things I've seen over the edge of my balcony.
What in the fuck was that?
We are absolutely seeing drones. We are not seeing small planes. And frankly, it's been insulting to the residents of New Jersey to be told that they're just seeing things or they're all misidentifying. We're not misidentifying. There are objects that are flying within hundreds of feet above our homes. That's not good. They're just above the sight line, just above the tree line. We know for a fact that these things are not operating the way airplanes do. Airplanes tend to glide and go from point A to point B in a direct line. These things are going up and down in elevation. They're hovering. They're moving erratically. These things are not manned aircraft. That's insulting to be told that.
Do you think federal officials are taking this seriously enough?
It depends on your perspective on that. I mean, we keep being told that these drones are hovering over our critical infrastructure. So that could be either scary or comforting. Scary if it's a bad actor, or comforting if it's actually our federal government. Some out there, and I'm probably in that group, actually do believe these may be government assets that are being deployed because potentially they know of a threat, an active threat, and that these might very well be government assets.
So what do you...
Okay. One last video on all of this, and it's not in the United States, it's in Canada. In Ontario, mysterious lights above Ontario City leave residents perplexed. This is from 5 hours ago out of Global News.
It wasn't the birthday surprise Josh Fall was expecting.
I looked out into the horizon and I saw about 6 or 7 orbs, I guess. And they were moving around in formation. They were disappearing. They were reappearing at times.
He was treated to a light show courtesy of these unidentified objects in the sky late Thursday night.
It looked peculiar. It was more bright than an ordinary star. And then it was moving. And then I thought that was a little bit weird. It wasn't flashing like a plane or anything like that.
After Fall saw the lights for himself, he showed his family to make sure there were other eyewitnesses.
I really wanted to make sure my family also saw what I was seeing. Like, I wasn't just seeing things. So my mom saw them as well, my dad, my brother, and my sister.
But it wasn't just the Fall family that caught the lights in action. Several people reached out to Global News saying they witnessed the strange occurrence as well, including Evan Ginsberg.
I've never seen anything quite like this. It was incredibly bright. The objects were sort of dancing around at times as well. It was a privilege to see this. It was really interesting, and it was sort of, I was awestruck by it almost in a way.
According to one astrophysicist at Queen's University, there could be multiple explanations as to what the unidentified light show was, but it might not be the extraterrestrial answer many were hoping for.
All right. Well, these sightings go all the way from Southern California to Ontario, Canada. I honestly have no idea what to even say beyond that. It is... I mean, to me, I find this incredibly strange. All right, now let's get on to the Earth news, and we've got some stuff to cover. So we better get right to it. All right, let's get to South America first and check in on President Lula, who is still in intensive care. Brazilians are reacting to his hospitalization. This is the AP from yesterday.
Acredito que sim, já era hora, já passou muito da hora.
I believe it is past time to think about new leadership. Really? Because Lula is almost 80 years old. He has health issues, and I think it is likely that he'll not be able to arrive with the same health. Okay. Conditions they had in 2022 in the 2026 election. I arrived here yesterday, and I came out of compassion. This country, unfortunately, has a lot of misinformation, so I came personally to find out if the situation is really happening. It's a very fancy hat you have. All right, fancy hat, and dude with transition lenses came to check out the hospital. Hopefully Lula will get better soon, as he's certainly a better alternative than what Brazil had before. Regardless of age, if I was in Brazil, I'd certainly pick Lula over Bolsonaro. I mean, for fuck's sake. All right, let's go to the UK. We got a couple of stories there. Apparently an explosion rocked a neighborhood in Ilford just earlier this week.
Oh my god! We need to escape! Oh my god!
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, this house just blew up.
Apparently 8 fire engines and 60 firefighters were sent to deal with this situation. 2 people were sent to the hospital. And I don't think they actually figured out what the cause of this was. Oh, it was. Oh, it's still under investigation. Right. That's what I thought. Right, so they don't know yet for sure what the cause of the explosion was. But we're not done in the UK. We have one more story. Let's go here. Apparently there's allegations against Prince Andrew this time. It's not for the same thing as before. This time he's apparently been accused of having an unusual relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. Well, let's see what Prince Andrew's been getting up to now.
A Chinese businessman described as a close confidant of the Duke of York has lost his appeal against a decision to bar him from entering the UK on national security grounds. The Home Office said they believe the man, known only as H6, was engaged in covert activity for the Chinese Communist Party and that his relationship with Prince Andrew could be used for political interference. Well, let's go to our correspondent, Charlotte Gallagher, who's outside Windsor Castle for us. Charlotte, hello to you. What more do we know about the relationship then between Prince Andrew and this man known as H6?
Well, we know that they had a very close working relationship, Anita, and we know that this man known as H6 was invited to Prince Andrew's 60th birthday party in 2020, and that he was told that he could act on Prince Andrew's behalf when it came to talking to potential investors in China. So it was a close...
Very close. Speaking on behalf of the Duke of York? My God. It's almost like he's his lawyer. I guess you would say barrister in this case.
Working relationship. There's also a letter from one of Prince Andrew's senior advisors describing this man at being the very top of the tree when it came to Prince Andrew's contacts. So Prince Andrew met this man, thought he was a Chinese businessman that could help him. However, the security services and then the Home Office believe that this man was in fact a spy and working for the Chinese Communist Party. So he was barred from the country last year by the then Home Secretary Suella Braverman, and his devices were seized and they were gone through, and there was various communications on there, letters and messages that they found to be very suspicious. Now, this man lodged an appeal, and as you said, he's now lost that appeal on national security grounds.
Well, oh, Prince Andrew is up to his royal no good as usual. Oh boy. Alrighty. Well. Britain. Alright, let's see. Got more stories needing discussion. Where first? France. Yes, we must go to France before anywhere else, as there is news in France after the resignation of Prime Minister Barnier. Emmanuel Macron was put into the ever awkward situation of having to come up with yet another prime ministerial nomination for his broken government. And, well, he finally has come up with one. Let's see who it is. France 24 English. Macron's new PM, Bayrou. I don't know if that's how you say that name, actually. I've never seen this guy's name before. He faces a long road against fractious French Parliament. Oh, wait. Sorry, we're starting with
French
AP.
President Emmanuel Macron has chosen a centrist ally to become the country's new prime minister. François Bayrou, 73, now faces the difficult challenge to address France's political crisis. Bayrou has been a crucial partner in Macron's alliance, and his political experience is seen as key in efforts to restore stability, as no single party holds a majority at the National Assembly. Bayrou is expected to hold political talks in the coming days in order to choose his government members. Last week,
Should be fun. Get to do that all over again, too. Jesus Christ. Maybe they should have just listened to the party that won at the beginning.
Now at Matignon, so stay with us. We're just going to turn in the meantime as we await that transition to speak to France 24's reporter Claire Pacarlan, who is standing by for us at Matignon. Then, Claire, so what are we expecting to see then in the moments ahead as we await that official handoff between Michel Barnier and François Bayrou?
So François Bayrou, who walked up through the courtyard of Matignon, the Prime Minister's office, just moments ago, he was met by Michel Barnier on the steps of the red carpet beneath their feet. They walked in to Matignon, into the Prime Minister's office, and they're having a one-on-one talk. We don't know if that talk will last 10 minutes or 1 hour, but what we are waiting for, and as you can see, there are plenty of people around me, is a mix of journalists as well as members of the team, of Michel Barnier's team, who will now be François Bayrou's team. So the people who actually, the civil servants who actually work at Matignon, they're here as well, waiting for the two men to come back out of the offices and make a statement each. The way it normally works is that we have a statement first from the outgoing Prime Minister, so Michel Barnier.
So much anticipation, so much excitement. What will happen?
In the next few months, as that what happened to Michel Barnier. What we do understand, though, and this is interesting, is that the meeting that Bayrou and Macron had this morning at the Élysée Palace, they spoke for nearly 2 hours together. And we have had confirmation now from the Élysée, but that meeting was difficult. So while François Bayrou has been an ally of Macron for several years now, the pair do not see eye to eye on everything.
Claire Pacarlan, thank you very much. We're going to turn back now to...
I actually find that incredibly shocking. Because they're not only from the same party, right? You know what I mean? Like they have very incredibly similar ideologies. So the fact she wants to talk about their differences is hilarious to me. He did the exact opposite of what I've been saying he should do since the beginning. He's been slowly moving towards it because he started off with nominating essentially a right-wing prime minister. Now he's moved to a centrist prime minister. Maybe by the end of his term in 2 or 3 years, he'll I don't know, he'll finally get we'll get a PM in France's assembly that represents the voting that French people did before. Maybe an NFP member will get a spot. Who knows? I guess we'll have to wait to find out. All right. Now let's talk about this. Apparently, Stellantis, a company we were just talking about, ruining cars and paying workers bad, has decided to invest $4.5 billion in a gigafactory across the ocean in Spain.
A major new factory for building electric vehicle batteries is coming to northern Spain. That was the announcement from auto giant Stellantis and Chinese battery maker CATL Tuesday. The firms said they will invest $4.33 billion in the facility in Zaragoza.
Oh, I just remembered something.
The 50-50 joint venture is expected.
I just remembered something. Stellantis is no longer, it's not technically an American company. For a second, in my mind it was, and it technically is traded on the New York Stock Exchange, but it is actually headquartered in the Netherlands. After the mergers that occurred, it wind up there.
Production by the end of 2026. Europe wants to attract EV battery makers to build factories in the region. It's trying to cut reliance on Asia and win a green subsidies race with the US. The decision to award the factory to Spain comes after it abstained on imposing additional tariffs on Chinese EV imports to the EU.
I find it interesting that this is happening in Spain, though, because Spain has been the most willing to work on climate change and stuff like that. Out of all of the EU countries, they have been doing the best. And I found it even more interesting that they're bringing in a Chinese battery maker to partner with Stellantis in this effort to make this factory. I mean, my guess is this is going to be great for European customers. Like that's in my mind, like just on that base economics, right? I mean, there's probably, I'm sure, some things that we could unpack here that are bad about this deal for Europeans specifically. But I guess my point is that, you know, creating a vertically integrated system inside of Spain, inside of an EU country, is going to help them, right? A great deal. Because that's been one of the huge problems, is because most of the battery factories are in China, and so those have to be shipped, and there's tariffs, and there's all these other sorts of things. But you do it inside of the EU, and suddenly there's a completely different dynamic that's happening. All right, fuck. We gotta skip a couple. I am moving too slow. Going to the Middle East. First, let's talk about what's been happening in Israel a little bit. And this is a story that's basically gotten zero coverage. And I came to the conclusion right after hearing about this, and sort of like looking through it, like, because I noticed like all the videos about this have almost no views. Like, you know, for considering the topic and everything, in my mind, I was like, this should have a lot of views, right? But then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? It's a foregone conclusion at this point. That conclusion being that Netanyahu is a criminal. And that's, I think, why this video has basically gotten almost no views, considering what the topic is. Apparently, Netanyahu is testifying for the first time in his corruption trial in the Knesset. And I think it's just hilarious that it's just getting no views, because people have already concluded that this man is a corrupt criminal who deserves to be tried not just in his own country but in international courts. So who the fuck gives who gives a single shit about an internal Knesset investigation? But here we go.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has testified for the first time in his long-running corruption trial. He is accused of accepting gifts from millionaire friends and for allegedly seeking regulatory favors for media tycoons in return for favorable coverage. Netanyahu denies all the charges, any wrongdoing, and he has pleaded not guilty. Taking to the stand in Tel Aviv on Tuesday morning, he said he was being hounded for his hawkish security policies.
Oh, people are just...
The leader of
that's not fair. That's not fair. It's a witch hunt. It's a genocide witch hunt. They're after him for fake stuff just because of how good he's doing that genocide. That's what it is. Makes sense.
Was indicted in 2019 on charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. The trial, which began in 2020, involves 3 criminal cases.
Okay, great. Benjamin Netanyahu is corrupt. You don't say. Fascinating. I'm shocked. I'm utterly shocked that he's been receiving gifts from foreign governments. No, he wouldn't do that. A guy committing, he's got some standard, right? Oh wait, no, I forgot. He clearly doesn't. There's literally evidence for this. Just so much of it, it's out of control. Really, like, the fact is the ICC, warrant makes this kind of shit just so superfluous, doesn't it? Just so, like, it's like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, corruption, great. Can we talk about the, populations that he's starving, bombing, and, like, committing war crimes against humanity? I think those somehow, those trump financial corruption charges. And it seems like the world agrees with me because those videos aren't getting any views. All right, let's go here now. See what Jake Sullivan of the Pentagon? I think he's the Pentagon, right? I can't remember. What is Jake Sullivan's job again? Chief idiot. Well, Jake Sullivan has a message for us on potential breakthroughs. Ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. Okay, let's hear about that. I'm sure this is not another debating. I'm sure this is real.
There are any number of reasons for why contexts change in negotiations, especially in a situation as fluid as this. But I would point out that Hamas's posture at the negotiating table did adapt following the announcement of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Why is that? It's because for months, we believe Hamas was waiting for lots of other actors and forces to come to their rescue, to come to their aid. And when we got that ceasefire, it was clear that the northern...
You know what's so great about this for Jake Sullivan? He is super excited because due to all of the money they've been sending Israel, it's been so effective, as it turns out, that they don't even have to tell Israel to stop doing war crimes anymore. They don't even have to tell Israel they don't have to consider the idea of telling them to stop doing illegal shit.
Illegal.
And instead, they can just go back to not paying attention and giving them money.
Had been decoupled from Gaza. And from that moment forward, we've had a different character to the negotiation. And we believe that it puts us in a position to be able to close this negotiation. The balance of power in the Middle East has changed significantly, and not in the way that Sinwar or Nasrallah or Iran had planned. We are now faced with a dramatically reshaped
all the people
in which Israel is strong.
I love how he just went down a list of people that Israel assassinated. Like, it's just this, like, list of, I'm struggling to actually come up with an analogy right now, but, like, it's so ridiculous. He's touting it like it's this list of accomplishments or something, or like this, oh my god, it's just fascinating. Thanks, Jake. I'm so glad to hear that there's the ceasefire negotiations are going so much better now. I'm sure that there's no way that gets derailed. Let's go here. Middle East Eye, 10 hours ago. At least 33 Palestinians killed and dozens missing after Israeli attack on a refugee camp. It's as if an earthquake has struck this area, but what struck was an Israeli missile that hit a group of residential buildings inside the Nusrat camp. These buildings were inhabited by peaceful civilians. About 33 people were killed inside of these buildings. The search for missing people is still ongoing at this moment. With minimal resources, no kidding. They are trying to dig with their hands to attempt to recover what they can of the missing. For fuck's sake. Every single fucking day. Every single fucking day. Dozens of casualties, deaths on Israel's hands. Will they ever be held accountable for it? My faith in that has been waning ever so much, day in, day out. Even with the ICC warrant, how will that ever be enforced? We had Yoav Gallant walking U.S. streets earlier during this week. It was like Wednesday. He was walking around in D.C. with U.S. police protection. All right. Now let's look at some stuff that Israel's been doing. Not in Gaza, but now in Syria, because they've found new targets and new military objectives right across the border. How convenient. You know, they were running out. They had basically leveled most of Gaza, most of southern Lebanon. They already took the Golan. Why not take the buffer zone between the Golan and Syria? And maybe little parts of Syria too. Why not? Because that's the other side of the border there. They're not supposed to be there. It's past the... You see, like, here's the problem, right? They're... Here's Israel. Here's the buffer zone. And here's an Israeli flag attached to a tank. Just driving around on the wrong side. Okie dokie. Well, they weren't just bringing tanks into the country, they were also bringing in planes and missiles to strike military and civilian and government targets. This is them destroying the Air Force of Syria. Commands being given in Hebrew. Helicopter, why not? Weapons depot, sure. Now, one thing I found fascinating is that, you know, nobody's been talking about the fact that they struck the Ministry of the Interior in the center of Damascus, the capital of Syria, a clearly non-military target. But there has been so little talk about it. It's very frustrating to me. I might have to put that video back in here. I took it out, but nobody else seems to be talking about it. I might have to clip it myself. I don't even know what to do. It's pissing me off. Because it's beyond, like, even their own purported claims that are also just completely questionable. And based on who the fuck knows. Really just desires of the Israeli military and the leaders of the country, honestly. It has nothing to do with actual, like, threats. Because the, of course, the HTS has not threatened Israel recently. This is commanders of the Northern Command with a brigade in Syria. Look, people, just troops walking around in the country. I'm sure this is just accidental. I'm sure they just couldn't tell where the border was. That's probably what it was, right? They were like, you know, these guys right here. They weren't sure where the border was, right? And they were like, whoopsies, we're on the wrong place. And this guy here, he's telling this commander, he's like, sir, I don't think we're in the right country right now. We're in Syria. We're supposed to be back in Israel. And commander's like, no, actually, we're supposed to be invading Syria. That's our plan. Oh, thank you. Thank you for making that more clear. All right, now let's talk about what's going on internally in Syria, aside from Israel's apparent invasion of the country.
يعتبر مطار دمشق الدولي هو النواة الأولى في دمشق
Damascus International Airport is the heart of the city because it is the gateway for international travel. It is the center and most important institution in Damascus. It is the international crossing into Damascus, the passage for Syria to breathe. There was a lot of damage in the airport's equipment and facilities and in 90% of the sections, but now we are hoping to restore the situation to what it was. Everyone is putting in efforts, and there are parties who are working to restore the situation to what it was. Or even better, and to reopen the airport as soon as possible. Yep. Syrians just trying to live their lives. Trying to get their country back on the ground. As you know, what's fascinating is before Israel started striking, and actually during the strikes, the American government, the US government, has been sort of singing the praises, essentially, of HTS for having overthrown Bashar al-Assad, which, you know, the United States has wanted for decades now. And you know, for the potential for democracy and for, you know, these formerly extremist Muslim sects to engage internationally in a more what do you call it? I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to actually get the statement out because it's just the dichotomy of the statements and what's happening with our partner Israel. It's just so fucking ridiculous because like we're all like cheering, oh yay, democracy in Syria, while Israel does everything they can to stop that from happening. All right, let's go to this. This is an interesting one. Bashar al-Assad's neighbors speak about difficulties living next to the ousted president. And I can see how there might be some difficulties.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! عبد لا سمح الله رجع قديش لازم يقتل؟ لازم يقتل نص 3/4 الشعب. اجباري.
I remember that they got scared when the revolution started and shells were dropping here. They got scared. Brought in workers to change the glass. They fortified the glass and became bulletproof glass. This room we are in is the room of ousted Bashar al-Assad, as you can see. This is so weird. It is so weird to see these like photos, which I assume they gotta be kind of old, right? Like most people don't print photos anymore. These are sort of like vintage Bashar al-Assad family photos here on the table. We had no advantages, only harm. Whenever we had a guest coming over, we had to go to the intelligence services. That sounds fun. We go to them and give them the name of the visitor. The guest arrived and they had to be searched and stopped for 10 minutes at the checkpoint as they got searched and identified. Even before the person arrived, they took their ID, ran a check. If they had a relative that was wanted, wouldn't let them in. They'd have to go back. They'd have to go outside to talk to my guests. That's fucked up. Yeah, it does not sound like a benefit to living next to Bashar al-Assad. Oh boy. If anything, it sounds like you get to really enjoy like the full, you know, aside from maybe some of the peace and quiet, perhaps, although it doesn't even seem like there was any of that. It seems like that was also disturbed by bombing. It just sort of, you really get to the full brunt of the fascist state right at your doorstep. All right, now let's talk about Kurdish leaders what they've been up to. This is the AP from yesterday, 15 hours ago. It's been on Friday. We are demanding the release of our prisoners, and we have been waiting since yesterday. They opened all prisoners in all other governments except here. What are they waiting for? My son has been in prison for 5 years, and I've been waiting for this moment. Well, they finally did it. The prisons in Kurdish Syria were the last to be opened, but finally, after some waiting, 2 of my brothers were in prison. Their sentence was 2 years, and thankfully, since this amnesty, they are now out. Syria, they implemented the decision, and now both of my brothers are with us, and they are in good shape, thanks to the comrades. I find this interesting because people in Kurdistan, or not Kurdistan, it's not a place, inside of Kurdish Syria are essentially, at least this guy, is seemingly referring to the HTS, a non-Kurdish militia, or what do you want to call it, which has now ousted Bashar al-Assad, as comrades. And I think that is very interesting. Now, I don't know if that is pervasive across the Kurdish community in Syria, but if the case is that even Kurdish people support this, it would be a huge change. It would be a huge change for Syria. It would also mean I would have to increase my sort of optimism on the potential for a multifaceted, sort of multicultural Syrian government. Kind of gets me excited. I mean, I'm trying to temper that with the fact that they're being invaded by Israel, and that there's at least a few hurdles to get over, including the fact that the US is inside of Syria, there's still ISIS, and, that's just a couple of the things that come to mind. But with all that said, people in Syria do seem to be really jubilant, there's no other word for it, over this new state of affairs. And to prove that, let's look at how excited people were on just earlier today, 10 hours ago. This was posted to the AP's website, showing Syrians celebrating in Damascus during the first Friday of prayers since the fall of Assad. We came here to congratulate the free people. We are very happy today. God damn your soul, Bashar. And God damn your soul, Hafez. We are very happy with the liberation. And God willing, we'll forever be free and proud. We are oppressed. There was no freedom. No one was able to breathe, but now we have tranquility. Now we all feel at peace. Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh, there's my cursor. All right, we have more from this. Here's Forbes from the same gathering here in Damascus. is a ton of people in the street. Holy fuck. The bird's eye view is insane. Wow. That's a lot of people. Okay. Yeah, I see that some people in chat are concerned about trading one group of refugees for another, and that is also one of my very real concerns. Shit, I gotta pee. Hold on, 2 seconds. This is serious. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's go on. Talk about Al-Jilani, the leader of the HTS, who is really sort of at the center of all of this, truly. I noticed somebody mentioned what his name means in chat. That's right, Al-Jilani means of the Golan, meaning that he was originally from the Golan Heights before they were illegally annexed by Israel.
Syria and the Middle East has been turned upside down in just 2 weeks. And this is the man responsible for the fall of Assad. He is Ahmed al-Shara, better known as Abu Muhammad al-Jilani, the leader of the rebel militia Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. Jilani is considered a terrorist by many countries, and the United States has a $10 million bounty on his head. The country now has a transitional government, and Jilani is its military leader, but some already see him as the de facto head of the new Syria. We're going to tell you about his journey to becoming the face of a revolution, and what Jilani's leadership could mean for the future of Syria and the wider world. This is Syria's rebel leader explained. Another week and another explainer on Syria. Last time we looked at how Assad's allies had deserted him and left him vulnerable to losing power. Here we're going to talk about the man who defeated him. Ahmed Hussein al-Shara was born in Saudi Arabia in 1982. His family had moved there from Syria. They lived in the Golan Heights but had to flee after it was occupied by Israel following the Six-Day War. And the name Jilani was chosen by him as a reference to his family's origins in the Golan Heights. When he was 7, he returned to Syria, settling in the capital, Damascus. As a young man in 2000, he watched the start of the Second Intifada, a major uprising by Palestinians against Israel, and Jilani says this began his pathway to jihadism. A year later, Al-Qaeda carried out the 9/11 attacks against the United States.
Anyone who lived in the Islamic or Arab world at the time who tells you he wasn't happy about it would be lying.
With America invading Afghanistan and then preparing for war against Iraq, Jilani travelled to Baghdad, and he was there when the conflict began. He joined the fight against the US occupation, and in 2005 he was imprisoned in a US-run jail in Iraq. It was in that prison that he met Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the man who would become the leader of the jihadist group, the Islamic State, or IS. Jelani says he used his time in prison to write a thesis about how to fight jihad in Syria.
Syrian society has been brutalized for the best part of 5 decades. So Jelani, like many Syrians, is a product of that brutalizing, barbaric environment. And that really helped fuel his trajectory into the global jihad movement.
In 2011, Jelani was out of prison and the Arab Spring had begun across the Middle East. Mass civilian protests against authoritarian regimes. And Syrians were out in the streets as well, demonstrating against President Bashar al-Assad. They were met with brutal force, and rebel groups took up arms against Assad's forces. Jelani was sent back to Syria by his former prison mate Baghdadi, back with funds to create a new jihadist group to fight against the regime. Jelani established the Al-Nusra Front, which quickly became a prominent fighting force.
Within 1 year, we grew from 6 men to 5,000.
But while Jelani used the financial backing of Baghdadi, he distanced himself from the leader after the creation of the Islamic State. Jelani's Al-Nusra Front instead joined Al-Qaeda, becoming their key fighting force in Syria.
He's quite a slippery character who's always been titrating different relationships up and down based on what they're going to serve and deliver for him.
It wasn't long before Jelani announced a split from Al-Qaeda too, and in 2016 he formed the group that would become Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HDS.
Noting that this new organization has no affiliation to any external entity.
It's clear that Jelani relied on both ISIS and Al-Qaeda to establish his military foothold in Syria. And Amnesty International accused Al-Nusra, along with 4 other rebel groups, of committing war crimes and other violations of international humanitarian law with impunity. But Jelani has tried to distance himself from some of the most extreme elements of jihadism. The man who cites 9/11 as having a key moment in his journey to becoming a fighter also says that he always opposed the killing of innocent civilians in his fight against the Americans in Iraq, as well as against the Assad regime in Syria. One of his key messages...
Okay, I think that's good enough for now. You might tune back into that later this weekend, just because he is an incredibly important figure in all of this. I mean, central as all hell. And I think it's good to unpack all of this and at least understand the history of the people involved in this conflict, in this changing situation on the ground in Syria. And he has, in recent interviews, we saw the CNN interview where he said that he was looking for, like I said, like a multifaceted institution, government that serves all cultures and religions within Syria. And there are certainly at least 4 or 5 of those distinct groups, and then maybe a couple more. But, you know, I still would like to think that it's possible for it to be a constructive thing for Syria, even though he may have come from extremist background. I am, at least for now, trying to take him at his word that he's sort of grown into, you know, a different sort of thinking, I guess you might call it. And the fact is Syria needs a government right now, a real government immediately, because Israel's using the power vacuum right now to invade the country. Let's talk about that transition a little bit. Let's go here. Associated Press, this is from yesterday. Anthony Blinken calling for coordination in Syria's transition. Okay. What does that mean? Let's find out. Does that mean the U.S. is going to tell Israel to stop striking? Because it should be really interesting, right? This is a part of the fucking hypocrisy that we've been talking about this whole time. While the U.S. cheers the fall of Bashar al-Assad, we are struggling to actually tell Israel to... I haven't heard a single word said about Israel, you know, needing to stop striking this country while they're trying to form a government.
We're back in the region at a time of both real promise, but also peril for Syria and for its neighbors. And the focus of our work here is to coordinate efforts across the region to support the Syrian people as they transition away from Assad's brutal dictatorship. It's important to start here in Jordan because few countries have been as affected by what goes on in Syria as Jordan, but also because Jordan has a critical role to play in supporting the Syrian people in this transition. We're also going to be very focused on preventing any actor inside or outside.
I feel like Jordan's just doing whatever they can to avoid getting bombed. I feel like Jordan is constantly just trying to say literally nothing about any of this because they'd prefer not to be focus of Israel or the U.S. Like, let's be real. Oh boy. Well, hopefully everybody involved in the situation can be helpful. The United States, Jordan, Syria, Israel, Russia, Turkey. Who else? Iran. I know there's at least a couple of other people in there. I'm struggling to remember. Let's just hope all parties involved decide to actually be constructive in this matter, rather than, you know, what's been going on up to this point. Honestly, so far, haven't been super thrilled with what I've been seeing. Speaking of external forces, looks like Russia is retreating from Syria with great haste. Here's Channel 4 News from 9 hours ago on the story.
What a painful sight for President Vladimir Putin. The troops he sent to Syria to shore up Russian influence in the Middle East 9 years ago, forced to retreat, moving in convoy along the road north from Damascus this morning. For Syrians watching them pass, not so painful. Without Russian support, Bashar al-Assad would probably have fallen long ago.
Tell me what you're feeling watching the Russians go past.
نصر كبير وفرحة الحمد لله قتلونا ودمرونا الحمد لله.
We passed scores of vehicles, a column that continued for several kilometers, an organized retreat. And then they were forced to stop. One vehicle with a flat tire, and they all ground to a halt. The Russian military is notoriously camera shy, but today avoiding us was a low priority, although they didn't want to.
Well, they got to change this tire. I mean,
at
this thing
their
is
height, the
brought this
Russians
whole
had
thing
some
to a fucking halt.
5,000 troops on the ground in Syria. Many were withdrawn when they invaded Ukraine in 2022. Here they were infamous for the destruction they wreaked from the air. But that's all over. The rebels they've been fighting are now the ones in power.
Yep. Because, of course, Russia has backed Bashar al-Assad for quite some time and have had, as you can see here, troops literally in the country fighting the very rebels which have now seized the government.
The Russian column has just set off again. It took them nearly 2 hours to sort out one flat tire. What we can see is that they are leaving in good order. They don't.
It's not a great turnaround time. Not gonna lie. I don't think any of these guys are gonna get jobs in a garage anytime soon.
Yeah. What we can see is that they are leaving in good order. They don't look like a defeated army. They must have come to some kind of agreement with the new authorities in Damascus. But we've seen more than 150 vehicles. It gives an idea of how huge the Russian presence in Syria was.
I think we just saw 151 go by right there. Did you see it? As she was saying 150, another one went right by her. Oh boy. We'll just keep it around 150. All right. Anthony Blinken's got more stuff to talk about. He's in the region, and he's making all sorts of stops. Talking all to the local governments. Like we mentioned, Jordan. Also Turkey and Iraq. He's trying to gather support for this transition team. Yeah, there's him with Erdogan of Turkey. shaking hands in front of a creepy portrait.
We're very focused on Syria, very focused on the opportunity that now is before us and before the Syrian people to move from out from under the shackles of Bashar al-Assad to a different and better future for the Syrian people, one that the Syrian people decide for themselves. And we talked about how Turkey, how the United States, how other partners in the region can support.
Why? This is fascinating to me. I love how in this moment, while Israel is in the middle of striking and invading Syria, the U.S. is talking about its other partners in the region. It is truly a fascinating moment, right? Because think about it. How many times in the last year and a half have we heard about how Israel is our number one partner in the Middle East? How many times? Anybody give me a number? 1,000, 10,000, a million times? How many times have we heard Israel's our best friends in the Middle East, our number one guy? And yet, their name seems to be completely vacant, so missing from these statements about partners in the Middle East working on this, while they're the one and only of these partners currently actively. Well, I guess Turkey's kind of fucking shit up, but not nearly as much as Israel is.
Those efforts. And I think there's broad agreement on what we would each like to see going forward, starting with the interim government in Syria. We discussed Gaza, and we discussed, I think, the opportunity to finally try to complete the hostage ceasefire agreement, to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire in place.
Okay, yeah, we heard about that one earlier. We will see whether or not you and old Jake Sullivan have this supposed Gaza ceasefire finally in view. I still have my doubts, of course. I think only I think only reasonable people, you know, I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing for me to be doing, is to be continuing to be wildly skeptical of a future ceasefire in Gaza, considering the track record of the Biden administration on all of this. Hasn't been good. Has not been good. Yes, exactly. Number one chum. Yeah. Where's our number one chum? Oh, that's right. They're actively invading the country that we want there to be democracy in. It's going to make things complicated. Well, he left Turkey and went straight to Iraq. Let's see what Iraq's got for us.
In all of this, what's happening in Syria does have an important impact, and it's very, very significant that Iraq, along with many other countries in the region and beyond, will make best efforts to support.
Yay, best efforts. Turkey recognized Israel in 1949. What's interesting about that year is that's the same year the Ba'ath Party came to power in Syria. It's fascinating how much stuff happened around the late 40s in the Middle East.
In the region and beyond will make best efforts to support the Syrian people as they emerge from the Assad years. And we are determined to make sure that Daesh can emerge. The United States, Iraq, together had tremendous success in taking away the territorial caliphate that Daesh had created years ago.
I just find this fascinating that he's in Iraq, talking to Iraq. Minister is talking to Erdogan, but for some reason just skipping on talking to Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, any of these other people. Hey, thanks for the follows, Iran Elite. I think that's what I assume that's how that's said. Either way, welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. I think I see you chatting on YouTube too. Are you on multiple platforms simultaneously? Well done. Well done. All right, we got more. Wait, why do I have two? What the fuck? Is this the same footage? Why is this? How did I double the video in here?
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made an unannounced visit to Iraq on Friday. He met with Prime Minister Mohammed
It's just so goddamn quiet.
to discuss Syria's
Please hold. Full volume. Get the how? I can barely hear this.
on Friday. He met with Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani to discuss Syria's political transition and visited the U.S. Embassy, calling for a non-sectarian administration following the fall of Bashar al-Assad.
The conviction of so many countries in the region and beyond that as Syria transitions from the...
Sup, I'm new here. Welcome, Master Cabbage. I like that name, Master Cabbage.
Democracy.
That's a good one.
Does so in a way that, of course, protects all of the minorities in Syria, that produces an inclusive, non-sectarian government, and does not become in any way a platform for terrorism.
The Biden administration, along with governments in the region and the West, has been trying to navigate the chaotic aftermath of the Assad family's decades-long oppressive rule and has begun...
Okay. All right. Is that the last we have on Syria? No, I think we have a couple more, right? No, actually, I'm wrong. That was it. Okay. We still have a couple of Middle East stories to talk about in Iran and Serbia, and not Serbia, Saudi Arabia. Although we are going to Serbia as well here at the end of the stream. I'm spoilering you. But let's go and talk about this. And we're not actually going to Iran. We're going back to the United States to talk about this apparent report. Which is, I mean, this basically, what's the word? This contradicts what Donald Trump was saying on the campaign trail earlier this year. Let's look into this. CBS News 6 hours ago. Trump reportedly considering military action against Iran.
What? Immediately, if not sooner.
President-elect Donald Trump and his allies are reportedly considering military action against Iran after he takes office. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump is considering options to prevent Iran from building a...
Fuck you, man. I'm trying to do the news over here. Well played, bad. Well played, lefty. My God. Serbia Arabia. Burned. Deservedly burned Serbia Arabia. That's a new one.
Donald Trump
like
and his allies are reportedly considering military action against Iran after he takes office. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump is considering options to prevent Iran from building a nuclear weapon, including potential preemptive airstrikes. The reporting comes after Trump addressed tensions with Iran in a Time magazine interview. When asked about the chances of going to war with Iran during his next term, Trump responded, quote, "Anything can happen."
Anything can happen. It's a very, very volatile situation. I know I said maybe I wouldn't and that I was going to stop all the wars, but hey, sometimes things get a little volatile. You know, it's a little crazy out there in the world. And then sometimes you have to bomb the person you said you were definitely going to solve everything with. So yeah, that was an excerpt from Donald Trump's Time magazine interview. Apparently he's considering potential military action against Iran. I thought that all the wars were going to end when he becomes president. Doesn't anybody remember that? I could swear I heard him say that we were going to end all the wars. What's going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right, but let's not leave the Middle East. Something going on in the Middle East in about a decade, apparently, as Saudi Arabia has apparently won the bid to host the 2034 World Cup. And FIFA has greenlit this. So let's see what's going on here.
Well, here at FIFA headquarters in Zurich today, the decision was taken to make Saudi Arabia the host of the 2034 World Cup in men's soccer. Really, the result had been inevitable for more than a year, as Saudi Arabia was the only candidate, but also as the culmination of a 7-year process. of building closer political and financial ties between FIFA and Saudi Arabia, the FIFA president Gianni Infantino and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. FIFA was able to do it because it also awarded the 2030 World Cup to a 6-nation, 3-continent project led by Spain, Portugal and Morocco that cleared the way for 2034 to go to a country from Asia or Oceania, and really that was only going to be Saudi Arabia.
Yep. Now, of course, Saudi Arabia has committed a few human rights violations and things like that. But the fact is the FIFA's just running out of countries that have been committed human rights violations, so they got to pick somebody. Yeah, I was laughing because I noticed you say that you've been 5 minutes behind the stream the whole time, Chris. That's rough, and I feel for you. That is, sometimes you're just going through life thinking one thing, and then you're just ripped from your current reality and thrust into a different one. Sometimes the timeline that you're in betrays you, and there's not a lot you can do, aside from call on Bacula, of course. Bacula is often very helpful in these situations. Scott Bakula, of course, of Quantum Leap. Knows a thing or two about timelines. Alright, let's go to Serbia. Or as we referred to it earlier, Serbia Arabia. Where there are protests happening over a recent tragedy which happened in the country. And that's why, as you can see, I have willingly agreed to fulfill this, I would say, most important of all requests, which is important for the sake of the truth, for the sake of the facts, for the sake of everything that lies ahead, for the sake of everything that is important, for the sake of responsibility, for the sake of finding those who must bear responsibility for the 15 tragic deaths. It's a lot of bearing. A lot of bearing of responsibility. I don't know how many times he said the sake of responsibility, for the sake of things, but it was a lot of saking. An incredible amount, in fact. I've never heard that many times in one sentence. Fact is, there's been a lot of protesting going on for different reasons in different Slavic countries like Serbia. For instance, Georgia comes to mind. We've been there practically every day for the last couple weeks. They've been protesting. Now we have another story that relates back to the United States. This one's in China. And this one I find utterly fascinating. And ever since I heard it, I've been trying to figure out what this means. For the future of U.S. relations, U.S.-Chinese relations, why it's happening. I don't have any answers to any of these questions. I'm left completely and utterly stupefied by this. Let's go to CNN and talk about this little story from 11 hours ago. Unprecedented move. No shit. No shit. Donald Trump invites Xi Jinping to his inauguration? What? I'm sorry, what? Let me read that again. Unprecedented move. Donald Trump invites Chinese President Xi Jinping to his inauguration.
What'd you drum about?
Let's find out. I don't know. I wish I knew, Willis. Oh God.
President Trump is back in Mar-a-Lago today after a quick trip to New York to ring the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Tomorrow he'll be in Maryland for the Army-Navy football game. And in 5 weeks he'll be on the steps of the Capitol being sworn into office as the nation's 47th president. Now, inauguration is a celebration of American democracy, And this year, Trump is hoping for a more global event. CNN's Kristen Holmes joins me now from West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Kristen, what are you hearing about these plans?
Yeah, Manu, it's unsurprising that Donald Trump wants a more global event and that he and his team are essentially reaching out directly to these foreign leaders. This is a little bit unprecedented. It's not how it usually works. Foreign leaders don't generally attend the inauguration.
China.
But we are told that Donald Trump has had these informal conversations where he's asking foreign leaders to come to the inauguration. Among them, probably the most notable is China's Xi Jinping. We are told that he is
Wait a
not
second.
to come. He's going
I
to
just
send a
realized
delegation instead, but also
this sound shot has been waiting for this moment forever.
I have to have my China.
He really does. He's gotta. I mean, he said it, and we've been saying it here all along. Donald Trump, he has to have his China, and well, that's what he's gonna get. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know if
of Italy, presidents of Argentina.
It's not clear as to whether or not Xi Jinping has accepted the offer, but it's certainly fascinating.
And El Salvador. All of these people have received some sort of outreach, whether it be from the president himself directly or from his team, with an invitation to come down here. Again, unclear who's going to come. We are told that a lot of these conversations are happening kind of in passing, that Donald Trump might be on the phone with one of these world leaders and mention at the end, why don't you come to the inauguration? Or when he was in France at Notre Dame, the reopening there, that he was having conversations with these leaders and it might have come up there as well. In fact, some of these conversations are so informal that even his closest aides weren't sure who Donald Trump had invited to the inauguration. And just to give you a little bit of an idea of how it usually goes, again, foreign leaders don't generally attend. Instead, this bipartisan committee that plans the inauguration, they reach out to diplomats with the State Department, and that's who ends up coming. But Donald Trump, he wants it to be more of a global affair.
He doesn't. He doesn't want no Chinese diplomat. He wants Xi Jinping. He wants Mr. Pooh Bear himself. You know, Chi Dada. That's who he wants.
Of that is surprising, knowing the
I know. You didn't see this coming. Nobody saw this coming. Okay, I didn't see this coming. You can tell the CNN didn't see this coming. The State Department didn't see this coming. Xi Jinping didn't see this coming. Literally, nobody had this on their bingo card. Okay. Oh my God.
Wait and see how this actually plays out, since again, much of this is unprecedented.
All right, Kristen Holmes from West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. And joining me now, an excellent group of reporters to break this all down. CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Marianne Levine of The Washington Post, Zolan Khanna-Youngs of The New York Times, and CNN's Lauren Fox. Nice to see you all. Glad you can join us. Jeff, you've covered many announcements.
Okay, all right, that's good enough on this story. I just figured we'd get the essence of it out. All right. This is fascinating. Truly fascinating. All right, let's move on to one last Asian story. The final story of the night. Great job, everyone, for getting this far. Let's talk about the recent declaration of martial law in South Korea. And the sort of ensuing events of that, and more specifically the recent events, because of course we've been covering this now ever since it started, and this is what's happened over the last couple of days. Start here. Associated Press. South Korea's president says martial law was act of governance. Okay, interesting. I was trying to defend South Korea's democracy and constitution. Order against legislative tyranny by the opposition, which has been focusing on using its numbers advantage to bully the few, causing legislative violence and protecting itself. How can the constitutional decision and act of governance by a president not be the only option? But wait, sorry, I read that wrong. How can the constitutional decision and act of governance by a president who saw it as the only option be an act of rebellion? A president's declaration of emergency martial law is an act of governance just like executive orders. Clemency and diplomatic right, not subject to legal judgment. Interesting. I wonder how the people feel about that.
South Korea
not good, you
tonight,
say.
protesters clashing yet again with police as the nation's embattled leader remains defiant.
Now, one thing to remember
Demonstrator-
about South Korean society when we talk about this, or maybe just in general, they lived under military law for 4 decades. I think something like 15 years or so after the end of the Korean War, a coup and essentially a decades-long fascist military regime ruled the entire country until not that long ago. And so they're much more into having, you know, what's it called? Democracy, freedom, things like that. And when stuff like this happens, and the fact is, I don't think it's ever happened until this most recent declaration of martial law since the end of military rule. I don't think it's happened. And so that's, I think, partially why people are so goddamn pissed off.
In the capital Seoul, pushing towards President Yoon Suk-yeol's home, demanding his impeachment after he shocked the world by putting the country under martial law earlier this month. One saying, "Police are setting up barricades and stopping us from moving forward. I'm here as a citizen." This latest round of protests sparked by President Yoon's address on Thursday,
어떤 일이 있어도 막아야 합니다.
in which he declared, "I will fight to the end," doubling down after surviving one impeachment attempt and now facing a second. Police raiding Yoon's offices earlier this week as the president now faces a criminal investigation over the martial law order that sent troops to the streets of Seoul and would have banned political activity and censored the media. The declaration was rescinded just 6 hours later. The first person...
Okay, now let's go. This was a live protest. These protests are still going on, and in fact, they are growing in size. And this is, I think, what was it? When did this actually end? Wasn't it last Saturday? I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but it was like, I feel like it was a full week ago now. Can you hear that crowd though? It's massive. Hold on, we gotta zoom out. This is too close. Here, you can kind of see just how big the crowd is, but I think there's better shots. Because, I mean, there's literally got to be like 1 million plus people out on the streets. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. I mean 1 million people. It's just a sea of people out there right now. It's crazy. Some of the photos I've seen are wild. Look at it. Look at it. All you see is people. And they're in the middle of a downtown area. You know, I like almost just don't even see the buildings. There's just so many people around.
내란 동조 국민의힘 해체하라! 탄핵 촛불 파도 시작! 와! 네, 끝까지 함성 질러주십시오!
It's incredible the energy from this thing. We've been talking about this protest, and South Korea has a long history of protest, and it's just an incredible sight to behold. You can tell just how many people are here. And they're all just seated. They're just seated in the middle of the street. They just set up. That's it. No cars. Nope. Nothing. Everything shut down. Just an immediate, what's it called? A general strike, right? Like everybody just stops what they're doing and just sits, pretty much, like just for these, protests. But it's incredible. They got the stage. I mean, look at it. I mean, they take this shit. They got like vendors. It's amazing. This is how we should all do protests. We are shutting it down. We will start our own economy until we get what we want. Oh, that's so good.
예, 좀 이따 행진할 때 옆에 동료 시민들의 이런 열정과 에너지와 온기를 통해서 후끈하게 즐겁게 또 힘차게 행진할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 예, 마지막 시민 발언입니다. 네, 자 황송용님이십니다. 자 시민 발언 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 빨리 끝내라고 해서 빨리빨리 제가 중요한 걸 읽겠습니다. 저는 인천에 사는 50대 평범한 시민 황성용이랍니다. 그런데 다들 안녕은 못 하시고 계시죠? 저 현장에 있는 내란 군사 반란을 일으키고도 그 자리에서 꿈쩍도 않고 있는 저 미친 멧돼지 한 마리와 그 마누라.
I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna keep it going. Keep watching this footage. What we have here. I think I have one last video after this. So people are slowly and methodically filing out in one of the most organized sessions I've ever seen of a crowd of this size. Single file line. Hold on. Let's go to our last video. I actually added this in right here while I was doing this, hoping that this is aerial footage so we can see from above some of this rally. Holy shit. Yeah, we can. Perfect. Oh my god, it's the perfect Oh my god, it truly illustrates what we're talking about. You did good, buddy. Jesus Christ! Look at the size of that crowd! It doesn't have an end! I literally can't see the end of it! It's literally, even from this angle, you literally can't see the end of the crowd. How's that even possible? How is that physically possible? That's incredible. Okay. Now, I feel like it's a good way to end the stream. Well, we got through another one, chat. It was difficult and quite long. But thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Breeding, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moen Noab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people that you see here right now before you helped produce this show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. On Patreon. Link in my chat. And on my bio on YouTube and Twitch.